Chapter 1270. Bustling like a city. Chapter 1270. Bustling like a city. In reaching the summit of the divine seal altar, this had been the most exhausting battle Lin Ming had gone through so far. From start to finish, it had taken him 7 days and 7 nights. In these 7 days and 7 nights, besides a pill that he had taken, he had completely relied upon his own natural restorative abilities. After exhausting himself over 7 days, at the final moment, he was like a lamp without oil. At the last 100,000-foot pass, if it were any casual test, and not the phantom of Empyrean divine seal, then Lin Ming would have lost. Lin Ming didn't remember how, or when he came down from the divine seal altar. All he knew was that he slumped over and instantly fell into a state of deep sleep. And outside, billions of people were wildly screaming. News about this competition on the divine seal altar spread like a snowstorm throughout the entire divine realm. The billions of spectators present had come from 100 great worlds, as well as countless small worlds and hidden worlds. They were all high-level figures, either sect elders, reclusive sages, or outstanding young elites. Their ability to spread news far surpassed the ordinary persons. For a time, the name of Lin Ming and Dragon Fong were extremely dazzling. In particular, Lin Ming. His fame resounded through the world. Of course, to many people, they had no idea just what sort of concept mounting the summit of the divine seal altar was. This was because the divine seal altar wasn't very famous to begin with. An Empyrean was synonymous with mystery. People didn't know all the Empyreans in existence. Moreover, there was quite a large number of Empyrean heavenly palaces in the divine realm. In terms of heavenly palaces alone, there were 100 to 200 that were well known by most, not including those Empyreans living in deep seclusion like 3 lives old man. With so many Empyreans, how many people would know about a random Empyrean spirit treasure? Although the divine seal altar had been revealed to the public before, that was 100,000 years ago, or even several 100,000 years ago. People had already forgotten about such a distant matter, let alone the disciples of ordinary holy lands. Even Nether Limitless didn't know how difficult it was to reach the top of the divine seal altar. Many people only knew that Lin Ming was the top participant from the semifinals at Grave Moon Star. As for what degree he had reached, it was hard for them to imagine. Far away, there was an independent, greater dimension. This dimension was a great world that was forcefully opened up by an extreme character using their titanic, supernatural powers. It was billions of miles long and wide, far larger than the Sky Spill continent and Holy Demon continent combined. It was already astounding for a martial artist to open up their own dimensional realm, much less a greater dimension. In this separate world, there was a palace built from white jade. This palace was filled with flowers and trees, as if the inside was endless grasslands. Immortal cranes flew above lotuses, and white monkeys danced among the fruit trees. Beautiful spirit springs sprung up all over. These springs were not formed from ordinary water, but wine nectar. If a mortal were to drink this, they would be able to extend their lifespan by several times. In this heavenly fairyland, there was a group of lightly dressed women. Amidst enchanting music, they gracefully danced. Each one had alluring looks and perfectly built bodies made for obsession. These women all had a cultivation at the divine sea realm. Moreover, their talent was very good. However, they were just singing and dancing maids, serving the guests of their master, who were a dozen or so young men and women. These dozen-plus people all had extraordinary auras. They were clearly outstanding individuals. I hear that the semifinals are finally over. A red-haired youth smiled, carrying a wine cup in his hands. Oh, how is it? Are there any interesting opponents? Beside the red-haired youth, a man in silver battle armor lazily asked, as he ate some grapes. To dare speak with this sort of tone, to refer to the martial artists of the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds who had been selected through trial after trial as interesting. Their status was easily guessed. They were Empyrean descendants. Empyrean descendants were all divided between high and low. There were strong and weak Empyreans, just like the difference between ordinary world kings and great world's kings. In addition, even between the disciples of Empyreans, there were number 1 ranked disciples and also last ranked disciples. According to the customs of the first martial meeting, when a new number 1 disciple was about to appear to an Empyrean, that Empyrean would also step forwards to hold the first martial meeting. Of these Empyreans that held the first martial meeting, their strength on average was extremely high. Even the weakest among them would be at the same level as Empyrean vast universe. The weaker Empyreans would not hold the first martial meeting. Rather, their descendants would join the first martial meeting held by other Empyreans. These dozen plus people were mostly in this situation. As Empyrean descendants, they didn't need to undergo the preliminaries and semifinals and could go straight to the finals. There are indeed some interesting matches that have appeared. On White Light Star's Martial Field, the first-ranked participant, Blood Carnage. On Yellow Net Star's Martial Field, the first and second-ranked participants, Hongyu and Chao Guang. And, of course, the ones with the greatest limelight so far are the first and second-ranked participants of Grave Moon Star's Martial Field, Lin Ming and Dragon Fong. Especially that Lin Ming. It's said that he even surpasses us Empyrean descendants. Surpasses us? Many of those present chuckled. It's just the ramblings of people who have never seen the wider world. They haven't even seen the side of a heavenly palace, and yet they dare to do something so ridiculous like comparing someone to us Empyrean descendants. How laughable! There's no need to care about those common mortals. In the divine realm first martial meetings, it has always been Empyrean descendants that have ruled the rankings. The so-called geniuses of the great worlds can struggle as much as they want for the Earth Proclamation, but there is no room for them to stand on the Heaven Proclamation. Empyrean descendants were all proud and lofty individuals. They naturally wouldn't be willing to believe that some common person was able to surpass them. However, the youth who spoke up before added again, it's different this time. That Lin Ming is extremely fierce. I heard that he climbed up to the 33rd step of the Divine Seal altar and created a miracle. Ooh. As this youth finished speaking, another person who was sitting amongst the group nearly spat out the wine he was drinking. Shorefeather, what do you think? Is the Divine Seal altar's 33rd step really that exaggerated? That's right. The Divine Seal altar is Empyrean Vast Universe's spirit treasure, right? Aren't you from Vast Universe, Heavenly Palace? The young man called Shorefeather opened his mouth, his complexion pale. If one didn't come from Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, even if they knew that it was difficult to climb up the Divine Seal altar, they wouldn't truly understand until they witnessed it with their own eyes. But as a disciple of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, Shorefeather was profoundly aware of just how ridiculously abnormal it was for a Divine Sea Realm martial artist to climb up the Divine Seal altar. Exaggerated? It's more than exaggerated. Shorefeather shouted out in his heart. Since Lin Ming had joined the first martial meeting, then he definitely was at the Divine Sea Realm. He grit his teeth and said, "You can all continue eating. I'll be returning first." Shorefeather's reaction was to put down his wine cup and return. He wanted to confirm whether this matter was true or false. As for the others, they glanced at each other, puzzlement in their eyes. Wasn't Shorefeather's response just blown out of proportion? This Lin Ming can have him respond in such a ridiculous manner. About the Divine Seal altar, I have heard some things. The Divine Seal altar is mainly a test of one's potential. Can this Lin Ming's potential surpass our own? As if I believe that. In any case, the finals will soon begin. I'll see for myself just what sort of freak this Lin Ming is. That's right. We'll know sooner or later. Come, let us continue drinking. Crimson Light World, Ancient Phoenix Clan Headquarters. The Ancient Phoenix Clan was originally a highly ranked influence based on the Crimson Light World. The Ancient Phoenix Clan headquarters were usually bustling with people. The skies would be flooded with powerful mounts, glorious spirit boats, divine carriages, and countless divine lords and even holy lords. But in these past days, over 100 times more martial artists had come to visit the Ancient Phoenix Clan. The entire sky was occupied by various mounts and spirit boats, and the martial artists that came all had an above-average strength. Originally, it was mostly divine lords and some holy lords, but now it was mostly holy lords, half-step world kings, and even world king-level powerhouses. There were even some weaker holy lords that were ashamed to enter the gates as they saw all these peak holy lord powerhouses and even world king Holy Land spirit ships shuttling through the skies. Without a doubt, all of these people had come for Lin Ming. Most of the Holy Lord level characters had simply come to befriend and establish connections with the Ancient Phoenix Clan. They were also well aware of their status. What sort of character was Lin Ming now that they could easily see him? And amidst this crowd, there was a small group of extremely low cultivation individuals, with the strongest amongst them being at the late Divine Lord realm. Even so, these people still had a place to stand in the Ancient Phoenix Clan, and they were also treated courteously. These were people from the Good Fortune Great World's Unbroken Cult. Thanks to the blessings of those 2 female disciples, we've become honored guests here. The black-clothed man leading the group commented. He was the founder of the Unbroken Cult. Normally, he would be considered someone with some degree of status, but here in the current Ancient Phoenix Clan, he wasn't even worth a fart. Each of these other visitors were more amazing than the last, let alone these people's subordinates. The Unbroken Cult founder couldn't even contend with their followers. However, these great people couldn't even see Lin Ming. They might not even have the chance to see the high-level figures of the Ancient Phoenix Clan. They could only greet the Internal Affairs Envoy, the Disciplinary Elder, the Merit Elder, and so forth. Truly, this scene is a bit too ridiculous. We really are the frogs in a well. This time can be regarded as us gaining a great deal of experience. Several elders sighed with emotion. And beside them, Yu Yuming was also silent, his mood extremely complex. Not too long ago, he was considered a chosen pride of heaven. From birth until adulthood, he had been shrouded in the halo of being called a genius. He had enjoyed the worship of countless others, but now he was just a joke compared to Lin Ming. I must practice as hard as I can. Although I might not reach his level, one day I too will have the Unbroken Cult be so lively because of me. Yu Ming gripped his fists together, setting down this vow in his heart. However, the truth was that in the divine realm there were countless young martial artists that made similar pledges, but only an extremely small proportion of them were able to succeed in their dreams. Many of them perished, their wishes and hopes unfulfilled. The road of martial arts was incomparably brutal. The Ancient Phoenix Clan could be considered as being at the height of their glory at this moment. Several highest elders, including even the current patriarch, were growing tired from greeting the endless stream of guests. Although they were only here to curry favor with the Ancient Phoenix Clan, each and every one of them was a powerful figure. Thus, they naturally couldn't be treated coldly. However, as they greeted these guests, they were also a bit worried because since Lin Ming returned, he still hadn't awoken. Up until now, over 10 days had passed. Violet Stone was especially worried. Lin Ming had slept for too long, and the reason for it was also unknown. In these days, he had been investigating the reason for Lin Ming's sleep, but nothing came of it. Even Xiao Child made a trip here, but he couldn't figure out the reason either. If the reason was fatigue, that would be easy to understand. But with Lin Ming's recovery abilities, that was simply impossible. Chapter 1271. Finally meeting. Chapter 1271. Finally meeting. Elder Hua, there are many people waiting outside to see Lin Ming. What a headache. The patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clans, Xiao family, said to Hua Violentstone, declare that Lin Ming has entered into seclusion because he is meditating on some concepts he comprehended from the divine seal altar, and he is seeing no one. Just let them wait as they wish. The ancient Phoenix clan didn't want to spread the news that Lin Ming had fallen into a deep slumber that would create an extremely bad influence. Lin Ming was exceedingly outstanding, to the point that there were many whose eyes were red with jealousy. These people might not have any abilities, but they were actually skilled in spreading lies and rumors. Even if Lin Ming was in truth all right, these people would blabber on, wanting their ancient Phoenix clan to become a joke. There are some people that believe we are using Lin Ming going into seclusion as an excuse. Although they haven't yet publicly said it, it's placing some pressure on us. Deal with them. Aren't they just some holy lords and half-step world kings? Who cares about them? Just handle them as they come. Hua Violentstone was disinclined to bother with these people. He would only have the patience to come up with an explanation to a true world king powerhouse. This damned brat Lin Ming, just what he is doing. Hua Violentstone said, breathless. In truth, he was very worried for Lin Ming. He wasn't worried that Lin Ming's slumber would delay their traveling schedule to the location where the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting Finals would be held, but was afraid that Lin Ming had actually received some hidden wounds on the Divine Seal Altar. The Divine Seal Altar was incomparably mysterious. If there was some damage to his spiritual sea or divine soul that no one was able to detect, then that wouldn't be too strange. Another 20 days passed. Lin Ming was still in his deep sleep. His dream seemed endless. He dreamed that he returned to the era of 6 billion years ago. He fought with ancient clans and races, defeated countless powerful enemies, slaughtered endlessly, and even became an unrivaled hero of his generation. During this time, he sought out mystic realms, making repeated breakthroughs in his strength. He swore brotherhood with his life and death friends, establishing a sect that dominated the world, living at the prime of his glory. Finally, his cultivation reached large success. He stepped towards the peak of martial arts, creating his own transcendent divine might, and then even resisting the great world calamity. That great war startled the heavens, shook the earth, and moved demons and gods. Every scene was incomparably real. Lin Ming didn't know how many years he lived in silence, but suddenly he awoke. He discovered that he was lying on a large bed, and his entire body was soaked with sweat. Beside him were two gentle and elegant women. They looked up at him with surprise. Lin Ming was very familiar with these two beautiful women's faces. They were Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan. You're Xingxuan? Lin Ming was startled, his mind still in chaos. You're here? For a time, everything was tumbling over in confusion. His thoughts were in tumult, disoriented, and he found it hard to distinguish between illusion and reality. It was all because that long dream he just had was far too real. Lin Ming, you're finally awake. Brother Lin, Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan began sobbing with happiness. Lin Ming had already been sleeping for over a month. During this time period, many high-level figures of the divine realm had looked over Lin Ming, including Xiao Daochild. Even so, none of them knew what was happening. Xiao Daochild only sensed that Lin Ming's spiritual sea was extremely active, but there shouldn't have been any great problem with him. For Lin Ming to not have any problem, but still be unable to wake up, how could Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan not be worried? They stood guard by Lin Ming's side, all the way until he finally woke up. Where am I? This is the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters. Brother Lin, after you were taken down from the Divine Seal Altar's 33rd step, you fell into a deep sleep, and now you've slept for over a month. More than a month? Lin Ming rubbed his forehead. To think he had already rested for over a month. You or Xingxuan, you came to the divine realm after sleeping for a month and suddenly awakening, and then being able to see these two beautiful and familiar figures standing guard beside him. An inexplicable warmth and tenderness suddenly filled Lin Ming's heart. This was something that he hadn't felt for quite some time, the so-called warmth and happiness. Ever since Lin Ming stepped onto the road of martial arts, he hadn't experienced these feelings often. Year after year, he experienced battle and slaughter, going on journeys, passing through danger after danger, risking his life at every turn. Although Lin Ming was someone who loved to fight and go on risky adventures, after such a long time, this inevitably placed a great pressure on him. Now that he awoke from his deep sleep and saw these two women standing beside him, and also being able to smell their fragrant scent, he felt long-hidden emotions rising within him and needed to release them. He held Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qinyu, pulling them into his chest, gently hugging and kissing. He softly said, "I'm glad that I can see you two here." Without any extraneous words or sweetly honeyed love poems, Lin Ming's words were straightforward and honest. Even so, Mu Qinyu and Qin Xingxuan felt their noses burn as tears tumbled down their cheeks. Even if they didn't want to acknowledge it, they knew that in their hearts, Lin Ming was becoming more and more distant. This was a feeling of unattainability. In this situation, when the two women saw Lin Ming, they would inevitably be a little cautious because of their lack of security that Lin Ming still viewed them the same. But as Lin Ming hugged them, this caused the barrier around their hearts to melt away like white snow underneath the blazing summer sun. You or Xingxuan, how did you two come to the divine realm? After embracing for a long time, the three of them separated, and Lin Ming began asking them questions. After hearing this question, Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qinyu looked extremely sad. The two of them had already been in the divine realm for over a year. They had experienced many hardships, but through the twisting roads of fate, they finally managed to see Lin Ming without any troubles at all. Otherwise, if circumstances were different, they had no idea how long it would have been until they met again. Mu Qinyu said, "The situation in the lower realms has been settled. With Old Man Good Fortune's help, the ancient Phoenix clan has stabilized and replaced the Azura Divine Kingdom as one of the 4 divine kingdoms. In truth, the sect no longer needs us to be there, and we also didn't want to waste our time in the lower realms." After Mu Qinyu spoke, Lin Ming could make out their thoughts from their eyes. They didn't want the distance between them and Lin Ming to grow anymore. If Lin Ming was in the divine realm and they remained in the lower realms, the disparity between the three of them would only grow greater and greater, whether this was strength, cultivation, lifespan, or distance. The martial artists of the Sky Spill continent were limited to the late divine sea realm, but a late divine sea realm martial artist lived at most for 10,000 years. As for Lin Ming, his future lifespan might even be measured in the hundreds of millions of years. Not just that, but ever since Lin Ming ascended to the divine realm, they had obtained no news about him. They didn't know whether he was dead or alive, so how could they ever feel at ease? After all, from what they knew, within the divine realm, a divine sea martial artist was nothing at all. One only had the strength to defend themselves at the divine transformation realm, but when Lin Ming ascended to the divine realm, he was only at the 5th stage of life destruction. No matter how talented Lin Ming was, it would only take the blink of an eye for a powerful master to kill him. After all of this combined together, they finally made the decision to ascend to the divine realm and search for Lin Ming. Although they didn't describe the process, Lin Ming could also imagine that they experience all sorts of suffering and hardships. "It's been rough for you too," Lin Ming sighed. He was someone whose heart was focused on the road of martial arts. He was indeed lost when it came to feelings and emotions. But in truth, Lin Ming was better than most. There were many peerless geniuses and masters whose feelings of affection and love were clearer than water. These martial arts masters often lived for millions or even over 10 million years. If they came from great backgrounds and their parents were also peerless powerhouses, then they would be a bit better. But if they came from a humble common background, then even if they used all sorts of methods and pills to extend the lives of their parents would live at most for tens of thousands or 100,000 years. In the end, they would die. As for their wives, this was also true. These people would often have different wives in different times. This was because their speed of growth was too fast, and no one was able to keep up with them. The woman they married during their youth would slowly age and eventually die. The only exception would be if they married some proud daughter of heaven like Xiaomoxian, but for a genius of humble birth, they were often nothing more than weeds and grass during their youth. So where would they encounter such a woman? Besides love, their emotions towards their children were also extremely faint. A peerless master would have many children, hundreds of them. Moreover, it would be hard for these children to outlive their parents. The reason that mortals doted on and loved their children was because of their short lifespans. To them, their children were a continuation of their lives, but to a peak genius, this situation didn't exist at all. Gradually, martial artists would often diverge into two extremes. They would either wholeheartedly invest everything into pursuing the road of martial arts and remain pure in heart and mind, or they would have harems of concubines and gaggles of children. Lin Ming embraced the two women in silence before separating from them. He traced his hands over Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan's soft hair and said in a gentle voice, "Do you plan on staying in the ancient Phoenix clan in the future? I can have the highest elder make arrangements for you." The resources of the ancient Phoenix clan were far more than enough to train Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan. If they didn't seek out higher combat strength and only chose to increase their cultivation, then it wouldn't be difficult for them to reach the Divine Lord realm. "Lin Ming, there are many people outside waiting to see you," Mu Qianyu said to Lin Ming as she suddenly thought of this matter. "Who is it?" "It's mostly Holy Land level influences from the Crimson Light World and other nearby great worlds. There are even some World King influences that have sent people. I don't want to see them." Lin Ming shook his head. He had already made a decision. The time of the finals was getting closer and closer. He had to train as much as he could. Every minute of his time was valuable. Chapter 1272, Ancient Phoenix Blood Essence. Chapter 1272, Ancient Phoenix Blood Essence. Lin Ming, Qin Xingxuan, and Mu Qianyu left the room hand in hand. At this time, Violent Stone had already obtained news of Lin Ming's awakening and had hurried over. "You damned boy. You finally woke up. You had me worried to death these past days." Violent Stone slapped Lin Ming's shoulder. If Lin Ming were a normal essence gathering system martial artist that didn't use any protective true essence, this slap would have fractured his bones. Lin Ming and Violent Stone were related as master and disciple. The two people had spent a great time together in the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters, as well as during the time at the Fire Spirit Star smelting trial. They were extremely familiar with each other, to the point where Violent Stone didn't feel like Lin Ming's master, but a good friend who occasionally met up with him. Lin Ming greets Elder Hua. "When this disciple climbed up the divine seal altar, I simply exhausted myself a bit too much. Thus I rested for so long. I apologize for worrying you." "It's fine. I'm glad. Everything is over. What have you been experiencing during your sleep these last days?" This was what Violent Stone was concerned about. Xiao Daochild had said that Lin Ming's spiritual sea was extremely active, but as for what he was experiencing, no one knew. Lin Ming said, "I lived through an extremely long dream, experiencing many chaotic scenes. During it, I felt that my divine soul, body, and inner world were experiencing some strange baptism in this dream, as if my perception of some laws had become deeper. Now that Lin Ming recalled his dream, it was like he had lived through a completely different life. He traveled back 6 billion years, formed his own heavenly palace, ruled the world, resisted the great calamity, passing through the ages, everlasting and immortal. Every scene was magnificent, glorious, and very lifelike. Lin Ming suspected that these scenes were part of Empyrean Divine Seal's memories from 6 billion years ago. Empyrean Divine Seal had planted mysterious runes in Lin Ming's body, soul, and inner world, besides the laws of the 33-layered heavens. These runes also carried with them a part of Empyrean Divine Seal's memories, and these memories were what Lin Ming had experienced in his dream. In the dream, Lin Ming thought he was Empyrean Divine Seal. Thus he had passed through the ancient events from 6 billion years ago. This was the most reasonable explanation because of the great world calamity, Empyrean Divine Seal, the ancient Divine Seal altar. Many other matters were extremely important and involved in many great secrets. Thus, Lin Ming did not elaborate in detail to Violent Stone, and instead referred to these dreams as somewhat trivial matters. Boy, you have truly brought honor to our ancient Phoenix clan now. You struggled to reach the top of the Divine Seal altar's 33 steps, and even proved that boy Dragonfong is inferior to you. Oh, that's right. I've heard some rumors about that Dragonfong. It's confirmed that he is the last disciple of some secluded great expert, but as for whom that is, I'm not sure at all. To an ordinary martial artist, an Empyrean was an extremely mysterious existence. For those Empyreans that formed their own heavenly palaces and ruled the world, others would know of them. But for those that were deep in seclusion, normal martial artists wouldn't know their names at all. Moreover, 3 Lives Old Man was someone who was at the height of his fame 300 million years ago, let alone Violent Stone. Even great world kings wouldn't know of him. Lin Ming nodded. In truth, he already made this guess a long time ago. If there was no teacher and no resources, while it couldn't be said that a martial artist without a background would never grow up to be anything significant, the chances were so low they could be ignored. Ha ha! If this continues, then you, brat, will be the greatest dark horse. You don't have a decent master at all, but you've already obtained such great results. That's truly impressive. Violent Stone said, patting Lin Ming's shoulder again. That's right. Come with me. The old patriarch would like to see you. Old patriarch. Lin Ming froze for a moment. In the ancient Phoenix clan, the current patriarch was younger than Violent Stone. But above the current ancient Phoenix clan patriarch were several other older patriarchs. These patriarchs had stepped down from their positions tens and hundreds of thousands of years ago, and were all characters that were deep in seclusion. They were considered the true foundation of the ancient Phoenix clan, and their strength was far greater than Violent Stone's. Lin Ming followed Violent Stone and flew over countless great jade palaces. He flew up a 100,000-foot high celestial mountain and finally touched foot on the summit. On the summit, there were fire flowers and parasol trees planted everywhere. There were even some spirit birds in the shape of phoenixes that were flying back and forth through the forest of parasol trees. At the end of this forest was a grand palace the color of deep crimson. This was where the old patriarchs were deep in seclusion. Standing within this parasol tree forest, even the loud and boisterous Violent Stone had restrained himself. He respectfully bowed, facing the grand palace as he loudly said, "Disciple Violent Stone has brought Lin Ming here. Enter." An elderly voice responded. Lin Ming and Violent Stone both walked into the palace. Inside the grand hall, with glittering fire-red jade shining all around them, a man and a woman sat in 2 thrones. The man was thin with silver hair. The woman had a gentle smile, and she wore a long red dress. Although she was old now, one could see from the outline of her face and features that she must have been a beauty in her youth. "Ha ha, Lin Ming, sit down." The silver-haired old man waved his hand, a welcoming smile on his face. "Lin Ming, the reason I called you here is because I wish to see with my own eyes the great genius that came from my ancient Phoenix clan. Secondly, and a bit more importantly, the ancient Phoenix clan has something to give you." The silver-haired old man took out a jade box from his spatial ring. He gently caressed it. This movement was just like a man stroking his wife. It was obvious that this silver-haired old man treasured this jade box very much. Could that be? Violet Stone's eyes widened. He already had a guess in his mind. Now that Lin Ming had grown to this level, the ancient Phoenix clan could only support him with their most precious treasures. And there might be only one thing at that level. The silver-haired old man stroked the jade box for some time and then let out a long breath and opened it. He pulled out a bright green jade bottle from the jade box. This jade bottle was less than half full, filled with deep red blood. Looking at the amount, there was likely over 20 drops. That is ancient Phoenix blood essence. Even though Violet Stone already guessed this, he was still shocked upon seeing so much ancient Phoenix blood essence. In his life, he had seen ancient Phoenix blood essence an extremely small number of times, and that was only one drop at a time. Just when did he have the chance to see so much ancient Phoenix blood essence at once? Ancient Phoenix blood essence was incomparably precious to the ancient Phoenix clan. Besides the line of patriarchs, even the vice patriarchs or highest elders might not have the chance to obtain a single drop. Now, this silver-haired old man was actually planning on gifting this much to Lin Ming. It was likely over half the reserves that the ancient Phoenix clan had. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. This gift was far too heavy. This was the ultimate bottom-line treasure of the ancient Phoenix clan. If this was given to him, then the resources available for raising future geniuses would be much more intense. The silver-haired old man saw Lin Ming's doubts and said, "Rest assured, this is only 60% of the ancient Phoenix clan stock of ancient Phoenix blood essence. We've kept 40%, which is still over a dozen drops, more than enough to use in the future. As for this amount, you must accept it. It will help stabilize your middle divine sea cultivation so that you can fight for a small space on the first martial meeting's heaven proclamation." The divine seal altar mainly tested one's potential, and Lin Ming had relied on his understanding of the concept of the 33 layered heavens to climb up the divine seal altar. If it were true combat, then it was unknown just how far he could have made it up the divine seal altar. This was also the reason for the rules that one had to fight an opponent in the latter steps of the divine seal altar, so that testing one's potential wasn't the only criteria. Thus, the silver-haired old man wasn't sure how close Lin Ming could reach to the heaven proclamation. But regardless of that, it shouldn't be a problem for Lin Ming to enter the top 3 ranks of the Earth Proclamation and attain a complete, transcendent divine might. The reason that the silver-haired old man took out this blood essence was to help Lin Ming grow further, and to also have him display a greater result in the finals. Why aren't you hurrying up and receiving it? This is wonderful. Violet Stone saw Lin Ming's hesitation and slapped his back. Lin Ming walked forwards, respectfully receiving the Phoenix blood essence. This Phoenix blood essence was indeed useful to him. After absorbing the supreme dragon bone, Lin Ming's dragon bloodline density had surpassed his Phoenix bloodline density. If he had this Phoenix blood essence to make up for that, he would be able to display a much stronger power. The jade vial only contained 20-some drops of Phoenix blood essence, but it was extremely heavy. The weight of Phoenix blood essence was greater than that of ordinary blood by dozens of millions of times. Thank you, old patriarch. Lin Ming, will carve this graciousness in my heart." Lin Ming didn't say much, only speaking this simple vow. The silver-haired old man was more than satisfied with this. The silver-haired old man knew that for someone like Lin Ming, with such a firm heart of martial arts, the pledges he made were worth more than money. The reason he had put out 60% of the ancient Phoenix clan's stock of Phoenix blood essence was because he hoped that their ancient Phoenix clan could become a world king, holy land in the future, and evolve into something much stronger. "Good, you can go now. There are still 2 months until the finals begin. I will have Violent Stone follow you. He will create a time enchantment that will help you absorb the ancient Phoenix blood essence. And then you will embark towards the finals. Lin Ming, you have brought the greatest honor for me. Rather, I should say that this honor is too great to the point that my ancient Phoenix clan might not be able to withstand it. To you, the ancient Phoenix clan might already be far too small. But I only want to say one thing. That is, no matter where you are in the future, do not forget that you have a home here." The silver-haired old man gently smiled. His words were sincere and gave off a very sympathetic feeling. Lin Ming deeply nodded and said, "This disciple will never forget." Good. I believe your battlefield is to struggle on the Heaven Proclamation. For you, the Earth Proclamation is no longer difficult. You will inevitably earn the qualifications to enter an Empyrean Heavenly Palace, and you must make sure that you grasp this chance well. If you can make progress in the Heavenly Palace, then that will also be the glory of my ancient Phoenix clan." "Understood," Lin Ming succinctly said. "Very well, you may leave. Violent Stone will accompany you to absorb the ancient Phoenix blood essence. As for your wives, the ancient Phoenix clan will look after them. You need not worry. With the ancient Phoenix clan's resources, there will be no problem having them enter the Divine Lord realm. At that time, once your life has stabilized, I fear you will have already stepped into the World King realm and even become someone outstanding amongst world kings. With you training them yourself at that time, it will be much easier." The silver-haired old man's words instantly erased many of Lin Ming's worries. Lin Ming couldn't bring his wives everywhere with him. The ancient Phoenix clan looking after them would be the best choice. Chapter 1273, Middle Divine Sea Realm. Large Success. Chapter 1273, Middle Divine Sea Realm. Large Success. This was an extremely vast and broad continent. Dark seething red magma flowed all over the world, and the skies were filled with desolate stars. These stars had surfaces covered with craters, devastating to the eyes. Lin Ming stood on a tall cliff. The air was filled with the heavy tang of sulfur and flame. The fire origin energy here was rich to an extreme degree, as if the air would start burning up at any moment. This was the ancient Phoenix clan's best training grounds, the land of Nirvana. How about it? This place is great, right? Violent Stone chuckled from beside Lin Ming. "It's a great place." Lin Ming nodded. This cultivation area was a precious treasure of the ancient Phoenix clan. Normally, it was reserved for past patriarchs and highest elders. Young disciples didn't have many chances to enter. There is a space-time enchantment here. After entering, time slows to a 12:1 rate, so 1 month outside will be equal to around a year in here. If you cultivate here for 10 days, that will be around 4 months. Afterwards, we will set off to vast universe, great world, where the martial field of the finals will be. The timing will be just right. I've troubled Elder Hope, Lin Ming said. There's no need to mention anything useless. Time is of the essence. Let's start now. Violent Stone took out the small jade bottle of ancient Phoenix blood essence. Looking at this ancient Phoenix blood essence, even Violent Stone felt greedy. He had never enjoyed such treatment, but Lin Ming was now absorbing over 20 drops at once. The younger one was the better they would absorb the ancient phoenix blood essence, since it was particularly useful when one was stabilizing their foundation. But for an old man like Violent Stone, absorbing this ancient phoenix blood essence wouldn't be very useful to him. Truly luxurious. But I guess that since a boy like you has managed to grow this far, you should have come across many lucky chances that were far more extravagant than this. Violent Stone didn't need to be a genius to know that Lin Ming had found countless incomparably precious heavenly materials and had secretly used them. Lin Ming only smiled, not replying. Violent Stone was right, not to mention anything else, but just the supreme dragon bone was far more precious than ancient phoenix blood essence. Violent Stone flicked his finger, and the small jade bottle exploded. A bead-sized ball of blood slowly floated forwards. This was the condensed form of 20-plus drops of ancient phoenix blood essence. As the ancient phoenix blood essence appeared, the surrounding fire origin energy was suddenly stirred up. This fire origin energy was attracted to that phoenix blood essence, forming a swirling deep red vortex. As this vortex spun into the skies, it created true fire in space. What a formidable power of laws! Lin Ming exclaimed. This was not the first time he had absorbed ancient phoenix blood essence, but last time he had absorbed only a single drop. Now that he was about to absorb over 20 drops, the feeling was completely different. He could even see that around every blood cell of the ancient phoenix blood essence, slight distortions in space appeared. This was the mighty power of laws contained within the ancient phoenix blood essence. The power of these laws originated from the great Tao laws that were carved into the very being of a phoenix god-beast. A god-beast and a human were two completely different life forms. When a human was born, their comprehension of laws was at nothing, and they would have to completely rely on meditation and their own hard-earned comprehension after birth to perceive the laws. As for a god-beast, once they were born, the laws would be engraved into their flesh, their blood, and their bones, becoming an inextricable part of their body. Thus, every single inch of a god-beast was an incomparably precious treasure, especially this phoenix blood essence that contained the condensed life force of the phoenix. Prepare yourself. If an ordinary divine sea realm martial artist were to withstand over 20 drops of ancient phoenix blood essence, they would be scorched to ashes by the terrifying fire energy within. But this shouldn't be a problem with your foundation. Even still, it will hurt. As Violent Stone spoke, he suddenly struck out at Lin Ming. His index fingernail became incomparably sharp as he thrust it towards Lin Ming, piercing through his protective true essence and right into his heart. Even if Lin Ming was a dual body and energy cultivator and his defensive abilities were amazing, he was nothing but wet paper in front of Violent Stone. This was the disparity brought about by the massive difference in cultivation. Ready? I will transplant the phoenix blood essence directly into your heart, where it will spread through your body via your blood vessels. This is the most thorough way to do so, but it will also cause your heart to be under a tremendous load because this phoenix blood essence is very heavy. A single drop of phoenix blood essence was as heavy as a lake. To move over 20 drops of phoenix blood essence in one's bloodstream required an incomparably powerful heart. I'm ready. Lin Ming nodded. He had complete confidence in his body. Yes. Violent Stone flicked his finger, and the ball of phoenix blood essence turned into a crimson beam of light that instantly sank into Lin Ming's body. The blood essence flew into his heart, where it instantly blazed up like a roaring inferno. In that moment, Lin Ming felt the immense load brought about by the incomparably heavy blood essence. It nearly caused his heart to stop beating. 8 inner hidden gates. Gate of life, open. The gate of life was located at the heart. It could directly withstand the power of the phoenix blood essence. In the instant that Lin Ming opened the gate of life, energy erupted from his body. His blood vitality soared to the heavens, and faintly, The phantom of a phoenix and azure dragon appeared behind Lin Ming. His heart began to slowly and heavily beat. Boom, boom, boom. A heavy heartbeat echoed through the world like the incessant ringing of a divine drum. Violent Stone looked on from the side, no worry at all on his face. He knew that a monstrous abnormality like Lin Ming would have no problems absorbing 20-plus drops of Phoenix blood essence. At most, he would be startled, but there would be no life-threatening dangers. Lin Ming's mortal body had reached incredible degrees of tempering. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Ming's heartbeat became increasingly powerful and resonant, but it remained just as slow as before. There was 1 or 2 breaths of time between every heartbeat, but every heartbeat sent a massive amount of fresh blood through his body. Hoo. Heaven and earth origin energy howled. A massive amount of fire energy was attracted to Lin Ming, spinning around him in a tornado of fire origin energy. Phoenix blood essence constantly pumped out into his blood vessels from his heart, fusing into his body in a sublime manner, as if fire itself was circulating through Lin Ming. A fierce and wild will followed it, shrouding over Lin Ming. In that moment, everything around him disappeared, leaving him in a vast and endless space. He saw a phoenix god beast atop a divine tree, burning in an inferno of flames. This was an indescribably titanic tree. The tree stood 10,000 miles tall. The branches were ancient and humble, stretching out to infinity, able to hold up even asteroids. Every leaf that fell into the water below turned into a giant island. Its roots penetrated through the entire planet, piercing deep into the burning magma at the center of the world and absorbing energy there. This was a massive divine parasol tree, a divine parasol tree that was able to suck dry all the burning heat within a planet that was hundreds of millions of miles wide. A 1,000-mile wide phoenix perched atop this massive divine parasol tree. This 1,000-mile long phoenix landed atop this divine parasol tree, bathing in the fires of nirvana. In that moment, a dreadful wave of flames swept through the entire planet, turning the entire world into a sea of fire. This was an apocalyptic scene. Lin Ming also knew that these were the memories of the phoenix god beast contained within the 20-plus drops of blood essence he had absorbed. In these memories were also comprehensions of the laws. As Lin Ming was immersed in these memories, he seemed to become the incarnation of a phoenix, looking down from its perspective over all existences in the world. Within the boundless sea of fire, he saw the flowing fire origin energy, the circulation of the fire laws, and even the tiniest atomic structures where the two yin and yang particles interacted to produce all 5 elements. This strange and mystical scene continued for an unknown amount of time. Suddenly, Lin Ming awoke from this chaotic state of mind. In the instant his eyes popped open, one could clearly see bright flames reflected within them. His fire laws during this period of enlightenment had steadily entered the boundary of virtual fire and were approaching large success of virtual fire. To have such attainments in the laws at just over 30 years of age was extremely rare. Of course, someone like Dragon Fong with a cheat-like method of perception was not included in this. His comprehension of the laws was far higher than Lin Ming's. 3 days. This period of enlightenment has taken 3 days. It seems you've made some good comprehensions. Your cultivation is also at large success of the Middle Divine Sea realm. As long as you use a bit more time to accumulate, then you will reach the peak of the Middle Divine Sea. As Lin Ming was undergoing enlightenment, Violent Stone had been sitting beside him the entire time. Lin Ming took a deep breath, and the air he inhaled gathered into 2 streams that danced in the air. In terms of his inner world, it had expanded once more. Lin Ming's cultivation was currently rapidly developing. His previous accumulations had been far too deep. Okay, I'll train to the peak of the Middle Divine Sea realm and then attend the finals of the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. At this time, Lin Ming was burning with excitement. He was impatient to battle powerful enemies on the martial field and experience their strength. In these past days, he realized that Empyrean vast universe's disciples weren't considered too outstanding. The far stronger Frost Dream and Xiao Maoxian were disciples of other Empyreans. Chapter 1274, Vast Universe World Finals. Chapter 1274, Vast Universe World Finals. To martial artists that lived such long lives, they simply didn't understand the concept of time while training. Like this, for months passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Ming, it's time to go. Violet Stone's voice echoed in Lin Ming's ear. Lin Ming opened his eyes. As he stood atop a high cliff, a casual movement from him was able to arouse the resonance of the laws. Countless flames swirled around him, forming all sorts of spiritual fire attribute creatures that prostrated towards him in worship. Lin Ming's fire laws had already reached large success of the 5th level concept, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the middle divine sea realm. If Lin Ming had entered a 1:100 time enchantment, he could have trained for 2 or 3 years and broken through to the late divine sea realm without a problem. However, doing so would have created instabilities in his foundation. Only his cultivation would have increased, and his other aspects wouldn't have followed. That would have been a waste of Lin Ming's potential. The process of a genius's growth wasn't something accomplished with only seclusion. There were only extremely old martial artists that were stuck at a boundary for tens of thousands of years and would then go into deep, closed-door seclusion, either making a breakthrough or dying in the process. Of course, these people would have no progress in the future. Good. Very good. Violet Stone said with satisfaction as he looked at Lin Ming. The current Lin Ming's entire body was filled with power, and his combat strength had reached the highest it had ever been. During these 4 months, Lin Ming's strength had stabilized a great deal. He was impatiently itching for a fight. He wanted to face the 10,000 geniuses of the divine realm that had been screened multiple times. From these 10,000 geniuses, any casual one would be a top 3 ranked character of a great world. They were the true chosen prides amongst all chosen prides of heaven. Every single one of them had countless worshippers and were characters that countless great influences would desire to bring into their fold. But now, with so many of them gathered together, it would truly be a sight to behold. Of these people, most of them had already touched upon the 5th level concept of their respective laws. Of course, there were actually very few that stood within the true gates of the 5th level concepts. In addition, their foundation and true essence were exceedingly deep. They were far from what ordinary geniuses could hope to compare with. Only opponents like this could arouse Lin Ming's fighting spirit. If Lin Ming were to meet the Dragon Fong of 40 days ago, then he had sufficient confidence to defeat him. Of course, that was only the Dragon Fong of 40 days ago. At that time, Dragon Fong had just opened the 3 lives pupils, and his strength hadn't rapidly risen. And in these days, if Dragon Fong were to have gone deep into seclusion, his strength was sure to have grown fast. However, this only made Lin Ming seethe with an even greater fighting spirit. At the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters, outside of Lin Ming's dwelling, Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qinyu were waiting for him. There was also the ancient Phoenix clan's patriarch, the several highest elders, and even Yen Little Moon and Xiao Ping were all going to Vast Universe World to experience the finals. The tickets for the finals were over 100 times rarer than the tickets for the semifinals at Grave Moon Star. Just a semifinals ticket alone was enough to cause an 8th grade sect, like the Unbroken Cult, to feel powerless and frustrated. As for the finals, if it weren't for Lin Ming, then the entire ancient Phoenix clan would only have been given a mere 2 or 3 tickets. There were some weaker holy lands that wouldn't even be given a single ticket. Let's go! Violet Stone waved his hand, and everyone flew towards the spirit ship. This trip would continue for nearly 2 months. In an unknown space of the divine realm, on a bleak and desolate planet, a black-clothed youth with a curved sword on his back was kneeling down towards the back of a haggard-looking old man. This old man looked towards the vast and starry skies, his back lonely and solemn. This black-clothed youth was Dragon Fong. As for this old man in front of him, that was his master, 3 lives old man, 300 million years. In my years, I have walked through the 3,000 great worlds and explored the myriad galaxies, and you are the most splendid genius that I have ever found. Most importantly, you are suited for learning my 3 lives pupils. I have already taught you the entirety of my life's work. As for that loss on the divine seal altar, you need not take that to heart. You lost not because Lin Ming's strength surpassed your own, but because he already understood the concept of the 33-layered heavens. Thus he had a tremendous superiority to you in climbing up the divine seal altar. In a sense, you using the 3 lives pupils to climb the divine seal altar could be considered a trick, but Lin Ming was even trickier than you. Thus, of the 2 of you, one could climb up 80,000 feet and the other could reach the top, both of you breaking the records set by Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. That junior Vast Universe, because of some lucky chance, he was able to refine the divine seal altar. Of the disciples in his heavenly palace, none of them were able to find any tricks of their own. Thus, in front of the divine seal altar, they were nothing more than motes of dust. Go to the incomparably broad stage of the divine realm and struggle for a top 3 position on the heaven proclamation. 3 lives old man was dreary and lonesome like a cold and forsaken winter wind. Yes, master. Dragon Fong stood up, his eyes changing to different colors as if they contained all the truths in the world. In these 1 to 2 months, Dragon Fong had undergone an enormous change. His cultivation had reached the late divine sea realm. Dragon Fong had already spent a great deal of time at the peak of the middle divine sea realm. With these accumulations, he easily broke through to the late divine sea realm. In addition, his law concepts had drawn close to perfection of the 5th level concept and even faintly traced upon the gate of the 6th level concept. If this matter was spread out, it would truly be shocking to anyone who heard it. Fong, you must be cautious of Divine Dream's disciples. Divine Dream is a magnificent woman. Compared to me in my youth, she is much stronger. Stronger than Masters? Dragon Fong was startled. In his opinion, even though he was at the last fading years of his life, he still had the potent strength to move stars and planets. When he was young, his strength had been unimaginable, and even Dragon Fong had seen a glimpse of this. If any Empyreans of this era were to see his master, they would also need to be respectful. In this situation, Empyrean Divine Dream was actually stronger than his master. Divine Dream is only 10 million years old. She is far younger than your old master, and her future has no limits. And this time, Frost Dream in particular is a disciple that Divine Dream cherishes and loves beyond all others. With her faint and elusive personality, Divine Dream was actually moved to the point that she utilized the Divine Dream world for this first martial meeting. Perhaps this is a smelting trial that she set down for Frost Dream. In these 10 million years, this is the first time that Divine Dream has ever held a first martial meeting. In other words, this Frost Dream might be the most outstanding disciple she has raised in these 10 million years. You can see just what sort of ability Frost Dream must have from this alone. If you were able to open the 3 lives pupils 3 years earlier, then you might have had the strength to contend with her. But for now, 3 lives old man shook his head, and Dragon Fong silently clenched his fists. He knew that his master wouldn't speak nonsense. His master's 3 lives pupils were known as the eyes that could see through all of existence. Not just laws, but he could even faintly see a blurry image of the future, and sense the outline of the endless flow of time. There is also that Lin Ming. He will be your greatest opponent. I have a premonition that he has made great progress in these past days. Moreover, there is an incredibly great destiny enveloping him. You and him are a pair of dragons that have met each other through the hands of fate. In this era, all geniuses will rise together. This is your good fortune. Disciple understands. Now go to vast universe world and participate in the finals. Yes, Master. Chapter 1275, Law Test. Chapter 1275, Law Test. Vast Universe World was an independent world opened up by an extreme powerhouse using their tremendous supernatural powers. Here, there existed a massive arena. This arena was completely formed from thunder-crushed steel, as well as timeless godstones. It was so tough that even a divine Lord Master couldn't leave the shallowest of marks. All around this arena, there were massive stands able to hold hundreds of millions of people. Just these stands alone extended 10 miles into the skies. But these stands were still much smaller than the temporary stands created by Xiao Daochild at Grave Moon Star. This was also one of the reasons why the admission tickets were so rare. 100 miles away from this arena, there were groups of palaces. Each palace stretched out for an extremely long distance, and each one was the epitome of luxury and grace, with fine carvings and beautiful finishings. This was also where the geniuses of the 3,000 great worlds would be located. After a month and a half and several great void shifts, Lin Ming finally arrived at Vast Universe World, where the finals would be held. This is Vast Universe World. Lin Ming flew down from the spirit ship and discovered that the heaven and earth origin energy on Vast Universe World was much more chaotic and strong than the heaven and earth origin energy on Atlas World or true Martial World. For a genius like Lin Ming, having a special training area wouldn't have too great of an effect right now. But there were some more basic martial artists that could only train outside, and thus they were greatly influenced by their surroundings. If one was to cultivate in Vast Universe World, wanting to control the circulation of origin energy was much more difficult. But if one continued to train here, their achievements would also be greater. Before Violent Stone arrived here, he had already contacted one of the organizers from Vast Universe Heavenly Palace to determine where their temporary residence would be. It was the 52nd Palace. According to the arrangements of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, the first 30 palaces were for Empyrean descendants to prepare themselves. In other words, the direct disciples of Empyreans. Followed that, Palace 31 to Palace 60 were for the first place contestants of the various semifinals areas. From Palace 61 to Palace 1000, they were for various disciples of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. These people weren't Empyrean descendants, but core disciples as well as the disciples of the older Empyrean descendants. As for the other participants and core disciples, they were housed in even lower-ranked palaces. Many Empyrean descendants were millions of years old, or even 10 million years old. Among them, the weakest were comparable to ordinary world kings, and many of them were stronger than great world kings. There were even some that were half-step Empyreans. There were a great number of these people, and their top disciple was often more talented than the top disciple of a great world king Holy Land. An Empyrean heavenly palace had a truly terrifying population. An Empyrean had their descendants, and these Empyrean descendants had their own disciples. And then these disciples also had their disciples. The population would grow over the years at an exponential rate, and the total number of people easily broke past 1 trillion. Of course, most of these people were staff, and they simply didn't possess the qualifications to contact the core of the Empyrean Heavenly Palace. With 30 semifinals areas, and each area screening out for 300 people, there were a total of 9,000 participants. In addition to the 970 Heavenly Palace Core disciples and the 30 Empyrean Direct disciples, that was just about 10,000 individuals. Lin Ming, in front is the residential area for the contestants. We can't enter there, so we'll separate here for now. There are still around 10 days until the finals of the first martial meeting begins. You shouldn't spend this time training. It's fine as long as you adjust your mentality and prepare yourself. You should relax and also get to know the geniuses from the other great worlds. Lin Ming's current strength had reached a bottleneck. It was impossible for him to make any significant changes in just 10 days of time. If he wanted to steadily break into the late divine sea realm, it would take at least several years. Okay, Lin Ming also wanted to get to know the geniuses of other great worlds more. After Violent Stone and the others left, Lin Ming went into the residential area by himself. He discovered that there was an enormous square in the center of this palace with all sorts of buildings. There were restaurants, martial fields, pill shops, and weapon stores. Upon casually entering a store, everything inside was extremely expensive, but the items were all of high quality. The worst weapons from the weapon stores were spirit artifacts. Although these spirit artifacts didn't have much potential for growth, they were still equal to dozens or hundreds of top-grade saint artifacts. This was also a reasonable matter. The 10,000 martial artists that were able to come here were famous individuals with strength ranked in the top 3 of their great world. Besides those few scattered wandering martial artists, the ones with the worst background still came from Great World King Holy Lands. How could they care about a normal top-grade saint artifact? Numerous heroic young elites walked back and forth on the streets. Even a character like Bloodless Sword seemed ordinary here. Lin Ming glanced over them, sighing. It truly was a spectacular sight to see all the divine sea geniuses of the divine realm gathered here. These people were all monstrous freaks, but even so, most of these people weren't worth Lin Ming paying attention to. The ones Lin Ming saw to be a real threat were only several people. For instance, Dragon Fong, but also Frost Dream. Lin Ming suddenly stopped as he heard someone call out to him. He turned around to see a martial artist in purple clothes running towards him. He had some impressions of this fellow. He was the martial artist known as Purple Blade in the semifinals at Grave Moon Star. He had finally lost when he failed to climb up the 31st step of the Divine Seal Altar. His strength had been ranked 5th at Grave Moon Star's semifinals, inferior to Nether Limitless and Bloodless Sword. Purple Blade. Right. Brother Lin has arrived really early, but I came even earlier, about a month ago. Brother Lin, it seems you've been training quite well these days. I have to say that I envy your strength. Purple Blade was already at the peak of the late divine sea realm. The next step for him was to enter the divine transformation realm. Thus, there was no way for him to increase his strength by raising his cultivation, so he could only enlighten himself on the laws. But in just a few months' time, how much could he possibly perceive? Brother Lin just arrived, so you're probably not familiar with this place yet. Come, I'll bring you to some interesting places. There are some ruthless individuals that haunt those places. I imagine Brother Lin would be like to take a look, as only those geniuses can be Brother Lin's competition. Purple Blade had been arrogant and proud since birth, but after witnessing Lin Ming mounting the Divine Seal Altar, he felt nothing but a deep sense of admiration towards him and wanted to be friends with him. In the future, Purple Blade would be the leader of a great influence. There would be no harm and only gain if he were to befriend a top master. All right, Lin Ming readily agreed. He was also interested in this. Purple Blade brought Lin Ming through several streets and past a group of palaces. Finally, he came to a large square where many people had gathered. This square had several hundred elites in it, with both men and women. In the center, there was a massive crystal platform, and this platform shined with a variety of colors. What is that? It is used to test one's laws. I've also seen these at my World King Palace, and they test the degree to which a trial challenger can comprehend the laws. But this one is several times greater than any I've seen before. Purple Blade explained. This was clearly one of the interesting locations he had mentioned. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. There were magic tools that could test one's comprehension of laws. Come on, let's go take a look. Lin Ming followed Purple Blade forwards. The crystal platform was divided into 9 colored layers: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, violet, black, and white, each color corresponding to a different set of law concepts. As Lin Ming walked forwards, he saw a martial artist just coming down from the crystal platform. The first 4 levels of the crystal platform had lit up with a blazing light, but the 5th only dimly shined for an instant before dying down. The 4th level laws are his limit, and he's just barely managed to become aware of the 5th level concept. Not bad. Many of those present had already practiced the 4th level laws to the peak. The difference was whether or not they had comprehended the 5th level concept, and just how deep their awareness was. Above the 5th level, every little bit of progress was extraordinary. Senior Apprentice Brother Song is great. Ha! Your results are no worse than those of that Heavenly Palace Corps disciple who just stepped up. Are you saying that we're worse than them? Their master is a great world king, but so is ours. Just thinking about how the palaces are ranked by position angers me. The Empyrean descendants are arranged in the top 30 palaces. The top master of each semifinals location is arranged in the 31st to 60th palace. And then that is followed by the Empyrean Heavenly Palace Corps disciples, and finally us. It's like they think we are all worthless. Yeah, it's not like those Empyrean Heavenly Palace Corps disciples are Empyrean descendants. They are only disciples of Empyrean direct disciples. So how come they are arranged in front of us? We'll see how they do in the finals. Just because of their empty status as a Heavenly Palace disciple, they don't place us in their eyes at all. In truth, they can't even see the Empyreans. They are nothing but foxes pretending to be tigers. At the edges of the crowd, Lin Ming heard such discussions going on. Geniuses were all extremely arrogant. From the way that vast universe Heavenly Palace had arranged the residences of the participants, it could be seen just how they viewed the difference between Empyrean disciples and the disciples from ordinary influences. It was originally difficult for the disciples of Empyrean Heavenly Palaces and the disciples of World King Holy Lands to live peacefully together. This was because the disciples from Empyrean Heavenly Palaces always had a sense of superiority, and the disciples of the great World King Holy Lands would naturally envy them. Now, because of how the palace living arrangements were done, this had aroused the bitterness and criticism of others. Had talk about a crowd of country bumpkins that have yet to see the greater world. Just because you managed to stumble into some good results, you're all so overly pleased with yourselves. What a bunch of idiots. In the crowd, a cold voice suddenly spoke up, attracting everyone's angry glares. As everyone looked over, they saw a white-clothed youth speaking. He had the emblem of a starry sky embroidered on the chest of his robes. This was the symbol of a disciple from Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. Vast Universe Heavenly Palace disciple. Core disciple? Direct disciple? These geniuses who were originally mocking and cursing those Empyrean Palace disciples were all extremely angry. But in the face of this Vast Universe Heavenly Palace disciple, they actually felt lacking in courage and energy. This was because this fellow's aura was simply too strong, and all of them felt as if they couldn't begin to compare with him. What are you being so arrogant about? If you have the ability, then go up and test yourself. Don't just stand here and talk big. A World King Holy Land disciple shouted, not too convincingly. Ha! I already knew that you would have doubts. Since that's the case, let me broaden your horizons. As that disciple spoke, he walked into the middle of the crowd and lazily brought up a hand. Then, with a simple gesture, he thrust his palm out. Faint fluctuations of the space laws appeared in the air, and the first 4 levels of the crystal platform immediately lit up. The 5th level also dimly shined, continuing for several breaths of time before dying down. This was proof that his comprehension of concepts was not just being faintly aware, but truly touching upon the 5th level threshold. Compared to Nether Limitless, he was about the same. And Nether Limitless was himself a peak master of a great world. If it weren't for the monstrous freaks known as Lin Ming and Dragon Fong, he would have been first in the semifinals at Grave Moon Star. He was stronger than 99% of those present. Chapter 1276, Frost Dream, Xiao Moxian. Chapter 1276, Frost Dream, Xiao Moxian. Kia. Any casual disciple from vast universe Heavenly Palace, even if they weren't an Empyrean direct disciple, still nearly reached the standard of a first-ranked master from a semifinals area. This caused many of the young elites present to be left speechless. Who is he? The several Holy Land disciples speaking before felt their faces flush red with embarrassment. They weren't able to ascertain his status before they saw that person switch hands. This time, a golden red light covered his hand as he slapped his palm onto the crystal platform. The last time was the space laws, but now it was the metal laws. The crystal platform shimmered with a dazzling light once more. Without needing to mention the first 4 levels, even the 5th level blazed for 1 to 2 breaths of time. Although his metal laws were slightly worse than his space laws, he could still be considered as having touched upon the threshold of the 5th level concept. He cultivated 2 different laws, and yet he had reached perfection of the 4th level concept and was soon to break through the boundary of the 5th level concept. This disparity was obvious to all present, and it caused many of them to lose all the bluster they had before. That disciple from vast universe Heavenly Palace swept his eyes through the entire audience and tipped his head upwards in victory. As for the person that had challenged him, his face had gone deep red as he was left speechless. Under the gaze of everyone present, he had disgracefully shamed himself. These people were all geniuses of their various great worlds. When they came to the first martial meeting, although they didn't imagine they would be able to shock the world with a brilliant feat of talent, they believed they could at least shine in glory. But now, before the finals had even begun, they had been brutally attacked. I am Zhao Ji, and my honorable master is Vast Cosmos. Remember that. The vast universe Heavenly Palace disciple said with a smug smile on his face. Vast Cosmos was the chief disciple of Empyrean Vast Universe, and also had a half-step Empyrean cultivation. Not just that, but with the support of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace's resources, the strength of the disciples he taught could be imagined. To be able to touch upon the 5th level concepts of 2 different laws wasn't strange at all. Many people clenched their jaws, but they were pressured so badly they couldn't even lift their heads. They already couldn't compare with Empyrean direct disciples, but now these Heavenly Palace core disciples were pushing them down. To tell the truth, having the number 1 ranked participants of the semifinals be arranged in front of us is already doing you a favor. You should be content with what you have. Zhao Ji sneered. Purple Blade frowned. Brother Lin, this cocky fellow really thinks his tail reaches the skies. He's even mocking you. Lin Ming was the first-ranked participant of the Grave Moon Star semifinals and was arranged in the first 60 palaces. As Zhao Ji spoke, his words naturally disparaged Lin Ming. Lin Ming said, "Let him do as he pleases. There's no reason to quarrel over something like this. No matter how great his results are on that platform, it won't affect the overall result of the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. Moreover, a genuine master wouldn't do something so ridiculous." Lin Ming was well aware that there were many martial artists in this first martial meeting, as well as Empyrean descendants, that had thoroughly comprehended the fifth level concept. That was something that wasn't as simple as touching upon the threshold. But these people actually hadn't moved. Lin Ming and Purple Blade's conversation wasn't hidden. Thus Zhao Ji naturally heard them. He sneered and said, "You talk like you're so amazing. How about you come on stage and give it a try so we can see just how much weight you have? You really are a shameless boaster." Zhao Ji provokingly said. Everyone immediately turned to Lin Ming. Out of the hundreds of people present, there were naturally some from Grave Moon Star's semifinals. Thus they recognized Lin Ming. "Isn't that Lin Ming?" "Yes, that's Lin Ming. He's the first-ranked participant of Grave Moon Star." The first-ranked participant was Lin Ming, and the second-ranked participant was Dragon Fong. Both are extreme geniuses. Many disciples from the Grave Moon Star semifinals started to call out Lin Ming's name after seeing him. As for the people from other semifinal areas, they didn't think much of Lin Ming. To them, there were far too many first-ranked participants from the different semifinal areas. First-ranked of Grave Moon Star? That's him? I guess he's around the same as our semifinals first-ranked participant. Blood carnage. As everyone was speaking, near the crystal platform, Zhao Ji stiffened, his face red, the exact same as the disciple from the World King, Holy Land, that he had embarrassed. You are Lin Ming?" Zhao Ji gulped, his words coming out a bit slurred. If one wasn't a disciple of vast universe heavenly palace, it would be hard to imagine just how difficult it was to climb up the divine seal altar's 33 steps. When the disciples from other semifinal areas heard that Lin Ming had mounted the peak of the divine seal altar, they only knew that he was fierce. As for how fierce he was, they weren't sure. But as a disciple of vast universe heavenly palace, Zhao Ji had personally witnessed an incomparably powerful direct disciple of Empyrean vast universe climb up the divine seal altar in the past. However, that disciple hadn't even been able to climb 10,000 feet up the 33rd step. In this situation, if Lin Ming could reach the top, just how strong was he? At the beginning, when Zhao Ji first heard this news, he simply couldn't believe it. But after verifying this with his master, he had learnt beyond a shadow of a doubt that this news was true, despairingly so. Even if Lin Ming were using some tricks, shortcuts, or had some treasure to climb up, there was no doubting his potential. Zhao Ji knew that he absolutely couldn't compare to such a person, because he himself couldn't even climb up to the 32nd step. The great disparity between them could be imagined. "Yes, he is Lin Ming," Purple Blade said, his lips curving upwards. He already guessed that the name of Lin Ming had some significant mental impact to this disciple of vast universe heavenly palace. Lin Ming, Zhao Ji's complexion was very uncomfortable. In front of Lin Ming, he didn't have any confidence at all. But even so, he couldn't back down and lose like this here. "My senior apprentice brother has wanted to challenge you. Your results in climbing up the divine seal altar were truly heaven-defying. But you did so using nothing but tricks." Lin Ming faintly smiled. "The divine seal altar is a test of your comprehension of laws. Whether or not you can find tricks to climb up all depends on your own ability. The methods are already there. Whether you can find them is your own problem." Zhao Ji was left speechless by Lin Ming's words. He was well aware that no matter how Lin Ming climbed up the divine seal altar's 33 steps, him trying to challenge Lin Ming was only bringing about his own destruction. So he simply walked down the crystal platform. He had spoken too arrogantly just now and had ended up slapping his own face. Zhao Ji didn't even have the shame to lift his own face up. At this time, a pall of silence fell over the entire square. Some people began to look towards one direction. As for others, they seemed to feel something special and also looked over. They saw a 15 to 16-year-old looking young girl. She wore a long black skirt, and as she walked over, She resembled a devilish nocturnal temptress. Her long hair was jet black, hanging down to her waist like a waterfall of ink. Her eyes were as wide as a baby's, incomparably bright. Even with several hundred people present, it was possible to hear the sound of a pin drop. Xiao Moxian, direct disciple of Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace, and also a direct bloodline descendant of Empyrean Demon Dawn, Xiao Moxian. And what was most breathtaking was that beside Xiao Moxian was a young woman in a long, pure white dress. Her figure was tall and outstanding, and her entire body exuded a sacred and sacrosanct atmosphere, making anyone near her feel inferior. She appeared together with Xiao Moxian, and she herself was a perfect and formidable young woman. Her name was heart-stopping. She was Fairy Frost Dream. Chapter 1277, Child of the Dark Phoenix. Chapter 1277, Child of the Dark Phoenix. Xiao Moxian and Frost Dream were two peerless women, standing side by side. They were two women that made all surrounding martial artists feel less than dirt. These two women, whether it be in status or strength, made everyone feel incomparably distant. Even that world king, Holy Land disciple, who was criticizing the arrangement of the palace residences, didn't complain that the Empyrean direct disciples were placed in the first 30 palaces. This was because the disparity was far too obvious. There was no need to mention Frost Dream. It was said she was the disciple that Empyrean Divine Dream was most proud and satisfied of for these last 10 million years. Empyrean Divine Dream was already one of the few peak characters of the entire divine realm. The strength of her most outstanding disciple could be imagined. However, Fairy Frost Dream was an extremely low-key and subdued individual. The techniques she used, the laws she cultivated, all of that was a mystery. As for Xiao Moxian, her character was widely known as a naughty trickster that loved to play all the time. Even so, her strength was also a mystery. During the preliminaries, Xiao Moxian's terrifying strength had struck fear into the hearts of everyone. In the Divine Dream, world's 3,000 great worlds, Xiao Moxian had swept through all opponents unstoppable. But even that was not her full strength. It was hard to imagine where the limits of her strength lay. They are Xiao Moxian and Frost Dream. Lin Ming looked at these two women, his eyes extremely sharp. Xiao Moxian was actually only at the Middle Divine Sea realm, the same as himself. As for Fairy Frost Dream, Lin Ming couldn't clearly see through her cultivation. Her inner world was covered in a dense layer of fog, blurry, let alone her inner world. Even her facial features seemed to be shrouded in a dreamlike layer of illusions, making all unable to clearly see her. Beside Lin Ming, Purple Blade said to him, "Brother Lin, Fairy Frost Dream is an extremely mysterious character. Whenever she appears in public, she is always concealed with the divine dream laws. It's impossible for anyone to get a clear look at her. As for Xiao Moxian, I've heard a bit of her situation. Although it isn't some secret, not everyone knows of it. After I learned this information, I lost all confidence to face her. Her talent has truly reached a boundary that mortals like us cannot imagine." As Purple Blade spoke, he saw Lin Ming's not too concerned expression and continued to say, "Brother Lin, I'm not trying to scare you. In my opinion, your talent is already heaven-defying amongst all heaven-defying geniuses. But if compared to Xiao Moxian, I'm afraid that even you are far inferior." Oh, Lin Ming looked at Purple Blade with amazement in his eyes. In Purple Blade's opinion, Xiao Moxian's talent was far greater than his own. The Divine Seal Altar was mainly a test of one's potential. When Lin Ming climbed up the Divine Seal Altar, although he had relied on some shortcuts, the undeniable truth was that his potential swept away the dozens of Empyrean disciples of vast universe Heavenly Palace for the last 2 million years. Because Purple Blade didn't understand him, Lin Ming wouldn't think it was strange that Purple Blade thought he was worse than Xiao Moxian. But Purple Blade had said that Lin Ming was far worse than Xiao Moxian. This surprised Lin Ming. It was clear that Xiao Moxian was quite special. "Let's hear it," Purple Blade said. "Brother Lin, I know that you are hiding some secrets, and also have many other cards you have yet to reveal. Your future achievements are something I cannot imagine, but even so, I fear that you are too far off from Xiao Moxian. She is truly a monster amongst all monstrous geniuses. Let me say this first. Xiao Moxian is younger than you. She is only 26 years old right now." 26 years old? As Lin Ming heard this age, he was truly horrified. A 26-year-old Middle Divine Sea Realm Master? This age combined with this cultivation was ridiculously shocking. An extreme genius, even if they didn't cultivate the laws, ignoring their foundation and cultivation methods, merely seeking to increase their strength, even if they ignored all consequences to take all sorts of medicines, they still might not be able to reach the Middle Divine Sea Realm at 26 years of age. And Xiao Moxian was clearly not in this situation. There was no mistaking her strength, whether it was in comprehension of laws or foundation. She far surpassed all her peers. Lin Ming couldn't begin to imagine just how she did so much in so little time. Purple Blade was already expecting this response from Lin Ming. He said, "The reason Xiao Moxian has her current achievements is because she has a special bloodline. Her mother is not a human." As Purple Blade said this, Lin Ming was stunned. Her mother isn't a human? Is she from the demon race? In the divine realm, besides humans, there were a small number of other races. For instance, the demon race's ogre race and imp race. Even so, all of them combined together were only a small number. Their population was nothing in comparison to the humans. In Lin Ming's impressions, since Empyrean Demon Dawn was known as Demon Dawn, the dawn of all demons, then it wouldn't be strange if Xiao Moxian's mother was also from the demon race. Purple Blade shook his head. "It isn't the demons, but the monsters. If I say this, it might scare you a bit, but the rumors say that Xiao Moxian's mother is a dark phoenix." As Purple Blade said this, Lin Ming was truly scared silly. Dark phoenix? A god beast? According to what Lin Ming knew, the most common phoenix was a fire phoenix, with a small number being ice phoenixes. As for dark phoenixes, Lin Ming had once seen one in Empyrean Divine Seal's dreamlike memories. But now, in the current divine realm, these types of phoenixes had disappeared long ago. However, that was not the most critical point. A human Empyrean was originally an existence comparable to a god beast, and their strength might even surpass a god beast. In Empyrean Demon Dawn's heavenly palace, Lin Ming wouldn't be startled if there was a god beast there, or even a primordial god beast. No, what Lin Ming thought was inconceivable was that even though a god beast could change into human form, no matter how much sex they had with a human, it should be impossible for a child to be born from them, let alone a god beast with a human. Even a god beast mating with another god beast would find having a child incomparably difficult. The more powerful a species was, the more difficult it was to bear descendants. This was part of the laws of nature that balance the universe. Otherwise, there would be hundreds of millions of god beasts, and it would be beyond simple for them to sweep through and rule the divine realm. In this sort of situation, how could there be a child between a god beast and a human? Lin Ming finally knew why Purple Blade thought that his talent was far inferior to Xiao Moxian's. A god beast was originally the beloved darling of the world laws. Their entire body was a treasure, and their bones and organs and flesh were all engraved with the most mystical and profound law runes. When a god beast was born, they would not need any training at all to possess strength only inferior to that of an Empyrean after growing up. Of course, correspondingly, there were many shortcomings. This was that the laws they possessed were more or less finalized at their birth. No matter how much they trained, this wouldn't change much. Also, their ability to learn was far worse than humans. But if a god beast and a human could mate together, the child they produced would inherit the learning capabilities of a human, but also the heaven-defying talent of a god beast. It was hard to imagine just how terrifying such an existence would be. Moreover, since this Shalmoshian was the direct bloodline descendant of Empyrean Demondon, then her father must naturally also be an extreme character. Otherwise, how could he possibly obtain the favor and lust of a god beast taken human shape? Her father was an extreme character, her mother was a god beast, and her grandfather was an outstanding Empyrean. This sort of background was high to the point that it couldn't be any higher. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Shalmoshian was the proudest daughter of heaven within the entire divine realm. Ancient Phoenix clan in front of Shalmoshian, there simply isn't any comparison at all. Lin Ming sighed with emotion. The ancient Phoenix clan, no matter how much ancient Phoenix blood they transplanted, could not compare with Shalmoshian. Shalmoshian had the true body of a Phoenix child. Every drop of her blood, every bone, every muscle, and even her soul was marked with the characteristics of a god beast. No wonder that Shalmoshian can reach the middle divine sea realm at 26 years of age, but also comprehend the laws to this level. That is because those laws have already been engraved within her body from her birth. Lin Ming felt a bit relieved. Shalmoshian didn't need to do as other geniuses did, and assiduously perceive the laws. She already had the laws within her body and merely needed to slowly digest them. Such a disparity was truly frustrating. Yes, when the resources and inheritances of Demondon Heavenly Palace are added on top, we truly can't compare. Purple Blade spoke with sincere envy. In front of Shalmoshian, he really was nothing more than an ant. The difference between them was too great. Big sister, there are so many people here. It's really lively. Shalmoshian giggled as she saw all the people gathered around the crystal platform. As she smiled, she revealed a pair of sharp canines. They are testing their comprehension of laws, Fairy Frost Dream said. Her voice was similar to immortal tunes flowing down a 100,000-foot tall, snow-capped mountain. Is there something so fun? Shalmoshian had just arrived at Vast Universe World, so she had yet to take a walk around. I also want to play a bit. Would Big Sister Frost Dream like to try it too? Shalmoshian casually asked. Frost Dream faintly smiled and said in a soft voice, "No need. Then I'll give it a try." Shalmoshian walked into the crowd, and everyone spontaneously drew away from her. Although Shalmoshian seemed extremely casual, as if she were just playing around, everyone else's eyes widened. They held their breath, waiting to see Shalmoshian's performance. Among the young generation, she was someone who truly stood at the peak. Standing before the crystal platform, Shalmoshian simply didn't ready anything at all. She just lightly thrust out her palm, and in that moment a black flame burnt in Shalmoshian's palm. Although this black flame appeared inconspicuous, the moment it lit up, the entire crystal platform began to light up. The first 5 levels blazed with a shining light, and even the 6th level began to glimmer with a bright light. She had reached perfection in the 5th level laws, and even touched upon the 6th level concept. As everyone saw this, they were shocked, speechless, panic-stricken. A normal genius was already considered amazing if they could touch upon the 5th level concept, but Shalmoshian had already touched upon the 6th level concept. Her comprehension of laws was truly monstrous. Too strong. Purple Blade sighed from beside Lin Ming. In terms of the comprehension of laws, Shalmoshian had flung him impossibly far away. He had only reached large success in the 5th level concept. Shalmoshian is only playing around, and yet she's managed to reach such a level. She's definitely not trying her best. In terms of laws, I am truly far inferior to her. Lin Ming shook his head. His comprehension of laws was already considered outstanding, but it was far too difficult for him to compare with Shalmoshian, who had the laws engraved into her body as a true god beast did. Shalmoshian didn't have any reaction to her result. She simply chuckled. and said, "Big Sister Frost Dream, are you sure you don't want to try?" She looked completely like a young girl who only came to play about and have some fun. To other geniuses, they were here in a ruthless battle to decide superiority and gain glory. But to Xiao Moxian, this was only an amusing toy. Frost Dream smiled, shaking her head again, and saying, "No. Okay, Big Sister Frost Dream, you are just too boring. Let's leave this place and go shopping over there." Chapter 1278. The finals begin. Chapter 1278. The finals begin. Junior apprentice sister, Xiao Moxian is fierce, truly fierce. Wonderful. I'm filled with admiration. As Xiao Moxian was about to leave, vast Cosmos's disciple, Zhao Ji, walked towards her with a face full of smiles. "I am Zhao Ji, junior apprentice sister. It is truly my lucky chance to meet you here." "Who are you?" Xiao Moxian glanced over at Zhao Ji, clearly not interested in bothering with him. "I am a disciple of vast universe, heavenly palace's vast cosmos." Zhao Ji put forth his master's name, but his status wasn't able to arouse any interest from Xiao Moxian. Xiao Moxian singly gave a light "oh" before pulling Fairy Frost Dream's arm and leading her away from the crystal platform. Zhao Ji was left behind by himself, his hands cupped against his chest. This caused him to feel extremely awkward. In truth, from start to finish, Xiao Moxian hadn't even bothered to glance at the surrounding martial artists. From this, Lin Ming could faintly feel that even though Xiao Moxian had a lively and childlike innocent demeanor, her playfulness only extended to those she was familiar with, strangers, and in particular those strangers that were ordinary in talent were treated the exact opposite. After all, arrogance was something bred into her bones. Xiao Moxian had tested herself just now because she thought it was amusing. She didn't do so to demonstrate her ability like the other martial artists here, because doing so had no significance. This was just like how a human felt superior to a pack of ants. They weren't even on the same playing field. "Let's go," Lin Ming said to Purple Blade. As they were about to leave, he suddenly saw a black-clothed martial artist with a strangely curved sword on his back, walking towards the crystal platform. This person was Dragon Fong. Dragon Fong, he also wants to test himself. Lin Ming just had this thought when he saw Dragon Pang's palm thrust out. This palm actually had the feeling as if the flow of time were shifted around it. Suddenly, the crystal platform lit up. The first 4 levels shined with a dazzling light, and even the 5th level shimmered, shining for several dozen breaths of time before slowly dying down. That's Dragon Fong. For him to have the 5th level of the crystal platform shine for so long, his laws must have reached the 5th level concept. Compared to Xiao Moxian, his result is far worse, but that's still amazing. This person came in 2nd place at the Grave Moon Star semifinals, only inferior to Lin Ming. Rather, it should be said that his potential is worse than Lin Ming's. As for his strength, no one knows. Those that could recognize Dragon Fong also came from Grave Moon Star's contest arena. Although Dragon Fong had been completely beaten by Lin Ming, he had still left a profound impression on everyone. To be more accurate, Dragon Fong and Lin Ming were already on a completely different level. Large success of a 5th level law, I fear that is the strongest result you'll find under the Empyrean descendants. There are even some weaker Empyrean descendants that are weaker than him. How come those from the Grave Moon Star semifinals are so strong? Isn't there still Lin Ming, who is even stronger? The participants of the other contest areas discussed. As those from Grave Moon Star heard about this, they felt a certain sense of pride. They already knew that Lin Ming and Dragon Fong were fierce, and now those that had suspected them had actually seen them with their own eyes. Several hundred feet away, Lin Ming witnessed the entire scene. Dragon Fong, he actually used the time laws on that crystal platform. Lin Ming took a deep breath. Before now, he only knew that Dragon Fong's most outstanding ability was his mastery of the space laws. Nether Limitless had been able to create 4 spatial mirror images, but Dragon Fong had been able to use 8 of them. The disparity between someone who just touched upon the 5th level concept and someone who steadily entered the 5th level concept could be seen from this. And now, Dragon Fong's time laws had already reached the 5th level. It was unknown just what boundary his space laws had reached. The time laws and space laws were 2 of the most difficult laws to comprehend. Correspondingly, they were also 2 of the strongest laws. Of these 2, the time laws were far more abstract and elusive and faintly superior to the space laws. Dragon Fong, he's a terrifying opponent. In these past months, his comprehension of the laws has reached an even higher level, and his cultivation has entered into the late divine sea realm. I still have no idea what cards he's holding back. In terms of comprehending the laws, I can't compare with him at all. In terms of laws, Lin Ming was indeed inferior to Dragon Fong, and far more inferior to Xiao Moxin. But true combat didn't depend on just one's comprehension of the laws. There were many other aspects that influenced one's comprehensive combat strength. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Besides the unfathomably deep frost dream and Xiao Moxin, Lin Ming saw several strong Empyrean descendants. As the sun rose on the 11th day, Lin Ming was sitting in meditation in his palace. He suddenly heard a voice spread through his mind. All participants of the finals gather in the square. The finals of the first martial meeting shall begin today. A solemn voice spread through every palace. Lin Ming opened his eyes. Today, the beginning of the finals had come at last. The entire martial field was filled with 10,000 young elites. All of them had come from their respective palaces and were gathered at the central square. Here, dozens of world king powerhouses had gathered. They were all the presiders of the various semi-final contest areas, and even Xiao Daochild was included amongst them. With several dozen world king powerhouses gathered together, the might of their aura could be imagined. 10,000 geniuses stood quietly, waiting for the finals to arrive. After everyone had gathered, a strong and tall man in white robes descended from the skies. His figure was tremendous and his aura was pressuring. His entire body emitted a breathtaking pressure. I am Empyrean, vast universe's direct chief disciple, vast cosmos. I represent vast universe, heavenly palace in welcoming you all here. You are all truly outstanding. Vast cosmos. He is vast cosmos? If we can enter the top 10 ranks of the Earth Proclamation, we can enter vast universe, heavenly palace, and also obtain his tutelage? Senior Vast Cosmos has a half-step Empyrean cultivation. He is more than qualified to guide us. Even the great world king of a first-order world has to pay deep respects to Senior Vast Cosmos. The young geniuses present secretly discussed with true essence sound transmissions. For many of them, Vast Cosmos was the fiercest character they had yet to see in their lives. Now, I shall announce the rules. The lot of you have already been divided into groups for elimination. As Vast Cosmos spoke, he flourished his hands, and a massive curtain of light appeared in front of everyone. This curtain of light was 1,000 feet wide and had 10,000 names displayed on it. Each name had a number following it. These were the palace numbers that everyone had lived at. Of 10,000 people, they were divided into 10 groups with 1,000 people each. 1,000 people? How do we fight? Could it be an elimination trial like the Divine Seal Altar? Lin Ming immediately thought, if they carried out a round-robin tournament to ensure absolute fairness, then everyone would have to fight 999 other people. This seemed too troublesome. But at this time, he also discovered that each group of 1,000 people was also divided into 2 parts. The first part had 30 people written in red, and the second part had 970 people written in white. Lin Ming's name was red, and many of the Heavenly Palace core disciples were white. In the skies, vast cosmos said, every great group is divided into two smaller groups depending on your results in the semifinals as well as the strength you've displayed so far. The first group has 30 people, and the second group has 970 people. For those in the second group, they have 3 chances to challenge someone from the first group. If they can win in any single one of these battles, they may swap positions with their opponent. Otherwise, if you are defeated in all 3 challenges, then you will be directly eliminated. As for those that are defeated and replaced in the first group, they also have 3 chances to challenge someone from the first group again. If they lose all 3 challenges, they too will be eliminated. This will continue until all those from the second group have lost their qualifications. Upon hearing these rules, those that were selected to enter the second group felt uncomfortable. To put it in other words, vast universe Heavenly Palace did not believe those from the second group had any chances of winning and wanted to directly eliminate them from the tournament. This round of eliminations was developed as their final chance. They really think we're useless trash. Although we can't enter the top 10 of the Earth Proclamation, we still shouldn't be directly placed in the elimination group. Out of the 10,000 participants, there were only 300 people in the first group. 200 of them were Empyrean descendants and Heavenly Palace core disciples, and the other 100 were the young elites chosen from the 30 semifinal contest areas. This caused many of the 3rd and 4th ranked participants of the semifinals to be placed in the second group. There were even some contest areas with bad luck that had their second-ranked participant placed into the second group. This caused them all to immediately fume with anger. What is the meaning of this? I came in second in my semifinals contest area, so why am I in the second group? There are some people that were ranked 5th in their contest area that are still in the first group. These grouping rules are too random. These people were referring to Grave Moon Star's contest area. The 5th-placed Purple Blade was placed in the first group, much less Lin Ming and Dragon Fong. Chapter 12, 79, Slaughter City. Chapter 12, 79, Slaughter City. These grouping rules are too unfair. Why are some people that were ranked second in their contest area still placed into the second group, and yet the 5th of another contest area can be placed into the first group? Yes, this is unfair. I would like to ask what the basis of this grouping is. Is it only subjective judgment? The geniuses present were very proud. After being viewed as worthless by others and also being treated unfairly, they certainly weren't convinced. Silence. Vast Cosmos didn't need to speak at all. Beside him, several world kings shouted out, their voices fierce. These world kings, once they released their pressure, were not something that these juniors could withstand. Many of them immediately began to stream a cold sweat. Rules are rules. You may only follow and cannot resist. As for the reasoning behind how these rules are established, I have no need to explain to the likes of you. Vast Cosmos's voice was indifferent, as if he couldn't be bothered to speak at all. To someone at his level, this group in front of him was nothing more than a pack of children. Although they were chosen prides of heaven, the road of a martial artist was long and difficult, filled with dangers. Whether or not any of them could grow was unknown. Out of these 10,000 geniuses present, only a very small number of them would reach the World King realm. As for the rest, they would only be holy lords. They simply weren't worth vast Cosmos paying attention to. This bunch of idiots, it's as if they think they are so fierce. Out of these 10,000 people, only 300 are chosen. In truth, even I'm surprised that I've been chosen. Even I have to think that I'm a bit worse than the required standard. Beside Lin Ming, Purple Blade shook his head. Before coming to the finals area, Lin Ming, Dragon Fong, and some others had all been training. But Purple Blade had already cultivated as much as he could, and 3 months was far from enough for allowing him to become any stronger. Thus, he used this time to study his opponents. Out of these 10,000 people, he had gathered the materials of the entire 1,000 people in his group. After carefully analyzing it, there were over 100 people stronger than he was. Brother Lin, I must thank you and Dragon Fong. You and Dragon Fong are too strong. So I believe that Grave Moon Star's ranking simply didn't apply to you. In that case, Nether Limitless should have been considered first, and I should have been considered third. That's why there are 5 people from our area. Purple Blade was extremely self-aware of his own strength. After researching all the information of those here, he knew that many people were stronger than he was. Everyone follow me. Vast Cosmos loudly said. At this time, with a great rumbling sound, not too far away from the crowd, the ground began to cave in for dozens and dozens of miles. And in the center of the collapsing earth was a metal city that slowly began to rise up into the air. This city looked fierce and barbaric, with harsh and bewildering angles. It was red all over and emitted a vast and ancient aura. It was unknown just what type of metal was used to make this. As soon as this metal city appeared, many of the young elites present felt their hearts shake. Facing the city, they felt all the hairs rise up on their body. It was difficult to summon any courage or confidence in the presence of this Crimson City. This is Slaughter City. It is my honorable Master Vast Universe's Empyrean spirit treasure. He brought it up from a 100 million year blood pond in a slaughter hell, and it carries with it a terrible slaughter energy. The main battlefield of the semifinals will be Slaughter City. If you cannot even pass its gates, then you have already lost all qualifications to compete. As Vast Cosmos spoke, all of the young elites present glanced at each other in shock and dismay. So there was another elimination event. Before the finals truly began, there would first be a massive round of eliminations. This was a way to simplify the competition without affecting the fairness of it, so that the number of matches was reduced as much as possible. Slaughter Hell, 100 million year blood pond. I wonder just what sort of place this is that you can actually fish up an Empyrean spirit treasure. In Empyrean, Vast Universe's 10 million years of life, he had only created 2 Empyrean spirit treasures himself. But in truth, he actually had many more Empyrean spirit treasures. Most of them were lucky chances he found left behind by ancient Empyreans. There is the Slaughter Hell, but there is also that soul world that Empyrean Divine Dream went to before. I've never heard about such strange places before. Lin Ming sighed deeply. The divine realm was far too broad. There were so many mystic realms that it was impossible to count them, and he didn't even know the names of the overwhelmingly vast majority of them. You may enter now. Vast Cosmos indifferently said, Slaughter City, great. I must enter Slaughter City in a much more relaxed manner than the others. I will show them that they were mistaken in including me in the elimination group. This is my time to shine. Although it's impossible for me to compare favorably with the monstrous freaks here. As long as I can do better than 70 to 80 of the people, then that will be enough for me to be praised throughout the entire divine realm. Many young elites were brimming with fighting spirit as they saw Slaughter City, especially those martial artists who believed they should have been placed in the first group as the peak geniuses of their various great worlds. Most of them were prideful individuals who did not fear challenges. Now that they were looked down on so much, they naturally simmered with rage. The slaughter fields within the city were over 20 miles wide and long. From the square that everyone was on to the city gates, there was a 3-mile wide abyss. As one peered down, the sight was enough to make their hearts skip a beat. Within this abyss was a river of blood that emitted an extremely strong coppery stench. Sad and mournful cries faintly wafted upwards, as if countless tortured souls were sealed within the blood river. This isn't an illusion. This is a real river of blood. Moreover, this isn't ordinary blood. This blood should be related to that so-called 100 million-year blood pond. As Lin Ming was thinking this, several dozen disciples had already flown up from the square, heading towards Slaughter City. Go! Although it's impossible for me to take first place in this first martial meeting, I still want to be the first to enter the city. Many masters hadn't moved, but some people had the desire to be the first to enter Slaughter City. If they did, they at least would have something to boast about once they left. So, this is pressure created from killing intent and the pressure of resentful spirits. Although it's a bit troublesome, it's not enough to stop me. Several dozen people instantly flew 1 or 2 miles forwards. As they saw their goal in sight, many of them revealed joyous expressions. But at this time, several massive blood hands emerged from the abyssal blood river, smashing down their palms at these geniuses. Break! Many geniuses attacked these blood hands, but their attacks vanished completely, disappearing into the blood hands. No! Many people cried out in misery. They were instantly swallowed up by these blood hands and disappeared without a trace. Only 2 people managed to avoid the blood hands after a series of desperate maneuvers in the air, shakily managing to mount the gates of Slaughter City. As everyone saw this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Of the dozens of people, only 2 of them managed to pass, although those that tried were from the second group, and they weren't too strong either. This elimination rate was too amazing. From the looks of it, there wouldn't be many people left over in the second group after this. This is difficult. It's impossible to defend against those blood hands. We have to avoid them. Many people quickly reached this conclusion. Then several dozen more people flew towards the gates of Slaughter City. The killing intent and resentful energy enveloped them. When the blood hands rose up, these people all tried every method possible to dodge, but over 90% of them failed. Finally, only 3 or 4 people managed to reach the city gates. Compared to the first try, this wasn't much better. This is far too difficult. Many people suddenly had different expressions, their complexions paling. And at this moment, a tall and powerfully built man in white clothes laughed as he shot towards the city gates. He didn't follow the others, instead going by himself. As a giant blood hand reached up towards him, he didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he took out a long staff from his spatial ring and smashed it against the blood hand, immediately scattering most of it. Blood fog drifted about as the man easily reached the gates of Slaughter City. Who is that person? He's formidable. His name is Shirku. I don't know where he comes from, but he is a complete dark horse. He is the first-ranked participant from our contest area and uses a simple long staff. He's far too strong. Here, the first-ranked participants of their semifinals areas were generally known by everyone else, and others also had a general understanding. That boy with the staff is decent. I heard his name is Shirku. It seems he was hiding his strength at the semifinals. It isn't that he was hiding his strength, but that no one could force him to use his true strength to begin with. I wonder which great expert's disciple he is. The present world kings discussed with true essence sound transmissions. They were clearly surprised that Shirku could use his staff to forcefully scatter the blood hands. After Shirku was a pale-faced martial artist, Nether Limitless. He wanted to copy Shirku and scatter the blood hands, but after 2 continual attacks, he wasn't able to do anything to them at all. Instead, he was nearly grasped by the blood hands and was forced to use the concept of space to narrowly dodge them and mount the city gates. Nether Limitless' expression was extremely ugly. He couldn't compare to Empyrean descendants, and it was even fine if he couldn't compare to Lin Ming or Dragon Fang. But now there was some random fellow that popped out of nowhere, who was much stronger than he was. However, on the great stage of the divine realm, Nether Limitless was only able to play a minor supporting role. There weren't many people paying attention to him. Those that could mount the city gates were already astounding individuals, who cared whether or not he was able to scatter these blood hands. After Nether Limitless was Dragon Fang. Dragon Fong slashed out his sword and sheared a blood hand in half, easily mounting the city gates. Another one cut through the blood hands. So fierce! I attacked the blood hands too, but it was like a gust of wind hitting a towering tree. Isn't this Dragon Fong second from his contest area? I wonder just how freakish that Lin Ming is. As everyone was talking, Lin Ming also moved. He lightly flew through the air. The killing intent and resentful aura of the blood pond wasn't able to affect him at all. At this time, a blood hand reached towards him. Lin Ming swept out his spear, directly breaking that blood hand off from the middle. Looking at Lin Ming's calm and unmoved appearance, everyone's mouths were left ajar. He really is a freak. Grave Moon Star has produced 2 monstrous abnormalities. If that Dragon Fong were to go to another contest area, he could easily be first. But there is always someone stronger than the strong. In the end, he was only placed second. After mounting the city gates, Lin Ming looked over at Shirku. He could feel that this burly and hardy martial artist was very strong. For him to be able to scatter the blood hands so easily must mean that his strength was terrifying. He's also a dual body and energy cultivator. Lin Ming was immediately able to see that this fellow trained in the body transformation technique, and that his cultivation of the 8 inner hidden gates was no worse than his own. How did he train to that level? Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp light. This divine realm first martial meeting was truly a hidden dragon and crouching tiger of talents, filled with countless masters. There was actually someone that had managed to reach such attainments in the body transformation technique. He must have had some heaven-defying lucky chance. Chapter 1280, Unchallenged. Chapter 1280, Unchallenged. After Dragon Fong and Lin Ming mounted the city gates, many others followed. Even the Empyrean descendants no longer bothered posturing. That is White King, Empyrean, vast universe's direct disciple. White King had a very low-key personality. Although he had joined the preliminaries, he didn't reveal his true abilities, and he rarely came out to the contestant area. So many people didn't know about him. Without any problem, White King easily defeated the Blood Hands and stepped onto the city gates. After White King, Xiao Moxian also flew up. She even engaged the Blood Hands in a little tussle before scattering them. The other martial artists were afraid of the Blood Hands and vigorously tried to avoid their attacks, but this was actually amusing to Xiao Moxian. Then it was time for Fairy Frost Dream. Frost Dream gently lifted her hand, covering her entire body with a shroud of scattered light. This dreamlike scattered light slowly revolved around Frost Dream, seeming like countless gorgeous flower petals that fell around her. Then she simply vanished. In the next moment, she appeared above the city gates. A hazy halo of light appeared, shining with dazzling colors like spring cherry blossoms. Frost Dream appeared within these flower petals, proud and tall, like a goddess fallen down from the highest heavens. Her entire body exuded a holy and sanctified aura. Even though she had entered Slaughter City, she wasn't stained with even the tiniest scent of blood. Like this, Frost Dream had inexplicably appeared within Slaughter City, as if those flower petals had led her there. From start to finish, no one had been able to see how she moved or what laws she utilized. Is that teleportation? Impossible. The power of space around Slaughter City is extremely solid, and there is also that resentful energy that is hindering us all. It's already difficult for us to fly, so how could she possibly teleport? Too horrifying. I don't know what laws she used to accomplish what she just did. Who could possibly be her match? Everyone looked at Fairy Frost Dream with awe in their eyes. Xiao Moxian was a heaven-gifted, eternally rare genius, but she was still only 26 years old. Being so young, her strength would naturally lag behind her senior. Moreover, after understanding Xiao Moxian's information, although one still couldn't hold a candle to her. At least one could clearly see her strength. She wasn't like Fairy Frost Dream, who had always been a mystery. Even now, no one had the faintest clue about her. These aren't the space laws. This Frost Dream is too terrifying. Dragon Fong thought to himself, as someone with an extreme understanding of the space laws and who also touched upon the sixth level concept, he could easily distinguish whether or not Fairy Frost Dream had used the space laws just now. There was no limit in this universe. There was always a higher mountain and a stronger person. Many martial artists sighed with emotion. Frost Dream was already so horrifying, and yet no one knew where the limits of her strength lay. After Frost Dream, the other remaining participants were all overshadowed. Even if they could defeat the Blood Hands, that wasn't anything special at all. Soon, all 10,000 people had tried to enter Slaughter City, with only 890 succeeding. 10,000 people, and now 90% were suddenly eliminated. This is just too abnormal. I thought that after entering the finals, I would be able to earn a ranking, but I never imagined there would be so many people that wouldn't even have the chance to enter the arena. There are too many geniuses. This competition is the definition of brutal. Even those that successfully entered Slaughter City thought this. As for those martial artists that were overly confident in themselves, they also restrained the contempt and envy in their hearts. The difference was laid out in front of them. Many of them had managed to barely bypass those hands to enter Slaughter City, while some easily defeated the Blood Hands to enter. There was even someone like Fairy Frost Dream, who had entered using some inconceivable means. Let the battle begin. One of the world kings managing the tournament suddenly announced. In the 10 great divisions, those that were eliminated were in the second group. Everyone in the first group would be considered as having passed. Lin Ming was in the third division. In his division, there were 62 individuals remaining in the second group. They had to challenge those 30 martial artists in the first group. Dragon Fong? Lin Ming was surprised. He hadn't noticed before, but he and Dragon Fong were placed in the same division. In addition, Purple Blade was also here. Choose your opponent. Each of you has 3 chances. The one managing this division was a thin old man. He wore blue clothes and had an extraordinary and ethereal-like temperament to him. The 62 individuals chose their opponents. Neither Lin Ming nor Dragon Fong was selected. This was also a reasonable matter. As one of the few people in their division capable of defeating those Blood Hands, wasn't challenging someone as strong as they were just asking to die. Beside Lin Ming, several other people weren't chosen either. These were Empyrean descendants, Heavenly Palace Corps disciples, or the original first-ranked martial artists of their contest areas. Everyone else had 3 or 4 opponents. There were even some with poor performances as they entered Slaughter City, like Purple Blade, who were simultaneously chosen by 7 or 8 people. So that's how it is. The elimination round in entering Slaughter City helps to reduce the number of participants, but it is also to help those in the second group have an approximate understanding of the strength of the others. They can learn who is weak and who is strong so they don't randomly waste their time. As Lin Ming was thinking, he suddenly felt someone's eyes fall onto his body. He saw a white-clothed youth looking at him. This youth was shaved bald with a 9-ring scar on his head. He wore straw sandals and a loose robe, the very image of a solemn monk. Monk. Lin Ming's eyebrows arched up. Benefactor Lin, I'm blessed to meet you. I am a disciple of Mount Patala, Hengqi. Mount Patala. Lin Ming was startled. He had never heard the name of Mount Patala before. As Lin Ming was trying to recall anything about Mount Patala, Purple Blade's true essence sound transmission suddenly rang in his ears. Brother Lin, Mount Patala is an Empyrean Heavenly Palace level influence. They have an incomparably low profile most of the time, but they are one of the longest-lived sects with the most glorious history, and it is even rumored that they have 2 Empyreans in their sect. 2 Empyreans? Lin Ming asked, startled. A sect with two Empyreans. There are extremely few double Empyrean influences. In the future, Divine Dream Heavenly Palace and Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace will be the same. Fairy Frost Dream and Xiao Moshin could be called Young Empyreans. But whether it is Divine Dream Heavenly Palace or Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace, they cannot compare with Mount Potala. This is the difference in background. I heard that Mount Potala has already existed for 6 billion years. 6 billion years. Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. For an influence to survive for 6 billion years, that was a truly terrifying number. In these 6 billion years of history, would there always be an Empyrean standing guard within their ranks? Wouldn't that mean they had several dozen Empyreans born from their sect? I am not too clear about that. Mount Potala is extremely mysterious. The only reason I understand a little about them is because I was investigating information about everyone who is participating in the first martial meeting finals. Lin Ming deeply looked at Hang Chi. This monk exuded an aura as deep as the sea. He was clearly an extreme master. There are really too many masters here. This is a den of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Lin Ming thought to himself again. He cupped his hands and greeted Hang Chi in return. It's fortunate to meet you too. Since this fellow was polite, Lin Ming naturally had to return the politeness. And at this time, the fierce battling of the elimination series began. Every large division had several battles continuing on at the same time. In nearly all of them, the participants from the second group were defeated. After battles and more battles, there would be someone eliminated every now and then. But this intense combat had no influence on Lin Ming at all. When the sun set and the elimination round was over, out of the 10,000 people at the start, only 300 people were remaining, with each division having 30 people. Purple Blade was unlucky. He had been eliminated. There wasn't much he could do about this. He was someone who just barely managed to enter into the first group. On Grave Moonstar's side, there was only Lin Ming, Dragon Fong, Nether Limitless, and Bloodless Sword left. To a martial artist, there was no difference whether they fought in the morning or night. After several hours of rest, the group matches would begin. And at this time, it was still around midnight. Things are happening so fast. Lin Ming thought to himself. There wasn't even time for a day's rest. Lin Ming glanced over the name list. In each group of 30 people, every person only needed to fight 15 times. Lin Ming's matches were mostly against Heavenly Palace Core disciples or top 3 ranked participants from their contest areas. He wouldn't be running into true Empyrean descendants or Dragon Fong yet. It seemed that everyone who was considered an extreme master was seeded into different groups to stagger them apart from each other. First martial field. Lin Ming against Song Liang. Dragon Fong against Wu Ju. Heng Qi against Heng Yin. In the individual martial fields of the divisions, a referee loudly announced that the first one to go on stage was Lin Ming. This was also reasonable. Lin Ming hadn't even fought in the elimination series, so he naturally had to fight first. His opponent, Song Liang, was a Heavenly Palace Core disciple, and he stayed at Palace 90. From this number, his strength could be imagined to a certain extent. Chapter 1281, Difference in Strength. Chapter 1281, Difference in Strength. Yeah. The Song Liang, who walked on the martial stage, was a silver-haired martial artist who used a black spear, the same weapon type as Lin Ming. Lin Ming also silently took out his Phoenix blood spear from his spatial ring. Spear? How interesting. Song Liang faintly smiled. I have some impressions of you. You were the first ranked participant from Grave Moonstar, and many people know of you. They believe you can easily enter the top 3 of the Earth Proclamation, and perhaps even bloom in splendor during this first martial meeting and reach the top 10 ranks of the Heaven Proclamation. According to the rules of the first martial meeting, the Empyrean Direct disciples and Heavenly Palace core disciples were considered within the Heaven Proclamation, but the Earth Proclamation removed all of them. Basically, those that would rule the Earth Proclamation would be disciples of Great World King, Holy Lands. In the past first Marshall meetings, the top 3 place participants on the Earth Proclamation would only have an average ranking on the Heaven Proclamation. Without mentioning Empyrean descendants, many Heavenly Palace core disciples, which were also in the second group, were often better than disciples of Great World King, Holy Lands. This was because these Heavenly Palace core disciples often had half-step Empyrean masters, and their inheritances and resources were often much better. Many times they were even able to study transcendent divine mights. It was extremely difficult for disciples of Great World King, Holy Lands to compare with them. Song Liang was this type of Heavenly Palace core disciple. As a Heavenly Palace core disciple, he was naturally arrogant. But no matter how arrogant Song Liang was, he didn't think for half a second that he could enter the top 10 rankings of the Heaven Proclamation. This was because the momentum and grandeur of this first Marshall meeting was far too vast. As the first Marshall meeting was held, more and more Empyrean direct disciples began to join in. At the start, there were less than 10, but now, as the finals were about to begin, there were already 30 of them. This was an extremely rare situation, even when considering all the past first Marshall meetings. For instance, the last first Marshall meeting only had 7 Empyrean descendants participating. Looking even further back, it was rare to find a first Marshall meeting that had more than 10 Empyrean descendants. This caused the minimum ability required to enter the top 10 rankings of the Heaven Proclamation to be very high. If one wished to enter the top 10, they would have to engage in an absolutely blood-drenched round of combat. The 30 Empyrean descendants came from over 20 heavenly palaces, and each one was an unbelievably monstrous genius. Moreover, nearly every one of them had a late divine sea cultivation. Facing any single one of them, Song Liang didn't have any confidence at all. Even so, in this situation, there were still many people that believed Lin Ming, a mere middle divine sea martial artist, had a chance of entering the top 10 of the Heaven Proclamation. Didn't this mean that Lin Ming could easily defeat him? Song Liang certainly wasn't convinced of this. Lin Ming has an extremely high chance of entering the top 10 of the Heaven Proclamation. Who said that? All around the arena stage, many of the viewers were also participants. This was the first time they had heard that Lin Ming had high hopes of entering the top 10 of the Heaven Proclamation. No idea. I only heard that he was the first-ranked participant from Grave Moon Stars contest area, and his potential even exceeds that of Dragon Fong. His comprehensive strength isn't bad either. And that Dragon Fong is also a peak master. Dragon Fong? Isn't he just a common mortal martial artist? A Heavenly Palace disciple mindlessly commented. His eyes drifted towards another arena, where Dragon Fong was to face off against Wuju. Wuju was also a Heavenly Palace disciple in the second group. His palace number was 130, just slightly worse than Song Liang. After Lin Ming heard Song Liang's words, he faintly smiled. Do I have a chance of entering the Heaven Proclamation's top 10? That's probably an appraisal given to me by the disciples of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. All the disciples of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace believed that Lin Ming had used some trick to mount the divine seal altar. Even so, that was still far too amazing. From that alone, they believed that Lin Ming's potential was limitless. It was only a pity that Lin Ming was far too young. He was 5 or 6 years younger than most of the other Empyrean descendants. Thus, they believed that Lin Ming would only rank in the top 10 of the Heaven Proclamation. This appraisal already directly overshadowed most other Empyrean descendants and implied they would be defeated by a genius 5 or 6 years younger than them. To the Empyrean descendants, this was absolutely a great shame. Just thinking about what sort of strength Lin Ming could achieve in 5 or 6 years, one could imagine what sort of disparity these 5 or 6 years were. I am a disciple of Empyrean Ash Moon's chief disciple, Moonchild. I've stepped on the stage because I want to use this battle to teach you something. I will teach you just how great the disparity is between the Heaven Proclamation and the Earth Proclamation. Even if we are not Empyrean direct disciples, we still have transcendent divine mights that we can cultivate. Song Liang didn't say that he would defeat Lin Ming. He didn't believe that all rumors were baseless, but he also didn't believe that Lin Ming could tear his way through so many powerful enemies to reach the top 10. This Song Liang is really stupid. Underneath the arena stage, Zhao Ji was gloating in pleasure. In a stroke of fate, he was also placed into the same division as Lin Ming. And as a disciple of vast universe heavenly place, he was well aware of just how horrific Lin Ming was. Song Liang could only blame his own bad luck. Lucky for him, he didn't say that he could defeat Lin Ming, otherwise his face would be swollen with shame later. Another vast universe heavenly palace disciple said from beside Zhao Ji, even if their vast universe heavenly palace disciples were inferior to Lin Ming, they were still glad to see the disciples of other heavenly palaces eat dirt. As Song Liang was about to say several more words, he suddenly heard a loud, muffled sound from behind him, as if someone had forcefully struck the protective light barrier around the arenas. He turned around and was immediately surprised. In another arena, where Wuju was facing Dragon Fong, Wuju's protective true essence had completely shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he slumped to the ground. As for Dragon Fong, he stood in the center of the arena, casually grasping his curved sword as if he hadn't expended any energy at all. This fight was over in just a few breaths of time. This what happened? Song Liang's eyes widened. He was somewhat familiar with Wuji. Although Wuju was inferior to himself, he still had the strength to compete for the top 100 rankings of the Heaven Proclamation, and yet he was quickly defeated by Dragon Fong. Fierce, he used a double spatial mirror image to defeat him in one move. A double spatial mirror image isn't considered too skillful at all. Dragon Fong's limit surely continues past 2 images. I wonder just what boundary he has achieved. No wonder some people said that Dragon Fong has a chance of entering the top 10 of the Heaven Proclamation. Now, it seems that these rumors might have been a bit exaggerated, but not necessarily inaccurate. All around Dragon Fong's arena, many people had been watching that match just now. In just a spark of light, the outcome had been decided. Song Liang's face became immeasurably grim. In Grave Moon Stars contest area, Dragon Fong had only come in second. Lin Ming had come in first place. And you were saying, let's start now. That side has already finished fighting. Lin Ming's expression was very casual, but his words were grating on Song Liang's ears. Lin Ming simply didn't consider him a decent opponent, and his words implied that this battle would be over soon. What a hateful man. Ash Moon in the skies. Song Liang shouted out loud, and a watery lunar halo enveloped him. Behind Song Liang, a brilliant moon appeared, slowly rising. This round moon gave off a magnificent and ancient atmosphere, making it hard for one to look directly at it. As everyone saw this scene, their eyes began to light up. This is a transcendent divine might, the transcendent divine might of Ash Moon Heavenly Palace. Ancient Ash Moon. In truth, Ancient Ash Moon was not a complete, transcendent, divine might. Many Empyreans used their entire life's energy to create a transcendent, divine might. They might have to spend tens of millions of years to complete only half, and they might even die before they finished. This was the reason there were so many incomplete, transcendent, divine mights. Ancient Ash Moon was one of these transcendent divine mights. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if a Heavenly Palace core disciple is weak, they still have a supernatural divine might backing them. Just now, Wuju underestimated his enemy and didn't even use his transcendent divine might. Song Liang learned from that lesson, and now he's immediately starting with everything he has. Song Liang might be able to create some trouble for Lin Ming. After all, he is stronger than Wu Ju. In this situation, even if Song Liang were to show his transcendent divine might, very few people thought that he could defeat Lin Ming. If Lin Ming was on the same level as Dragon Fang, then the disparity between him and Song Liang would be too great. But if he relied on his transcendent divine might to engage in a prolonged battle, he should be able to use up some of Lin Ming's energy. Transcendent divine might? What a pity, you've only scratched the surface. Lin Ming grasped the Phoenix Blood Spear and swept outwards. With a flash of spear light, that ancient ash moon spear light in front of Song Liang was pierced through. Although it didn't shatter, the light dimmed down to almost nothing. This attack contains the concept of timelessness. No wonder this ability gives off such an ancient and boundless feeling. Really, any kind of transcendent divine might isn't simple at all. Unfortunately, Song Liang's comprehension of it is too shallow. Although an Empyrean heavenly palace often has more than one transcendent divine might as an inheritance, there are far too many people that wish to study them. The amount of time that a disciple is able to study it for is limited. If one wishes to study it in detail, they would need to be, at least, an Empyrean descendant. Lin Ming's spear light twisted and an endless flood of thunder surged out, directly breaking apart that round ancient ash moon. He broke it so easily. That was a transcendent divine might. Even if Song Liang wasn't able to study it in detail, it still shouldn't have been so easily broken. Lin Ming began to walk towards Song Liang, one step at a time. You've gone too far. You've forced my hand, Song Liang shouted. Ancient ash moon second style, moon shimmering through the heavens and earth. As Song Liang attacked, for a second type, true essence erupted to the limit. All the veins in his body bulged out as he clearly overdrew his own strength. However, facing Song Liang's desperate attack, Lin Ming simply thrust his spear out. Flame and thunder flashed out, and the ancient ash moon strike was directly split in half by Lin Ming's spear. Pung! Song Liang's protective true essence shattered. He flew backwards and crashed down onto the arena stage. Lin Ming easily achieved victory. The gap was far larger than everyone else imagined. I already knew it would be like this. Song Liang and Lin Ming simply aren't on the same level at all. We already said that Lin Ming would be able to advance into the top 10, but not many people believed us. Underneath the arena stage, a vast universe heavenly palace disciples spoke with sneering disdain. Was their vast universe heavenly palace's divine seal altar so easy to climb? Even if one resorted to tricks, it definitely wasn't easy to climb. Even with any amount of shortcuts, it was as difficult as reaching the heavens. There's nothing that could be done. People only believe their own eyes, not the rumors they hear with their ears. Moreover, there were too many first martial meetings semifinal areas, and many of those that were first ranked in their areas were blown out of proportion. Zhao Ji said, although he wasn't too happy with Lin Ming, he couldn't help but acknowledge his strength. After this, Lin Ming might not need to fight again. Many people will simply admit defeat instead of having to face him in battle. In each group, everyone will have to fight 15 people after all. If they admit defeat, they can save their strength for the next fight. The disciples of vast universe heavenly palace had guessed correctly. After Song Liang was defeated, Lin Ming's second opponent simply admitted defeat. The third, fourth, and fifth matches were also the same. Lin Ming easily obtained a 5-match winning streak, and Dragon Fang was also the same. In the eyes of everyone else, a genius like Lin Ming was simply sparring in this brief interlude. Their real strength would be revealed in the true finals. Chapter 1282, Easily Passing Qualification. Chapter 1282, Easily Passing Qualification. In In the group stage, because the masters were seeded into different groups, Lin Ming was victorious all the way to 10 wins without a single hiccup. Dragon Fong also had a 10-win winning streak. Not just that, but Heng Qi and 2 other Empyrean Direct disciples easily obtained a 10-win winning streak. Although these were group matches, one could see many things. There were always interested parties that soon summarized the top 50 people of all the divisions. Lin Ming and Dragon Fong were arranged within these rankings. The 30 Empyrean Direct disciples were naturally included too, as there wasn't a weak Empyrean Direct disciple. After all, the weak did not possess the qualifications to become Empyrean descendants. Another matter worth mentioning was Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. Besides the Heavenly Palace Saintess, Fairy Frost Dream, there were also 3 core disciples. None of these core disciples were weak, and they were all placed into this list of 50 names. The 3 of them were collectively referred to as the 3 fairies of the Divine Dream. Their names were Frost Charm, Frost Cloud, and Frost Moon. In Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, all disciples of Frost Dream's generation had the surname Frost, but only the top disciple had the qualifications to be called Dream. This was where Frost Dream's name originated from. Divine Dream Heavenly Palace is truly formidable. In the group that the 3 fairies were located in, Lin Ming silently watched them fight. The one on the arena stage was Frost Moon. She simply stared at her opponent, and without a single move, victory and defeat had already been decided. Her opponent slumped to his knees, all strength fleeing his body. And this person was a second-ranked genius from his semifinals area. A genius that was ranked second out of 100 great worlds actually had no ability to resist in front of Frost Moon. Frost Moon wins. The World King managing this arena area announced, without expression. This result was something he already expected. Although the 3 fairies were formidable, there were actually very few that forfeited when they fought them. This was because, as disciples of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, their statuses were special. They were mysterious and mystical, the definition of perfection. Even if the other geniuses knew they couldn't defeat them, they still fought. At least, when they left the first martial meeting, they would be able to boast that they fought with the fairies of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. Even if they were horribly defeated, they could still speak with pride about this. Losing to one of the fairies from Divine Dream Heavenly Palace was not a shameful matter. Rather, it was something to show off to others. Divine Dream Heavenly Palace is truly a strange and mystical influence. The other heavenly palaces often have trillions of disciples, but Divine Dream Heavenly Palace only has several hundred. Each one of them must be an outstanding individual amongst all outstanding elites. Lin Ming thought, but at this time, a voice suddenly echoed out in his mind. He was startled, and then happily said, "Miss M.O., you finish your seclusion?" Within the magic cube space, even an Empyrean didn't have the ability to sense M.O. Eversnow. Of course, it wouldn't matter even if they did. I've also realized something from that incomplete bone shard. I've been verifying it with the Celestial Tyrant Manual, one truth at a time. And now I've understood things that I didn't before. The Celestial Tyrant Manual's 100-layered waves can go another step further. How is Fishy? Lin Ming hadn't looked into the magic cube space for some time now, and M.O. Eversnow and Fishy had lived inside as they pleased. Fishy has been sleeping more and more these days. Although she has eaten up a great number of violet sun crystals, there still hasn't been any change within her body. M.O. Eversnow shook her head. She guessed that Fishy had some special background, and was certainly unique in some way, but up until now she still hadn't seen just how this specialness manifested within Fishy's body. Moreover, Fishy's growth was much slower than that of other little girls. Through these years, she still retained the appearance of an 11 to 12-year-old little girl. Of the 50 people, besides the 3 fairies of the Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, Another person also caught Lin Ming's attention. He called himself June Blue Moon, and he was dressed all in white. From his head to his toes, he emitted the aura of a sad and melancholic scholar. A pot of wine hung from his waist, and he used a long sword. What was strange was that this sword seemed rusty. From all appearances, it looked like a common mortal sword that was stained with blood and rust. This weapon is... As Lin Ming saw this sword, he felt something indescribable in his heart. This was absolutely not an ordinary sword. The sword blade emitted a light pressure, and Lin Ming still wasn't able to see what rank weapon it was. He wasn't able to judge whether it was a spirit artifact or not. Lin Ming deeply looked at that sword. If it was truly an unrivaled treasure sword, why would it be rusted? Those were clearly true rust stains that covered the blade, and not some deliberate camouflage. I also cannot see the mysteries behind that sword, M.O. Eversnow said from within the magic cube, shaking her head. She could not see through that weapon at all. It could be June Blue Moon's lucky chance, just like your magic cube. Maybe. Lin Ming sighed. In the 3,000 great worlds of the divine realm and the quadrillion trillion lives that existed within it, there were bound to be far too many people that came across a heaven-defying lucky chance. There was the dual body and energy cultivator Shirku, Dragon Fong with his 3 lives pupils, and now this June Blue Moon. All of these people unveiled an unfathomable feeling. Time passed quickly. It was the second day, with evening soon approaching. At this point, the continuous battles had gone on for 2 days and 1 night. Some matches were extremely bitter and intense, and some matches revealed an absolute disparity in strength. At his final 15th match, Lin Ming finally met an opponent that fought him with everything they had. This person came from vast universe Heavenly Palace. You are strong, but I won't give up just because of this. I want to know just how you climbed up the divine seal altar. As a disciple of vast universe Heavenly Palace, the divine seal altar was a legend to them. And the one who broke this legend was not a disciple of their vast universe Heavenly Palace, but Lin Ming. This caused some disciples to be unable to let this go. They hoped to fight Lin Ming to confirm just what sort of strength he had. As soon as this martial artist faced Lin Ming, his entire body shook as his joints crackled and popped. He stayed at Palace 72, and out of the 14 matches so far, he had only lost a single one, which was against the disciple from Mount Patala. Hang Chi. This was also a reasonable defeat. Hang Chi was an Empyrean descendant. Moreover, he came from the Heavenly Palace with the deepest background in the entire divine realm. It was simply impossible for this martial artist to defeat him. Take my move. Savage Dragon crossing the river. As soon as this martial artist attacked, it was with his ultimate final killing blow. His saber came slashing towards Lin Ming with overwhelming momentum. In that moment, all of the space around Lin Ming seemed to be locked in place. This vast universe, Heavenly Palace disciple actually used the concept of space. Moreover, his attainments weren't low. He had steadily entered into the 4th level concept. Blue Lotus Flame Dance. Without expression, Lin Ming swept his spear out. The fire laws fused together, and a wild and savage spear light gathered into a shimmering beam that instantly broke through his opponent's saber light. Compared to Lin Ming, the difference was simply too great. With the suppression of laws and also absolute strength, there was no way for him to resist. What? The vast universe Heavenly Palace disciple stared with wide eyes. Even though he knew he wasn't Lin Ming's match, it was only now when he faced him that he discovered how great the disparity was. Whoosh! Lin Ming shot out his second spear strike. This spear strike ripped open his opponent's protective true essence and sent him flying backwards. Lin Ming, victory! The World King powerhouse managing this arena said without any surprise. Thus, with this, Lin Ming won 15 matches and successfully passed the pre-finals. Lin Ming had now entered the true finals. Chapter 1283, Empyrean Demon Dawn. Chapter 1283, Empyrean Demon Dawn. Early in the morning, in the great dimensional world open within vast universe world, the sun had yet to rise. The skies were still covered with a misty blue haze, and in the great dimensional world, countless people had already gathered. On the ground, innumerable people gathered like masses of ants. In the skies, people were as concentrated as seas of locusts. These people were all rushing towards the tournament martial field. Before, in Slaughter City, the elimination round and the qualifying round for the finals hadn't been made public, but several hundreds of millions of people were able to come to the martial field. As long as they had an admission ticket, they could watch the tournament. The admission tickets for the finals were incomparably rare. With several 100 million admission tickets, this amount was divided amongst the 100 to 200 Empyrean heavenly palaces, 3,000 great worlds, and countless medium worlds, small worlds, and hidden dimensions. On average, a great world only had 30,000 to 50,000 or so tickets. The holy lords of various holy lands, the elders and chief disciples of World King Holy Lands, the royalty and high-level figures of World King level divine kingdoms, and even true World King powerhouses had gathered here. With several 100 million people gathered in the massive arena, any casually chosen person was someone who ruled over their own domain and was the god of trillions of people. But now, the members of this audience were nothing but ordinary spectators. There were even many people that couldn't obtain a good seat. In the previous qualifying matches for the finals, only the total top 50 ranked martial artists of the first groups would be able to make it to the true finals. Besides these 50 people, everyone else had to undergo a brutal series of eliminations to compete for the remaining rankings. Finally, there would be 300 individuals left, and in the end these people would be divided into two lists, the Heaven Proclamation and Earth Proclamation. There are only 50 people in the first group, and Empyrean descendants take up 30 of those positions, leaving behind only 20 spots. This competition is too intense. This round of the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting is truly the most glorious time for the last several 100,000 years. This is because Empyrean Divine Dream used the Divine Dream World to gather up all the geniuses of the Divine Realm, leading to these unprecedented times. That's right, to be able to be alive during these prosperous times is truly our luck. I heard that there are even many great world kings who are rushing over to watch the tournament. As everyone was speaking, a horrifying roar spread through the skies as an indescribable pressure came shrouding down over them all. A loud explosion echoed through the world, resounding between the heavens and earth as if space itself would shatter. Heavens, what sound is that? It feels like my soul is breaking, facing this unknown sound. Many people felt as if their eardrums were pierced through, and even their divine souls seemed on the verge of breaking and scattering away to nothingness. At this time, a truly shocking sight occurred. In the skies, a massive void was ripped open. A terrifying flow of energy passed through this void, as a massive head 100 miles long emerged from within the darkness. This head had a vicious lone horn sticking out from its center, and it had massive scales as black as ink, as dark as night. This was a black dragon head. That is the dragon. That is a black dragon, a god beast, a true god beast. Many people in the audience cried out in alarm. Over 99% of the people here had never seen a god beast before, and without some great accident, most of them would never see one again in the rest of their lives either. In the divine realm, a god beast was in existence nearly on par with an Empyrean dragon. It's really a true dragon. The ancient dragon clan's great elder stiffened where he sat. This was truly a tragedy. Even though he was the great elder of the ancient dragon clan, he had actually never seen a living true dragon before. This is a dragon. Lin Ming saw this scene from the contestant waiting area. Facing this god beast, he could feel a vast pressure pushing down on him. To think that a dragon would come here. Does this mean that an Empyrean has arrived? Many people suddenly thought of this. They knew that only a powerful Empyrean could use a god beast as a mount. Black dragon. Then it is probably Empyrean Demon Dawn. In the audience, there would always be some high-level figures who had some understandings towards the Empyreans. A black dragon was the mount that Empyrean Demon Dawn rode. Empyrean Demon Dawn. As many people heard this name, they all paled. Empyrean Demon Dawn was known as one of the highest Empyreans. Originally, he had been known as a demonic fiend. On his path to becoming an Empyrean, the number of people he killed simply couldn't be counted. In the past, when he was still a half-stepped world king powerhouse because he had recklessly killed too many people, he had aroused the anger of the world. Some great influences banded together to exterminate him, but the result was that they failed. Afterwards, Empyrean Demon Dawn broke through to the world king realm and instead exterminated those that tried to kill him, slaughtering everyone until not even dogs or chickens remained. In that war, the number of casualties used trillions as a measurement. This sort of demonic fiend had caused panic wherever he went. It was only when he became an Empyrean that he slowly cooled down and began to retreat from the known world. However, when the older generation of martial artists heard his name, they still felt their hearts tremble. Empyrean Demon Dawn personally came. Is he here to watch Xiao Ma Xin? An Empyrean came in person to watch the first martial meeting. Someone cried out in shock. In the last several first martial meetings, there simply hadn't been any Empyreans present. This was because an Empyrean was born every million years, while the first martial meeting was held every 4,000 to 5,000 years. The champion of the first martial meeting simply wasn't comparable to an Empyrean. Only a martial artist with potential on par with an Empyrean was worthy to grasp the attention of one. Ha! So it's Brother Demon Dawn making a personal appearance. Come, let me invite you. A full and vigorous voice suddenly echoed in the air. Lin Ming could clearly hear that this voice belonged to Empyrean Vast Universe. After Empyrean Demon Dawn appeared, Empyrean Vast Universe naturally had to make a show. Empyrean Vast Universe and Empyrean Demon Dawn were both simultaneously watching this first martial meeting. It was possible that even Empyrean Divine Dream was watching this event. This was truly a golden age of martial arts. After Empyrean Demon Dawn appeared, the atmosphere in the martial field was much more heated. Although they didn't see Empyrean Demon Dawn with their own eyes, knowing that they were watching the same tournament as an Empyrean-level character was truly a thrilling matter. Even Empyreans have come. There are simply too many masters in this first martial meeting. If Senior Apprentice Brother Lin were to be compared with them then, in the ancient Phoenix clan's area, Yen Little Moon was a bit worried. Although she knew that Lin Ming was strong, she had also previewed the information of the various geniuses before this, and each one was more terrifying than the last. Any one of them was an unfathomable existence to her. Everyone, I welcome you all here on behalf of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. I am the host of the first Martial Meetings Finals, Vast Cosmos. High in the skies above the arena, a tall and burly man floated in the air. His figure was enlarged by an illusory magic array, allowing the several 100 million spectators to clearly see him. Now, I shall announce the rules of the finals. There will be a total of 50 martial artists participating in the finals. The finals shall be divided into 2 stages. In the first stage, each person shall fight 18 battles. According to their performance in these 18 battles, the 50 martial artists shall be divided into 2 tiers. The first tier will consist of 10 people, and the second tier will consist of 40 people. The finale of this tournament shall be played out with those 10 people in the first tier, and the top 10 list will be decided from them. For those in the second tier, The following 40 rankings will undergo a round-robin tournament. The first 3 ranked in the second tier will gain the qualifications to challenge those in the first tier. If they win, they can take their spots. The rules of the finals weren't complicated. One didn't need to fight every other martial artist in the finals. As long as one could enter the first tier of martial artists, they would in fact only need to fight around 27 matches. The first 18 matches shouldn't be difficult, but in the following 9 matches, every opponent will be a top 10 master. Every battle then shall truly be splendid. After Lin Ming heard these rules, his heart flashed with this thought. But at this time, above the central arena, vast cosmos loudly shouted out, "The first match shall begin, Frost Dream against Ling Feng." The first match would be Frost Dream's debut. This was also reasonable. Frost Dream was the most popular candidate to win the first martial meeting. Although Xiao Moxin wasn't weak, she was simply too young. No matter how great her talent was, it was impossible to make up for the absolute disparity brought by age. Frost Dream. Fairy Frost Dream. As the audience saw Frost Dream step up for the first match, many people, in particular the heroic young men, began to loudly cry out her name. Many people didn't know of Dragon Fong or Lin Ming, and they definitely didn't know of White King or Hang Chi, but there was no one that didn't know of Frost Dream and Xiao Moxin. Frost Dream was synonymous with icy cold perfection, a profound and untouchable woman. In the divine realm, she was the dream lover of countless young elites. Now that they saw Frost Dream step on stage, how could they not be excited? Frost Dream's opponent was Ling Feng. Ling Feng was also a core disciple of an Empyrean heavenly palace. In the previous group matches, he had achieved total victory. His performance had been immaculate the entire time. He was absolutely not weak. Who is that? Why bother fighting? Just hurry up and give up. That's right. You unlucky loser, just hurry up and admit defeat, or you'll bring trouble upon yourself. Ling Feng truly had bad luck. This was his first time stepping on the finals arena stage, and he had to encounter Frost Dream. Moreover, he had to face the relentless assault of her countless adoring fans. Ling Feng's complexion was ugly. These people, it's as if they think I'm useless. He certainly didn't believe that he was Frost Dream's match. But as a peak genius himself, he had absolute confidence in his skills. Or, at the very least, he didn't believe he would fold under the first strike. He should at least be able to fight a little battle with Frost Dream. He didn't plan on admitting defeat here. Let the match begin. Vast cosmos loudly announced. At the same time, Ling Feng rushed towards Frost Dream. He held a great heavy sword in his hands as he slashed down at Frost Dream. His strike was like a tiger descending from a mountain, unstoppable. But Frost Dream didn't move at all. With a gentle wave of her hand, it was like a light spring breeze wafted past her. In the next moment, as Ling Feng was hurtling through the air, all of his protective true essence completely shattered. His entire body twisted like a broken kite line as he fell to the ground. In the entire process, no one was able to clearly see what Frost Dream did. The match had just begun, and Frost Dream didn't even move at all. Frost Dream, victory. Vast cosmos expressionlessly announced. As for the several 100 million people present, including even Frost Dream's fans, all of them looked as if they were lost in a daze. Was that an illusion attack? No. Ling Feng's protective true essence was clearly shattered by something. How could an illusion attack possibly have such an effect? Frost Dream was strong, but what truly terrified everyone was that they didn't know just where her strengths lay. Her techniques, her laws, all of them resembled some illusionary phantom attack, but the truth wasn't so simple. It was impossible to imagine just what her skills were. Too terrifying. If one were to meet Frost Dream, they might not even know how they lost. Many of the genius participants had awe in their eyes as they looked at Frost's dream. As for the several hundreds of millions of people present, there was a brief lull of silence before the entire arena burst into raucous cheers. Frost's dream! Frost's dream! The frenzied shouts continued for several dozen breaths of time before slowly quieting down. Chapter 1284 Lin Ming versus Frost Moon. Chapter 1284 Lin Ming versus Frost Moon. The disciples of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace are too fierce. Not only is there Frost Dream, but there is also the three fairies of the Divine Dream, and each one of them is extremely strong. They are even more formidable than weaker Empyrean descendants. Yeah, Divine Dream Heavenly Palace simply has far too few disciples. It is said that there are 10 true descendants of Empyrean Divine Dream. And once the core disciples are counted, Divine Dream Heavenly Palace only has a few hundred disciples in total. The Divine Dream three fairies are in no way inferior to ordinary Empyrean descendants. It had to be known that an Empyrean often had 100 to 200 descendants. For instance, Empyrean vast universe was like this. But if all the disciples of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace were added together, they only matched the number of Empyrean descendants for other heavenly palaces. That's right. Although the three fairies of the Divine Dream aren't Empyrean descendants, one still has to consider them on the same level as Empyrean descendants. Moreover, their techniques are strange, and the laws they use are extremely special. For an opponent, it would probably be better to face an ordinary Empyrean descendant than to face them. The second match, Hang Chi against Ya. The person to step up for the second match was Mount Potala's Hang Chi. Mount Potala, I never imagined that Mount Potala would produce a descendant at such a time. M.O. Evers now whispered from within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Miss M.O., you know of Mount Potala? M.M., I understand a little. My grandfather once told me that Mount Potala is the most ancient sect in the entire divine realm. Their history extends 6 billion years back. If the ancient Elysium seal's words about the great world calamity occurring 6 billion years ago were true, then after the universe crossed that calamity, Mount Potala appeared and slowly developed to the scale it is at today. Then would it be likely that Mount Potala understands what happened in that ancient great calamity? I'm not sure about that. I'm afraid that in the great calamity so long ago, many martial arts civilizations were destroyed, resulting in great stretches of history being lost. 6 billion years is simply far too long ago, and many things have been buried in the rivers of time. If all those masters that participated in the great calamity had died, then history would be even more confusing. It would be hard to say just what role Mount Potala played in the great calamity. But no matter what, the truth is that Mount Potala's background is truly terrifying. Within the entire divine realm, their sect possesses the highest number of transcendent divine mights. Since 6 billion years ago, they have likely produced Empyreans in the double digits of Empyreans. Just how amazing was that? Even if they only produced 10 Empyreans, and half of those Empyreans created their own transcendent divine might, then that would mean Mount Potala possessed at least 5 transcendent divine mights. How could other sects possibly compare? This level of inheritance could truly be called defying the will of the heavens. Mount Potala has always been low-key. Now that a descendant has appeared, it might really be related to the so-called Great Calamity. M.O. Evers now slowly said. Lin Ming sighed with emotion. There were really far too many geniuses in the finals, all of them extraordinary characters of this era. Even so, only a single champion would appear from them all. This Hang Chi was truly unfathomable. Even Lin Ming couldn't say who was weaker between him and Frost Dream. Not just them, but there was also Xiao Maxian, Dragon Fong, and other dark horses that had yet to reveal their deep-hidden strengths. For instance, Lin Ming was also in that final situation. These were numerous heroes vying for supremacy. Even so, only a single king could appear. To be number one was far too difficult, no matter who it was. As Lin Ming was thinking this, he discovered that Hang Chi's number plate, that is, his palace number, was 2. Fairy Frost Dream was the saintess of divine Dream Heavenly Palace, and her status was unique. Moreover, as the host, it was reasonable that she was in Palace number 1. But following her, the one in Palace 2 was not Xiao Maxian or the disciple of Empyrean Vast Universe, White King, but Hang Chi instead. From this minor detail, one could see just how special Mount Potala's status was. Hang Chi's match was Yeha, who was also first place in his semi-final contest area. Moreover, he was not an ordinary first-place martial artist. His strength was clear for all to see, obvious from the fact that he was able to stand in the top 50. This Yeha is an amazing person amongst the great world king, Holy Lands. But let alone rushing into the top 10 of the Heaven Proclamation, even reaching the top 40, will be difficult for him. This is because this first martial meeting is in far too special a situation. Thus, even great world, king, Holy Land level geniuses will be hard-pressed to find a place here. That's right. Nether Limitless was said to be strong, but he couldn't even enter the top 50. As the finals approached, far too many Empyrean descendants joined in. In Hang Chi and Yeha's match, no one favored Yeha. Even those from his sect thought this. The disparity was simply too great. And by the conclusion of this match, no miracle occurred. Hang Chi's technique was not as elusive and confusing as Fairy Frost Dream's was. He simply used a Buddhist palm technique and easily won. From start to finish, he did not display a transcendent divine might. Although his performance so far seemed simple and ordinary, everyone believed that Hang Chi was anything but ordinary. After Hang Chi, the next one to step on stage was Xiao Maxian. Only then did Lin Ming realize that Xiao Maxian's number plate was 3. In a sense, it seems that the number plates correspond to the strength of the various heavenly palaces. From this placement, Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace seems to be ranked 3rd amongst the heavenly palaces, with Mount Potala ranked 2nd. Does that mean Divine Dream Heavenly Palace is beyond them? Lin Ming secretly thought the heavenly palaces were far too mysterious. With the information he had so far about Mount Potala and Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, it was hard for Lin Ming to deduce just who was the stronger of the two. The matches continued one at a time. The Empyrean descendants won the vast majority of the matches. Those geniuses of World King Holy Lands that managed to reach the top 50 were nearly completely swept away, almost annihilated from the start. Lin Ming's number plate was near the end, thus his match was also much later than the others. It wasn't until the 18th match that vast cosmos called out his name. 18th match, Lin Ming against Frost Moon. Fighting Frost Moon? Lin Ming was startled. Frost Moon was one of the 3 fairies of the Divine Dream, although the 3 of them weren't direct disciples of Empyrean Divine Dream. That didn't mean they were weak. Rather, Empyrean Divine Dream accepted far too few direct disciples. In these last 10 million years, she had accepted a mere 10 of them. In this sort of situation, the other disciples of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace were no weaker than the Empyrean descendants of other heavenly palaces. This is senior apprentice brother Lin's luck is too horrible. He has to face off against such a strong opponent in his first match. In the arena stands, Yen Little Moon was nervously speaking, her voice filled with worry. Violent Stone shook his head. That's not true. Rather, it should be said that in those 50 people, none of them are weak. It's not surprising for him to encounter one of the three fairies of the divine dream now. We need to place our faith in Lin Ming and believe he can reach the final top 10 of the total rankings. Although Frost Moon is troublesome, she still shouldn't be his match. Hua Violent Stone said. Although those were his words, the truth was that he didn't have any idea just how strong Lin Ming was. Lin Ming had hidden his cards far too deep, and Hua Violent Stone simply didn't know what his limits were. Lin Ming stepped onto the arena stage. In front of him was a young woman in white tights. Her body was slender and tall. She had the looks of a 17 to 18-year-old. Her hair was cut short but neat and clean. As Frost Moon saw Lin Ming enter the arena stage, she lightly smiled. I am Divine Dream Heavenly Palace's Frost Moon. I ask for your advice. Her voice was sweet and honeyed, and her words were polite and curt. She didn't have the otherworldly indifference of Frost Dream, but rather gave off a solemn and dignified feeling. Please advise me. Lin Ming respectfully responded in return, and at this time, from the audience, many boos sounded out. Who the hell is that? Don't bother fighting and just admit defeat. What an eyesore. Why don't you scurry off stage? There were many fans of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, and all of them were rabid and loud. When Fairy Frost Dream fought on stage in the first match against Ling Feng, her fans yelled at him the same way. Many young elites of the divine realm took the disciples of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace as the goddesses of their heart. Their strength was great, their talent was astronomical, and their status was high. They were holy and inviolable characters, nearly reaching perfection in all categories. Many people dreamt of marrying a disciple from Divine Dream Heavenly Palace and becoming intimate with them. But what a pity! There had never been a single disciple of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace that had ever married in their life. In this situation, these fans could only sweetly caress them in their imaginations as their paths would never cross. And now, there was actually a man with greater talent and higher strength than these fans, who could fight on the same stage against these goddesses of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. These fans envied Lin Ming, and certainly didn't think well of him. Lin Ming turned a deaf ear to these loud boos. He silently extracted the Phoenix blood spear. Match! Start! Vast cosmos loudly shouted. In that moment when the voice signaled the beginning of the match, a dim halo of light shone from Frost Moon's entire body. Lin Ming only felt his surroundings transform around him. He arrived in a battlefield, a war between mortals. He himself had reverted to a 30-year-old middle-aged man, and his martial arts cultivation was now next to nothing. Battle, slaughter, the chaos and turmoil of destruction. But Lin Ming's strength was low, and he had nothing amazing about him at all. In such a war, he had a wife, he had a child, and suffered during each and every battle. He could die at any time, and there wasn't anything he could do about it. I did not find the magic cube. Without the initial support from the magic cube, I would never have crossed the most difficult years of my life. As a result, I was secretly plotted against by others and received hidden wounds, causing me to never be able to practice martial arts in my life. Then, I was forced to lead a life without a single ray of hope. This is a parallel world. Lin Ming was crystal clear. He knew that these were all illusions. Within his mind, the grand mist battle spirit brightly sparkled, protecting his thoughts. This is indeed an illusion attack, aimed at the weakest point of my mind. In my life, what do I fear the most? Besides losing those I love, what I fear most is losing my life's cultivation. And this illusion is to have me return to a mortal life and face endless suffering and misery. Frost Moon's illusion skills aren't equal to Frost Dream's, but I can still make out some of the divine dream law's mysteries from this. Lin Ming's goal was Frost Dream, but before that, he needed to understand the laws she cultivated, and Frost Moon was a prime subject for this. Thus, he wasn't in a rush to tear through this illusion. Is that an illusion attack? Was Lin Ming struck by an illusion attack? During the previous qualifying rounds, nearly every opponent that the three fairies of the divine dream faced were all instantly defeated. Lin Ming was now standing stock still where he was, and it was impossible to see what sort of situation he was in. On the arena stage, Frost Moon frowned. She could feel that her illusions had not been able to invade Lin Ming's spiritual sea, but were isolated outside. This person's will is great. It will be impossible to use an illusion to defeat him. Frost Moon has met a true opponent. His will defense is watertight. On the side of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, Frost Charm and Frost Cloud were both watching Frost Moon compete. There's nothing she can do. It looks like Frost Moon will have to give this her everything and use the ruling spirit art. Chapter 1285, Ruling Spirit Art. Chapter 1285, Ruling Spirit Art. The entire martial stage was filled with a kaleidoscopic purple light. As Lin Ming was shrouded in this purple light, he fell into a strange spiritual space. Everyone didn't know just what Lin Ming was experiencing in this world. All they knew was that Divine Dream Heavenly Palace's illusion attacks were terrifying. All the previous opponents only needed a single glance to be defeated. From this, the great disparity between them could be imagined. In this confusing battle scene, Frost Moon extracted a strangely shaped weapon from her spatial ring. This sword resembled a sickle, and the blade was shaped like a crescent moon. The hilt was short, even shorter than a fist, and hard to firmly hold. To many martial artists, this type of sword seemed flashy and useless. But no one believed that Divine Dream Heavenly Palace would use a flashy and useless weapon. This sword certainly had its strengths. That is the Crescent Moon Sword, Divine Dream Heavenly Palace's unique weapon. Its attack form is very special. I've heard of it before, but this is my first time seeing it in person. Before now, no one has been able to force them to use it. In the audience, there were some more experienced martial artists that began to recount what they knew about the origin of this weapon. As everyone heard that this weapon had a special attack method, they all opened their eyes wide, waiting to see just what was so special about the Crescent Moon Sword. The Crescent Moon Sword was only 3 feet long. As Frost Moon held it in her hands, it shined with a cold light. Suddenly, Frost Moon moved, her speed rapidly shooting up to an incredible velocity as she left behind a series of afterimages. Barreling straight towards Lin Ming. She's using a physical attack at the same time as an illusion attack. Originally, an illusion attack was to have an opponent fall into a fantasy dreamland and lose the ability to defend themselves. At this time, most geniuses would no longer be able to resist and would have lost. Even though there were some individuals with an extremely strong will that were able to resist this illusion attack, they would have to struggle to do so, and they would inevitably come under tremendous influence. At this time, if the disciples of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace were to attack again, it would be as easy as cutting a melon. This was because those that had fallen into an illusion had no ability to defend themselves. As this cold crescent blade shot towards Lin Ming's throat, many people in the audience cried out in alarm. At this critical moment, Lin Ming's eyes flashed open. His will energy erupted, and the illusion world he was covered in suddenly shattered. The phoenix blood spear suddenly rose up, thrusting straight towards Frost Moon's head. The change had occurred too quickly. No one was able to respond in time. Lin Ming had instantly broken through that illusion world and had counterattacked at the same time. In that moment, Frost Moon's eyes widened. In the air, her body strangely twisted. Just before the crescent moon blade was about to touch the phoenix blood spear, an incredible scene occurred. The crescent moon sword suddenly split apart in the air. A single sword divided into 7 thin crescent moons. each one able to be used as a separate weapon. This crescent moon blade was actually formed from 7 different blades. Ruling spirit art. Frost Moon shouted out. A pale gold sword of will howled out from between her eyebrows. This was an elementary gold battle spirit. This battle spirit divided into 7 wisps, each wisp entering the 7 curved blades. Sword light whistled as the 7 crescent blades danced in the air, each one shooting towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming's mind jumped. This was the second time he had seen such a fighting method. The 7 crescent blades turned into 7 brilliant blue beams of light, each one reaching unimaginable degrees of speed that were impossible to track. Each crescent blade attacked one of Lin Ming's vital points. Lin Ming's pupils shrank, even with his speed, wanting to ward off 7 different blades that each cut in from cunning angles and could change direction and speed whenever they wished was simply impossible. Grand Miss Space. Lin Ming suddenly erupted with energy. Behind him, the Prime Emperor Lotus Flower bloomed. The ancient and boundless Grand Mist Space suddenly covered the entire martial stage. The Grand Mist Space was able to annihilate all laws. As the 7 crescent blades were enveloped in this space, their speed rapidly dropped. At the same time, Lin Ming opened all 7 of the 8 inner hidden gates. The strength of his mortal body erupted to the limit. Phoenix Blood Spear. Total annihilation. Ding, 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 ding. With a clear explosive sound, the 7 crescent blades were struck back by Lin Ming. What? Frost Moon's complexion changed. This variation of the ruling spirit art was an extremely formidable cultivation method within Divine, Dream, Heavenly Palace. One was able to use their battle spirit and sword to kill someone from 1,000 miles away. They were called surprise attacks that were nearly impossible to guard against. Even a slightly stronger martial artist might fall to this technique. Even so, Lin Ming had broken through her attack. Lin Ming took a step forwards, his Phoenix Blood Spear pounding outwards. Heaven and earth origin energy swept up into a violent vortex of spinning flames. Blue lotus flame dance. A red beam of spear light, as thick as a barrel shot outwards, smashing into Frost Moon's protective true essence. With a loud ringing sound, Frost Moon's protective true essence immediately collapsed. She flew backwards, her clothes stained red with blood. Lin Ming, victory! Vast cosmos peered deeply at Lin Ming as he made this announcement. As for the arena, it had fallen into utter silence. At the start, the battle had been won within a world of illusions. But suddenly, a violent outbreak occurred. The tide of battle had rapidly turned, becoming extremely intense, so fast that no one was able to prepare for it. Even though everyone was closely watching, some weaker martial artists couldn't even see the attack trajectories of those crescent blades. All they saw were flashes of gorgeous light filling the air. What's going on? What happened? Some people asked, confused. Lin Ming won. What nonsense! You should die for saying that. That brat simply stepped in some dog shit. Good luck. Many people present were fans and ardent supporters of Frost Moon, and took her as the goddess of their heart, as they saw Frost Moon injured by Lin Ming to the point of spitting blood. How could they still feel comfortable? But let alone nonsense. What Frost Moon had used right now was Divine Dream, Heavenly Palace's version of the ruling spirit art, a technique where one controlled the movement and attacked paths of weapons with their battle spirit. The more formidable one's battle spirit was, the fiercer the attack would be. Not just that, but one could change the speed and angle of the attack in midair, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Moreover, on average, the disciples of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace possessed a battle spirit far more formidable than other geniuses. One could see just now that Frost Moon's battle spirit had already reached the elementary gold level. When this was combined with the ruling spirit art, the might that could be displayed was hard to imagine. Even so, she had been instantly defeated by Lin Ming. Frost Moon simply wasn't his opponent at all. Or, it should be said that an ordinary Empyrean descendant was unable to best Lin Ming. Many people had dignified expressions. Lin Ming's final eruption of the Grand Misspace had left a profound impression on everyone. Of course, they couldn't recognize the origin of the Grand Misspace. Even a great world king powerhouse didn't have the chance to see a top character like Empyrean Primordius fight. This young brat Lin Ming, I haven't seen him for a few months, but he's become stronger. In an independent space within Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, Empyrean Vast Universe had this thought as he watched Lin Ming's match. And sitting nearby Empyrean Vast Universe was another man. This man's entire body was wrapped in black fog. His body was tall and strong, his shoulders were broad, and his forehead was covered with black smiles. His face was grim and fierce, and he emitted a cruel and savage killing intent, causing all who looked at him to tremble. This man was Empyrean Demon Dawn. After seeing the last battle, Empyrean Demon Dawn was silent for a moment before gloomily saying, "What this brat used just now was the Primordius martial intent. It is that fellow Primordius's transcendent divine might." His voice was as grating as metal, making cold shivers crawl down one's spine. While others couldn't recognize the Grand Misspace, Empyrean Demon Dawn certainly could. As Empyrean Vast Universe heard Demon Dawn's words, he frowned. He knew that Demon Dawn acted upon whatever whims he had at the moment, and he didn't consider the proper rules and customs of the world. As long as he took a liking to something, he would make a grab for it. It is indeed the inheritance left behind by Primordius. Demon Dawn, I advise you not to have any thoughts of taking Primordius's inheritance. It might not suit you, and you already have your own transcendent divine might. The transcendent divine mights that others create will never be as good as your own. As for wealth, you do not lack for it. Moreover, where Primordius left his inheritance, he certainly also left behind other contingencies. Even if you personally take a trip there, you might not return with anything. Before Empyrean Primordius died, he had left behind a powerful array formation that blocked off the entire planet that the Sky Spill continent was on. Any divine realm martial artist that was above the divine sea realm could not enter it. Empyrean Demon Dawn coldly smiled. Who knows whether that Primordius fellow is still alive or dead? Even if he left behind a wisp of his consciousness, it's probably already withered away to nothing. In his most flourishing times, it's true that I was inferior to him, but now that he has died, and such a long time has passed, how could any array or trap he set down possibly stop me? As Empyrean Demon Dawn said this, Empyrean Vast Universe frowned even more. Demon Dawn never had a good relationship with Primordius to begin with, and now that it was believed Primordius had died, if Demon Dawn wished to dig up his grave and steal his treasures, then that would truly be a disaster for the inheritances that Empyrean Primordius left behind. Without a doubt, Primordius's inheritance would not be able to develop well within Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace. It would simply be another inheritance and source of wealth for Demon Dawn, nothing more than a waste of a treasure. As Empyrean Vast Universe didn't know what to say, at his side, Empyrean Divine Dream faintly said, "The arrangements that Primordius left behind certainly have their own significance. Demon Dawn, do not meddle in his affairs." Her faint voice didn't have the slightest fluctuation of emotion, but her words carried with them an undeniable majesty. This majesty formed a light pressure, just like a mortal king handing down an imperial decree. It was impossible to resist. Empyrean Demon Dawn frowned. He fell into a deep silence for a long time before grimly saying, "I understand." In just several words, Empyrean Demon Dawn had been suppressed. Empyrean Vast Universe looked over at Empyrean Divine Dream with some surprise. He could feel that in these last several million years, he understood Divine Dream less and less. He had no idea just where the limits of her strength were now. Demon Dawn fears divine dream. To this degree, could they have fought before? Empyrean, vast universe suddenly thought. At this time, Lin Ming walked down from the arena stage. In that battle just now, what surprised Lin Ming the most was the ruling spirit art. A battle spirit could be used in such a manner too? Lin Ming's battle spirit was strong, but he hadn't used it often these past days, only using it to support his own attacks or influence the movements of his opponents. He had never used the greatest power of a battle spirit. Now that he saw Frost Moon's technique, his own thoughts were inspired. Frost Moon is already so fierce when she uses the ruling spirit art. If I were to learn this ruling spirit art, then if that were combined with my Grand Mist battle spirit, just what degree of combat strength would I reach? Chapter 1286, Three Swords. Chapter 1286, Three Swords. 19th match. Dragon Fong against Yuan Bo. Vast cosmos loudly announced from above the martial stage. Dragon Fong had come from the same Grave Moon Star contest area as Lin Ming. Their strength was similar. Thus the two of them had their first matches at similar times. After Lin Ming was Dragon Fong. Dragon Fong's opponent was Yuan Bo. Yuan Bo came from the vast universe world and was the direct bloodline descendant of vast universe world's great world king, the wide universe world king. During the pre-finals rankings, he was someone who far surpassed Nether Limitless. Dragon Fong's tremendous strength was clear to everyone who could see. And now, after Lin Ming defeated Frost Moon, very few people believed that Yuan Bo would win. Even so, the moment Yuan Bo entered the stage, he immediately aroused cheers from the audience. Since Vast Universe World was the host world of the first Martial Meeting Finals, and this land was where Yuan Bo came from, he naturally had many supporters. Please advise. Dragon Fong bowed. Facing Dragon Fong, Yuan Bo's complexion was grim. As soon as the match started with Vast Cosmos' announcement, Yuan Bo struck out with his entire strength. He knew that his chances of defeating Dragon Fong were extremely small. If he didn't start with everything he had, then there wouldn't be any chance at all for him. 1,000-mile blade. Yuan Bo's sword slashed, and the sword light gathered into a beam that was compressed to the limit. All around the sword light, space began to distort, and the sword light itself was nearly invisible, as if it was hidden in the twisted space. With this extreme speed and nearly imperceptible attack trajectory, it was nearly impossible to avoid. However, it was a pity that his opponent was Dragon Fong. As that 1,000-mile blade neared Dragon Fong, the flow of time around Dragon Fong rapidly slowed to a crawl. Correspondingly, Yuan Bo's sword light also slowed down. Dragon Fong calmly avoided that sword light as his own sword light slashed down at Yuan Bo's chest. Energy whistled. Yuan Bo's pupils contracted as he rapidly drew backwards. But at the same time, Dragon Fong's body split into 4 copies as he attacked Yuan Bo from 4 directions. Spatial mirror images were not illusions but true avatars that contained a portion of the true body's striking power. For swords gathered as one. Yuan Bo shouted out, revolving his true essence to the limit to resist the strike, but the difference in strength was simply far too great. Pung! The sword light exploded, and Yuan Bo's body flew backwards. He had suffered a fast and easy defeat. Dragon Fong, victory. Vast Cosmos cast a deep look at Dragon Fong. This result was already within his expectations. During the first rounds of the finals, before the first tier of 10 people was chosen, the true peak geniuses would obtain victory without any difficulties. This Dragon Fong is too strong. Those 2 fellows that came from Grave Moon Star, Lin Ming and Dragon Fong, are both freaks. I heard that Dragon Fong has some strange eyes. Once he releases them, his combat strength will multiply. But he didn't even activate them. His disparity with Yuan Bo was too great. He didn't need to use them at all. People didn't understand the Three Lives pupils, but they could sense that there was something formidable about Dragon Fong's laws. 20th match, Lan Ling against June Blue Moon. Vast Cosmos announced once again. Lan Ling was a disciple of Empyrean Free Spirit. In terms of status and strength, Empyrean Free Spirit was considered in the upper reaches amongst the Empyreans. In the previous first martial meetings, the disciples of Free Spirit Heavenly Place had attained superbly wonderful results. Lan Ling confidently stepped onto the arena stage, and across from him, June Blue Moon still had his sword strung across his shoulders, a pot of wine hanging from his waist. He held a cute and lovable little bunny in his hands. "Little bunny, stay here for a short while. I will be back as soon as possible." As June Blue Moon spoke, he placed the small bunny onto his chair. He lovingly traced the body of the small bunny and then grasped his sword as he moved towards the arena stage. As Lan Ling saw this, his mouth curved up in a joking smile. "At this time, you're still in the mood to raise a bunny?" June Blue Moon didn't reply. Lan Ling was immediately angered after being ignored like this. "Why don't you admit defeat?" "Admit defeat? Why would I admit defeat? I believe that to defeat you, 3 sword strikes should be enough." The entire audience was shocked by June Blue Moon's words. 3 swords? Lan Ling wasn't someone on the same level as Yuan Bo. He was a true and blue Empyrean descendant. Moreover, his strength wasn't weak amongst the Empyrean descendants either. There were even some people who believed that he had the qualifications to struggle for a spot in the top 10. In this situation, just how arrogant was June Blue Moon to say those words? What background does this boy have? Is he insane? 3 swords to defeat Lan Ling? Only someone like Xiao Maxian would dare to speak such words. This is too crazy. Many spectators widened their eyes until the whites showed. Before, besides being first in his semifinals contest, June Blue Moon hadn't shown any amazing performance at all. And being first in his semifinals division didn't mean anything at all. Many people didn't even think he would enter the top 50. Ha ha ha. Lan Ling wildly laughed. Interesting. How interesting. I don't remember how long it's been since someone has spoken such arrogant words to me. Defeat me in 3 swords? Good. Great. Then show me just how you'll defeat me. Ching. Lan Ling drew out a saber. Although he was smiling, his smiling expression was icy cold, and a killing intent exuded from his entire body. From this point, one could see that he wasn't really smiling at all, but rather filled with murderous intent from June Blue Moon's mockery of him. June Blue Moon quietly flourished his sword. His sword was 4 feet long, and the edge did not shine with a glimmering sheen but was completely stained with dust-colored rust. These rust stains made it look like a common mortal sword that was stained by blood for a long time and ended up being dyed in it. June Blue Moon grasped his sword and stood proudly on the arena stage. His clothes were as white as snow. His looks were handsome and delicate, as if he were a lonely and melancholic scholar. If it weren't for the sword in his hands, then if he were found in a mortal nation, it would be easy to imagine him as someone participating in a test for national office. In truth, even though he had a sword in hand, he still didn't seem to resemble a martial artist because that sword was far too shabby. Even if one were to throw it out in the street, no one would pick it up. You think that sword can defeat me? I think you're the insane one here. Lan Ling sneered as he looked at that sword. From appearances alone, that sword seemed like common metal. But Lin Ming could actually faintly feel that it contained some special divine power, an indescribable feeling that was even similar to the divine seal altar. That sword, Lin Ming frowned. Just what background does June Blue Moon come from? The first sword, light. At this time, June Blue Moon finally moved. With a wave of his sword, light began to be swallowed up. All of the surrounding rays of light were completely twisted up by this sword. gathering onto it. In that instant, the entire space in a 10-mile radius around June Blue Moon had become a jet black world. This is, Lan Ling suddenly paused, startled. Without enough time to react, June Blue Moon's sword edge began to emit a flaming brilliance. This light starkly contrasted with the world of absolute darkness, blinding to the eye. This light was not ordinary at all. Even if a martial artist didn't look at it, they would still be burnt by this radiance. Even Lin Ming couldn't help but close his eyes in this situation. And not too far away from him, Dragon Fong's pupils had shrunk, becoming as small as the tip of a needle. He had opened the 3 lives pupils. Light manipulation? A martial artist cried out in awe. No, those are the yin-yang laws. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. He had experienced heavenly tribulation, and the last 2 levels had been a simultaneous yin and yang tribulation. He certainly knew how strong the yin-yang laws were. Within the divine realm, the space and time laws were considered some of the strongest and most difficult laws to practice, but they were only 2 of them. They were not the true kings of the laws. There were some laws that could absolutely stand on equal footing with them. For instance, the yin-yang laws. Yin-yang energies were the foundation of all existence. In fact, there were even less people that cultivated the yin-yang laws than those that cultivated the time and space laws. Free-spirited king. As this dual yin-yang divine light seemed to swallow everything, Lan Ling roared out. A red saber light split through the skies like a pillar that held up the heavens, nearly cutting the skies in half. As many martial artists saw this saber light, they felt their hearts rapidly racing in their chests. Transcendent divine might. That is a transcendent divine might. That's right. This is Empyrean Free Spirit's own transcendent divine might. The free-spirited king, although this transcendent divine might isn't yet complete, it is still a transcendent divine might. There are few that can match it in power. Lan Ling used his transcendent divine might in order to break through June Blue Moon, as well as his yin-yang laws. But this was also proof that June Blue Moon was too strong, leaving no choice but for Lan Ling to fight with everything he had. For a martial artist of common origin to reach this step was already an accomplishment to be proud of. The second sword, cut. June Blue Moon aimed at that blazing red saber light and slashed out with his sword. It was unknown what move he used, but the world trembled as if the sun and moon had disappeared, as if this sword had discolored the world, leaving nothing but absolute black and absolute white. The saber light that Lan Ling shot out was torn apart by June Blue Moon's sword light, completely disintegrating. But at the same time, June Blue Moon's sword light also melted away. The sword light and saber light mutually canceled each other out, both attacks simultaneously disappearing. The third sword, defeat. And unimaginably, after June Blue Moon struck out with 2 nearly unrivaled sword strikes, he actually slashed out for a third time in less than a split second. This third sword strike was even stronger than the first and second attacks combined. As for Lan Ling, after using the incomplete transcendent divine might that Empyrean Free Spirit had created, he had used up his strength and wasn't able to summon up any new strength yet. He could only watch helplessly on as June Blue Moon's sword came cutting down at him. How could this be possible? Lan Ling's face was filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe that June Blue Moon would have such powerful strength that he was able to launch 3 terrifying sword strikes in rapid succession. Did he hold inexhaustible world power within him? But there was no longer time to think about such things. June Blue Moon's last sword strike easily ripped through his saber light and broke through his protective true essence. With the faint sound of an explosion, Lan Ling's protective true essence collapsed, and he was sent flying backwards like a broken rag doll. Lan Ling spat out a great mouthful of blood, heavily crashing into the ground. Completely defeated, the entire audience was shocked. After saying he would defeat Lan Ling in 3 swords, June Blue Moon had not used one strike too many or one strike too few. He had defeated his opponent exactly as he said he would. Moreover, his opponent was a true Empyrean descendant. Even amongst Empyrean descendants, Lan Ling hadn't been that weak, but he had still lost miserably. Just what sort of background did June Blue Moon have? Even Lin Ming, who had long since noticed June Blue Moon, was surprised. Lan Ling was indeed strong, but his strength only served to further contrast the freakish strength of June Blue Moon. Lin Ming even began to wonder between Dragon Fong and June Blue Moon just who was stronger. This June Blue Moon, I heard that he is a common martial artist. How is that possible? It was known before that Dragon Fong came from a common origin, but in truth, he was also an Empyrean descendant. Now, it was said that June Blue Moon also came from a mortal background, but how could a martial artist of such a humble background reach this boundary? Chapter 1287, Divine Seal 12 Children. Chapter 1287, Divine Seal 12 Children. That sword is suspicious. M.O. Eversnow's voice suddenly sounded out from within Lin Ming's mind. That strange sword was clearly stained with rust, and yet it contained a mysterious strength. I also think it is strange, but I cannot understand it at all. Perhaps that sword was his lucky chance. When Lin Ming first rose in strength, he had relied on the magic cube to do so. Of course, afterwards, most of his growth had been because of his own strength as he walked down his road of martial arts one step at a time. His firm heart of martial arts, his will, his destiny, all of that was indispensable. If someone were to obtain a heaven-defying magic tool and also possess a great will and destiny, it wasn't strange if they could grow to the point of defeating an Empyrean descendant in 3 moves. June Blue Moon had the chance of being such a person. If so, then he was absolutely a grassroots martial artist, an extremely rare exception that might appear once in a trillion people. As Lin Ming was thinking this, June Blue Moon had already returned to his seat. He held that small white bunny, gently stroking its fur as he meditated, everything happening around him, including the cheers of the audience as well as the dread and curiosity in the eyes of the other participants. None of it seemed to have any effect on him, as if he were indifferent to everything else in the world. As for that small white bunny, it wasn't agitated at all in this battlefield soaked with killing intent and blood. Rather, it serenely sat on June Blue Moon's leg, its red eyes closed in peace, as if it were enjoying June Blue Moon's petting very much. Lin Ming, that bunny is strange. Lin Ming was startled. How is it strange? It isn't a bunny at all. Rather, it is something borrowing the form of a bunny. There is a mysterious soul inside that is using the bunny as a temporary body. Mysterious soul? Could it be June Blue Moon's master? Lin Ming blurted out. In his opinion, if someone wanted to grow to June Blue Moon's level, they definitely needed some teacher guiding them in secret. Maybe not. M.O. Evers now shook her head. That soul gives off a very delicate feeling. It seems to be the soul of an ordinary girl. It's impossible to explain. From start to finish, this June Blue Moon has been filled with secrets. A melancholic and wistful scholarly youth, he carried a white bunny with him at all times, and a pot of wine was always at his waist. He used a sword that seemed to be coated with rust, and even though he seemed so nondescript and unnoticeable, he was actually able to erupt with such a terrifying combat strength. It could only be said that the divine realm was far too large, and there were far too many geniuses. At this time, within vast universe, heavenly place, Empyrean vast universe was also looking at that sword in June Blue Moon's hands. That sword, could it be a divine artifact? Even Empyrean vast universe couldn't see through that sword. Or to better describe it, he could feel that the sword was an Empyrean spirit treasure, but How could a divine sea realm martial artist possibly drive the movement of an Empyrean spirit treasure, and also cause it to release so many unknown strengths? Near Empyrean vast universe, Empyrean divine dream shook her head, saying, "It isn't a divine tool, but something that surpasses one. It was indeed only an Empyrean spirit treasure to begin with, and a peak Empyrean spirit treasure at that. But the question appears on the bloodstains that cover the blade." Bloodstains? Empyrean vast universe was stunned. "Are you saying that those aren't rust stains, but bloodstains?" Those rust stains looked just like bloodstains on mortal swords that were never cleaned off, causing the blood to rust on the sword. And now, from Empyrean divine dreams meaning, it appeared that was true. However, if those were truly rusty bloodstains on an Empyrean spirit artifact, whose blood could it be? An Empyrean spirit treasure was refined by an Empyrean, and if an Empyrean level master used all of their strength, they could also destroy one. But for an Empyrean spirit treasure to rust just because of a few drops of blood, just what sort of concept was that? Empyrean divine dream suddenly eerily said, "Spirit treasures have a spirit, and they can choose their own master." On Lin Ming's body, he also has a spirit treasure. Dragonfang is the chosen descendant of 3 lives old man. As the impending great calamity approaches, many ancient spiritual objects will sense this. Their reappearance is no coincidence at all, thus the reason for so many unprecedented geniuses rising together in this first martial meeting. Perhaps the next first martial meeting will also be the same. As Empyrean divine dreams said this, Empyrean vast universe felt a great weight pushed down on his heart. He was well aware that to countless people, his status was an unattainable mountain. But when he truly had to face the great calamity, he would be nothing more than a small spray of water in a raging ocean, able to scatter apart like a dying flower in winter. I hope that these juniors can fully grow before the great calamity arrives. Empyrean vast universe quietly said. This was for him, but also for the divine realm. And near Empyrean vast universe, a strange light flashed in Empyrean Demandon's eyes. No one could tell just what he was thinking. On the arena stage, after June Blue Moon, it was time for the dual body and energy cultivator Shirku to step on stage. In this battle, Shirku also revealed an abnormal combat strength, arousing the surprise of many. And after Shirku, another aberrant genius appeared. This person was not a human, but a prince of the monster race. His title and attitude were beyond arrogant, and he called himself Lord Monster, one born with the bloodline of a king. The one he fought was also an Empyrean descendant, but he had been beaten up horribly. It was a completely one-sided battle. One could even say that the monster prince was playing around, just like a cat playing with a mouse. Lord Monster? Lin Ming noticed this youth. A monster prince actually came to attend the first martial meeting of humanity? Is that allowed? Lin Ming's eyes locked onto this monster youth's body. This fellow who referred to himself as Lord Monster was ridiculously cocky and high-handed in his mannerisms, but he was indeed very strong. How disappointing. Are these the Empyrean descendants that represent the highest level of talent in the human race? The monster youth disdainfully said. His words immediately attracted the glares of many human geniuses. What are you all looking at? If you have the guts, then come over and defeat me. But do you have that strength? Ha ha! Ooh. The monster youth recklessly and wildly laughed, his laugh spreading out far and wide. But the many heroic young elites present simply didn't have the energy to face him. They couldn't even defeat the Empyrean descendant that this monster youth had brutally beaten to a pulp. All of you make way for me. The monster youth roared. His voice had a strange penetrating power, making one's ears shake with numbness. Many geniuses couldn't help but move out of his way. The monster youth swaggered over to his chair and plopped himself down, his legs spread wide, as he postured like a bored ruler, swollen with an overweening arrogance as if no one could rival him. Lin Ming didn't bother with him too much and looked away. Soon, the 25th match, and also the last match of the first round, began. The two that entered the stage both had similar levels of strength. One of them was Blood Carnage, a martial artist from a great world king, Holy Land. After a grueling match, he defeated his opponent, and thus, out of the disciples from the divine realm's 3,000 great world king, Holy Lands, the only one to defeat their opponent in the first round was Blood Carnage. Besides him, the rest had been defeated. Although the first round of the competition was the most relaxed round, one could still make out many things from the results. By just judging the strengths that the various participants had revealed so far, some people had already begun to calculate and determine the final top 10 rankings of the first martial meeting. There was even a gambling house that was opened. Out of the several 100 million people present, each person was a peak character of the divine realm with unimaginable wealth and power at their beck and call. If all of them casually made a bet, the figures involved would be astronomical. Have you heard? There are some people that have named the divine seal 12 children. Within the contestant area, some martial artists were discussing amongst themselves. Divine seal 12 children? Yes, 12 people, each with a chance to become divine in the future. Divine seal, to become divine, was an extremely vague idea. In general terms, it implied that one had colossal potential and their future achievements would be limitless. But as for what boundary they would reach in the future, that was hard to say. This outlook naturally originated from Empyrean Divine, Dream's divine seal decree. Now that the finals were underway, the 2 words of divine seal could be compressed into 12 people. These were the divine seal 12 children. Who are the divine seal 12 children? The first are 3 characters that will absolutely become gods in the future. Frost Dream, Xiao Moxian, and Hang Qi. Frost Dream is first, and as for who is weaker between Xiao Moxian and Hang Qi, it is hard to say. However, in terms of potential alone, Xiao Moxian might sweep away everyone present. After that is June Blue Moon and the Monster Prince. They can be ranked 4th and 5th. The rankings after that are a bit difficult to say, and there are too many differing opinions on them. Lin Ming, Dragon Fang, White King, Shirku, Ram Saber. Huaxian, we don't have enough information on these people, so it is impossible to evaluate their strength. The discussions of these people naturally passed into Lin Ming's ears. Divine seal 12 children? Lin Ming faintly smiled. Although these rankings aren't necessarily accurate, the several people I have noticed are all on this list. Without an accident, the final 10 will appear from those 12 people. Lin Ming didn't think that Dragon Fang was weaker than June Blue Moon. Many people didn't understand Dragon Fang's strength, thus they didn't know how to rank him. But the top 3 was likely true. Hang Qi gave off an unfathomably deep feeling. In truth, even though he hadn't displayed even a hint of his true strength yet, there was no need for him to do so. Just the reputation of being a descendant of Mount Patala was enough to arouse the awe of countless people. Chapter 1288, Battle of the 12 Children. Chapter 1288, Battle of the 12 Children. The finals had 50 participants. In the first part, everyone would have to fight 18 matches, and the final 10 people would be chosen from this. The order of the matches in the first part was all dependent on the arrangement of the host, vast cosmos. He would try to separate the powerhouses as far away from each other as possible. After Lin Ming defeated his opponent in the first round of matches, he continued to earn a series of wins. The following opponents he fought were all weaker than Frost Moon. I admit defeat. Facing Lin Ming, Blood Carnage wasn't able to summon the least bit of courage to fight. If it was an opponent that was stronger than him, but not by too much, then Blood Carnage would still fight. Although he would be defeated, it would still be a glorious defeat that tempered himself. But facing this freak like Lin Ming, who was included in the Divine Seal 12 Children, Blood Carnage was well aware that he would be defeated within 2 attacks if he fought. In front of several 100 million people, what reason was there to bring shame and trouble upon himself? If he was going to lose like that, then it would be better to preserve his own strength to deal with the following matches, because no matter how bad his results were, he still needed to fight the full 18 matches. No one hoped to lose all 18 matches in a miserable manner. He would at least need to win another 1 or 2 so that it didn't look too ugly. Soon, Lin Ming obtained a 17-win winning streak. Only his last match remained. There were many people who had a 17-win winning streak. However, the first tier of people that formed after the first rounds and the finals would only consist of 10 people. Because of this, it wasn't strange for some of these people to bump into each other, especially the Divine Seal 12 Children. At this time, Lin Ming's opponent was one of the Divine Seal 12 Children, Ram Saber. This match would determine who would enter the final top 10. At the same time, Dragon Fong, Shirku, White King, and even June Blue Moon all met opponents who had won all 17 of their matches so far. The last battle would be far more intense than the previous matches. Lin Ming hefted the Phoenix Blood Spear and stepped onto the arena stage. His opponent was a thin young man carrying a thick saber on his back. He wasn't tall, and his skin was swarthy, serving as a direct contrast to the tremendous saber he carried that was nearly as wide as his body. "You are Lin Ming." The thin youth coldly looked at Lin Ming, his eyes giving off an impression as if he were a wild beast staring at its prey. His gaze held no contempt, nor did it carry arrogance. Rather, there was only an extremely fierce ruthlessness. This sort of person was absolutely strong. They had experienced countless battles and gone through numerous dangerous and risky situations. Their fighting intuition had been honed to a terrifying state, and no matter the situation, they could remain completely calm and crazy at the same time. When someone faced this youth, it was like facing a wild, desolate beast. Naturally, those that were included in the Divine Seal 12 Children weren't common geniuses of their era. Vast Cosmos's voice suddenly rang out. Ram Saber, the descendant of Saber Sovereign. Senior Saber Sovereign is a hidden Empyrean that has long been in seclusion. He rose to fame 50 million years ago, and his skills with a saber are fantastic and unrivaled. Vast Cosmos did something he rarely did and introduced Ram Saber. This was mostly because besides some peak high-level figures here, no one, not even ordinary world king powerhouses, knew of the Saber Sovereign. That old man's era had been far too long ago. In the past, he had been known as the #1 saber artist in the world, and in these past many years, he had been living in seclusion. Nowadays, there were very few people who knew of him. Hidden Empyreans did not create their own heavenly palaces, and their wealth was naturally less than ordinary Empyreans. At the same time, they wouldn't receive too many direct disciples either. A hidden Empyrean would often receive around 20 disciples, about an average of 1 every few million years. These Empyreans had extremely harsh and stringent qualifications for who they accepted, so the average quality of their disciples far surpassed the Empyrean descendants of most Empyrean heavenly palaces. To be specifically introduced by Vast Cosmos, this Saber Sovereign is no laughing matter. Ram Saber is ruthless, but Lin Ming is ruthless too, with 2 freaks bumping into each other. I wondered just who was fiercer. Lin Ming's victory over Frost Moon was still fresh in everyone's mind. No one thought that Lin Ming was weak any longer. I've also seen their matches. From what I can tell, Ram Saber's style is extremely vicious and cruel, whereas Lin Ming is more versatile, skilled in laws, speed, and strength. If Lin Ming can draw Ram Saber into an extended battle, then he should be able to win with a slight superiority. As everyone was speaking, Ram Saber suddenly extracted the saber on his back. He slowly stroked the saber edge and said, "I have always followed my master and journeyed through the world. My master has taken 22 disciples in his life so far, but now only 2 remain. All of the others have died adventuring. This is my first time participating in the first martial meeting to gain experience, and you are an extremely wonderful saber wedding stone for me." Ram Saber's words shocked the entire audience. 22 disciples, and yet 19 had died. Wasn't that just being cruel to one's own disciples? Those disciples that Saber Sovereign chose must have been outstanding talents of their era, and yet over 90% of them had died in their adventures. This Saber Sovereign was truly heartless. That is simply Saber Sovereign's character. It was rumored that when he was young, he was captured by an assassin organization and trained as the ultimate killer. He was in a troop of 10,000 assassins, and they were slowly whittled down using the most brutal methods until only he was left remaining, without being tempered through blood and pain. It is impossible to train a master. When Saber Sovereign receives a disciple, he will always give them a choice and explain to them clearly what lays in their future if they choose to follow. If they fear death, they can refuse him. In the honored guest area, an old man with some knowledge of the Saber Sovereign explained. The audience was left dumbfounded. In all the various great influences, just who didn't regard their top disciples as treasures that needed to be protected when they went out on adventures. These top disciples were usually left with all sorts of contingency treasures to protect them from true death. But Saber Sovereign let them die as they did. And for Ram Saber to live through the deaths of nearly all his fellow apprentices, his strength could be imagined. "You think I'm a saber wedding stone? I'm only afraid that your saber will wear itself down and break," Lin Ming said. He pointed the phoenix blood spear to the ground and drew a full arc. Ho! On the arena stage, Ram's saber suddenly turned into a burst of wind as he rushed towards Lin Ming. The saber in his hands came slashing down. All around his body, saber energies gathered, spinning like a tornado. These saber energies fused with each other, rapidly flowing. Upon looking closer, one could see that these saber lights connected from head to toe, overlapping continuously. This was not only a sharp offensive move, but it also had strong defensive characteristics. That is Saber King Domain, one of Senior Saber Sovereign's unique techniques. For a peak genius like Ram Saber, having a domain skill was nothing strange at all. Once the Saber King Domain was revealed, the complete defensive and offensive system was difficult to deal with. Even if 10,000 martial artists attacked him, all of them launching a barrage of supernatural abilities, they would still find it hard to pierce through that saber light. If an enemy were to enter that domain, they would instantly be torn apart by the wild saber light within. Ram Saber roared out loud, and explosive popping noises came from his body. The muscles on his thin body suddenly bulged out as he soared up in height and size. Blood Pond Hell! Ram Saber suddenly slashed down with his saber. A saber light tore out like an electric python, bringing with it waves of killing intent that were beyond horrifying. This sort of killing intent was gathered by Ram Saber through countless life or death slaughters, finally substantializing into true ghostly demons. In that moment, behind Ram's saber, the phantom of a blood-red demon king appeared. Facing this saber, many people felt as if they had fallen into an azure hell and were sucked deep down into an infinite blood pond, living on the border of life and death as they suffered for all of eternity. This saber attack. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. Ram Saber's attack was not flashy or gorgeous like the techniques of other geniuses. Rather, it was the meaning of absolute death and wild destruction. It was like facing an ancient, desolate, vicious beast. If words were to describe it, then it would be called fierce to the extreme. Ram Saber's saber potential was indomitable. During the last 17 matches, none of his opponents were able to defend against it head-on. The audience stared at Lin Ming with wide eyes, waiting to see how he dealt with this. Lin Ming took a step backwards, his knees sinking down and his spear coming down across his body. He opened all 7 of the 8 inner hidden gates and released the heretical god force. The phoenix blood spear smashed outwards, so fast that it curved like a crescent moon to greet Ram's saber strike. Pung! Saber and spear collided, and a terrifying energy recklessly erupted. The powerful impact forced the ground underneath Lin Ming to blow up, revealing the thunder-crushed steel and timeless godstone below. Only that sort of foundation was solid enough that it could withstand the tremendous force that tore through Lin Ming. Like this, Lin Ming's arms were steady above his head as he forcefully blocked Ram Saber's strike with the Phoenix Blood Spear. Ram Saber's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. "You can actually block my saber in a frontal strike? Out of all my peers I have fought, you are the first." Ram Saber was not exaggerating. His saber strike was indeed fierce. The entire audience also knew this to be true. Even though they were separated by a great distance, they could still feel that saber light crawl up their back, making them shiver. "The first," Lin Ming chuckled. "I think you will soon discover that there will be a second and a third. Moreover, I'm not just blocking your saber." Lin Ming summoned his strength, rising up with power flowing through his waist. He swept out his spear, shaking Ram's saber away. He took a sudden step forwards and shot towards Ram's saber, Blue Lotus Flame Dance. His body exploded with tens of millions of genes of strength. The strength of his mortal body and the power of the fire laws combined together as Lin Ming heavily struck out at Ram's saber. Ka ka ka. The Saber King domain's saber energies were directly ripped open by brute force. Countless saber energies collapsed, as if they were nothing more than threads of silk. Lin Ming's spear came crashing down. Flames howled. In a similar frontal attack, Lin Ming had just blocked Ram's saber. Now, it was Ram Saber's turn to block Lin Ming. Bang! With a terrifying explosion, Ram Saber was forced backwards and then sent flying away. The audience didn't even have time to shout out. At this time, Lin Ming took another step forwards as the Phoenix Blood Spear came pounding down once more. Bang! 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 Spear after spear. Each spear stronger than the last. The spear lights were like surging waves, howling in the air. Ram Saber was sent staggering back time and time again, his arms slowly going numb. Even as Lin Ming grew increasingly strong, and his strikes became increasingly brutal. This was full frontal suppression. Before this, many people weren't sure who was stronger between Lin Ming and Ram Saber. In their opinion, it didn't matter who won and who lost. But they never imagined that Lin Ming would be pressing down Ram Saber in the frontal combat that he excelled in the most. Every strike he made came with overwhelming momentum, not allowing his opponent a single chance to turn the tables. What sort of strength was this? Monster! Soon, Lin Ming and Ram Saber had exchanged 100 moves. In this moment, Lin Ming shouted out loud, and those 100 spear strikes from before gathered together, erupting with an incomparably terrifying might like a wild dragon soaring down a mountain, unparalleled, celestial tyrant manual. 100-layered waves. This spear heavily crashed onto Ram Saber's saber point. Pung! Ram Saber only felt his palms shake and his entire arm go numb. The saber point was pushed to his own chest, and his entire body flew 1,000 feet. The tiles underneath him ruptured as his clothes tore apart, and all the blood vitality within his body tumbled up and down. Chapter 1289. The final battles begin. Chapter 1289. The final battles begin. That Lin Ming. He sent Ram's saber flying back with a single spear. The audience was bewildered. Lin Ming was too fierce. In speed, laws, and everything else he was an outstanding genius, and even his frontal combat skills were terrifying. He was a versatile martial artist with seemingly no weakness at all. It seems Lin Ming's speculated ranking will rise. You're very powerful, Ram Saber said. He suddenly stood up and ripped off his tattered clothes with his hands, revealing a dark and thickly muscled body that seemed forged from metal. It was unknown just what special physique he had, but after his bloodline was activated, his originally skinny body grew to epic proportions. His muscles bulged out, and his strength rose to a ridiculous level. Ram Saber was like a wild beast as he stared at Lin Ming and wiped the leaking blood from the edges of his lips. You can still stand? Lin Ming was surprised. That strike was nearly his complete physical strength just now, but it seemed that Ram Saber's resilience and defensive capabilities had surpassed his imagination. To be able to be included in the divine sealed 12 children, this Ram Saber was truly extraordinary. He could already imagine that the fights from now on would be much more difficult. Dragon Fong, Xiao Moxian, Frost Dream, Hang Qi, none of those powerhouses were easy to deal with. In truth, I have already lost this battle. Master was right. There is no limit in this universe. There is always a higher heaven and a stronger person. My cultivation is still not enough, but I will not allow myself to quit like this. I still have one final strike. If you can receive it, then I will admit defeat. Originally, for matches on the arena stage, they were not meant to be overdone. After being defeated by one move, in the strictest sense, that was already a loss. Ram Saber lifted his arms, his hands suspended high above his head. As he did this, his aura suddenly changed, becoming far more bloodthirsty and maniacal, just like a demon. His eyes revealed a look of utter bloodlust. Blood Prison Saber Sutra. The first move, Demon Slayer. Ram Saber spoke out each word of his technique as clearly as possible because of the respect he held towards his master. The Blood Prison Saber Sutra was the transcendent divine might created by his master. This junior Ram Saber actually managed to cultivate the Blood Prison Saber Sutra. This transcendent divine might is the total knowledge of Saber, Sovereign Saber Tao. There are numerous techniques contained within it, and even more laws. However, the Blood Prison Saber Sutra is different from most transcendent divine mights. The threshold to train in it is absurdly high. I never imagined that Ram Saber would be able to successfully learn the first move. On the honored seating area, a blue-clothed old man slowly spoke. Every transcendent divine might was extremely comprehensive, and the contents contained within them were rich beyond description. After all, they were the life summaries of everything an Empyrean had learned. At this time, Ram Saber moved. His body faded into a red shadow as the thick saber in his hands slashed straight down. This saber seemed to cut apart the world, swallowing all. As this saber chopped down, a trace of longing flashed in Ram Saber's pupils. For that moment between the heavens and earth, it seemed as if only this saber existed. Even though the audience was dozens of miles away, they still felt an illusion, as if they were cut by this saber. They were affected by the saber light and felt their blood energy tumble in chaos. Lin Ming, who had to bear the brunt of this attack, suddenly felt as if all the blood vessels in his body were about to explode, and like the flow of his blood was reversing. He was finding it hard to withstand. These were the blood laws. By using the laws, one could direct a person's blood flow. If this saber strike were to cut down at a 1,000,000-man army, it could cause all of their blood to rush out from their blood vessels and rain down into the air. Their bodies would be reduced to nothing but ruined flesh, and rivers of blood would form, gathering together into a true blood pond hell. The name of Blood Prison Saber Sutra partially came from this. In the past, Saber Sovereign had relied on this sword technique to kill countless people. Die! Ram Saber shouted out. A crimson saber light, as thick as a python, chopped down heavily. In that moment, Lin Ming opened all 7 of the 8 inner hidden gates in his body. The heretical god force erupted, and the blood of the ancient phoenix combusted, his fighting strength reaching the limit. Lin Ming thrust out his spear. From behind him, the phantom of a giant divine tree appeared, the crown towering into the heavens. Underneath the shroud of this divine tree phantom, Lin Ming's power of blood suddenly stabilized. No matter how crazy or fierce the Blood Prison Saber Sutra was, Lin Ming remained as solid and steady as Mount Tai. Explode! Thunder and fire crossed together, and a powerful strength burst out. Lin Ming's strike smashed into Ram Saber's crimson saber light, causing the saber light to explode into countless fragments that fell down like endless rose petals, even pulverizing the stone floor into pieces. Puff! Ram's saber spat out a mouthful of blood, his body shaking as his complexion turned paper white. I have lost, convincingly and fully. Ram Saber used his thick saber to support himself, barely managing to stand up. That strike just now had created too great of a burden on his body, and he had also been struck by Lin Ming's counterattack, making his injuries even worse. For him to still be standing here was completely because of his special bloodline and formidable body. Without standing on the stage of the entire divine realm, I would never have imagined that so many extreme characters exist. What Master says is right. The road ahead of me is still long. Ram's saber closed his eyes, thinking to himself. Before he came, the Saber Sovereign had already warned Ram's saber that he would only be coming here to gain experience and temper himself. It would be impossible for him to obtain first place. Ram Saber had originally refused to accept this, but now it seemed that his master was correct. He had been one of the Saber Sovereign's 22 disciples, and after undergoing countless life or death tribulations, he had emerged as one of the only 2 surviving. His body had a special bloodline, and his physique was comparable to that of an ancient vicious beast. Not just that, but his perception was extremely high, allowing him to practice the Blood Prison Saber Sutra's first move at only the late Divine Sea realm. And with the Saber Sovereign personally teaching him, he lacked neither resources nor inheritances. But even in such a situation, he had completely lost. He wouldn't even be able to enter the top 10. It could only be said that there were too many geniuses in the divine realm. There were those extreme characters with a great destiny gathered upon their body, a destiny that would bring them to an unimaginable future. As Ram's saber suffered his sad defeat, the audience fell into a deep silence, many of them not expecting such a result. Although Ram Saber's last strike had been extremely strong, it had still been blocked by Lin Ming. Lin Ming was like a great mountain, steady and unshakable. To this point, the performances Lin Ming had revealed so far had been inferior to June Blue Moon and the Monster Prince. Even so, he had never been defeated. This caused many people to be unable to determine just where his limits were. Divine Seal 12 Children. No, it should be called the Divine Seal 10 Children now. This Lin Ming might be able to rank in the top 6. What do you know? Don't just blindly guess with what you see in your eyes. You'll be like everyone else that is reaching conclusions based upon a tiny amount of incomplete information. Lin Ming definitely didn't give his all just now. However, June Blue Moon isn't an exception. He is also hiding his strength. It is impossible to truly tell who is stronger and weaker so far. And as the finals continue, Frost Dream and Xiao Maxian will likely have an unshakable status. As for Hang Qi, he has yet to reveal his true strength, but each of the rumors swirling around him is more terrifying than the last. There is no need to doubt Hang Qi's strength. He has always kept a low profile and has never revealed anything unnecessary. As for his strength, there are several high-level figures that can guarantee he is extremely strong. You can't judge him so far based upon his current performance in the first martial meeting. The final ranking results of the Heaven Proclamation were impossibly confusing. No one could say whether there would be an even darker horse to appear from amongst the 10 final people. As for those several Empyrean descendants with the greatest limelight on them, it was hard to judge who was stronger and weaker. Lin Ming, victory! Vast Cosmos solemnly declared. As the finals continued on, even Vast Cosmos was finding it hard to maintain his calm. This round of the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting had far surpassed all other times in the past. The several top-ranked characters here would all have high chances of becoming Empyreans in the future. In the past First Martial Meetings, the first-ranked Empyrean descendant on the Heaven Proclamation would at most become a half-step Emyprean in the future. As for the first-ranked Great World King disciple on the Earth Proclamation, they would usually become a Great World King in the future. Only in a single First Martial Meeting every million years, or so would a true future Empyrean be born. But in this current First Martial Meeting, 3 young Empyreans had already appeared. Moreover, once these people became Empyreans, they would not be ordinary Empyreans either. Among them, Xiao Moxian had the greatest potential. In the future, there was a high chance that she would become someone outstanding even amongst the many Empyreans. Although she might not be able to stand on par with Empyrean Divine Dream, she should at least be able to stand evenly with Empyrean Demon Dawn. This was an unthinkable event. As Vast Cosmos saw so many young Empyreans appear before him, how could he maintain a tranquil mood? Heroes rise in turbulent times. With so many geniuses appearing, is this a sign that the great calamity approaches? In the last round of the qualifying finals, there were many winners who obtained an unbroken winning streak, all of them glorious. After Lin Ming finished his match, White King, Dragon Fong, June Blue Moon, and the rest also smoothly defeated their opponents, directly joining the final battle list. Lin Ming wasn't surprised by this at all. At the end, Shirku defeated the last person of the Divine Seal 12 children and smoothly entered the next stage. Thus, for the final deciding battles, the 10 people were Frost Dream, Xiao Moxian, Heng Qi, Lin Ming, White King, Dragon Fong, June Blue Moon, the Monster Prince Shirku, Hua Xian. Although one couldn't exactly determine the final ranking results, one could still make guesses based on what they knew. According to these speculations, Vast Universe Heavenly Palace opened a gambling house. In the past, it was only some World King influences making some small bets, and this time it was a gambling house directly managed by an Empyrean influence. With Vast Universe Heavenly Palace conducting this event, it was naturally their right to do so. The compensation rates were: Frost Dream's odds to be first place were 1-1. 5. Xiao Moxian and Heng Qi's odds were 1-2. June Blue Moon's first place odds were 1-6. 5. His odds to reach the top 3 were 1-2. Lin Ming and the Monster Prince's first place odds were 1-7. Their odds to reach the top 3 were 1-3. Dragon Fong's first place odds were 1-8. His odds to reach the top 3 were 1-4. Shirku's odds to reach the top 3 were 1-10. Hua Xian's odds to reach the top 3 were 1-15. Finally, for White King, as a disciple of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, he was excluded from the gambling house, and his odds for ranking in the top few also weren't included. This was to prevent others from gossiping. Although an Empyrean influence wouldn't do something as ridiculous as throwing a match for profit, it was still best to immediately put an end to anyone who would try to use that as a pretext for speaking ill of them. As these compensation rates came out, it immediately caused a furor. Frost Dream, Xiao Moxian, and Heng Qi did not have any odds to reach the top 3 because it was already widely recognized that their chances of reaching the top 3 were a near guarantee. As for Shirku and Hua Xian, they didn't have any odds of winning first place because it was universally agreed to be impossible for them. This caused Hua Xian and Shirku to both feel very depressed. These people from Vast Universe Heavenly Palace really consider us worthless. They only have Lin Ming and June Blue Moon in their eyes. They look down their noses at us far too much. Hua Xian and Shirku didn't publicly complain. They could only rely on their own results to earn back their honor. However, there were people that were definitely not happy. How come my odds are only 1 to 7? The monster prince laughed as he saw these gambling house odds. Who was the mentally ill retard that arranged these odds? And who the hell is this Lin Ming to think that he can compare with the likes of me? And that June Blue Moon too. His odds are actually above my own. The monster prince's voice was loud and brash. Both Lin Ming and June Blue Moon could hear him. June Blue Moon ignored him, simply continuing to hug and pet the little bunny in his hands. But Lin Ming's eyes turned icy cold as he looked at the monster prince. Chapter 1290. Do you accept credit? Chapter 1290. Do you accept credit? It was naturally impossible for Empyrean Vast Universe to come up with these compensation rates. He simply didn't have the mood or temperament to do so. Rather, these odds were arranged by a world king powerhouse within Vast Universe Heavenly Palace who was responsible for managing the sect's internal affairs. Vast Universe Heavenly Palace had 1 trillion disciples, and the amount of resources they consumed was astronomical. They certainly had to look for chances to gain resources when possible. The monster prince simply wouldn't respect an ordinary world king powerhouse because in the future, his achievements would certainly surpass becoming a world king powerhouse. In addition, he had much stronger world king powerhouses in his background. Even on this journey here, he had great world king powerhouses of the monster race accompanying him. Thus he spoke bluntly, even mocking Lin Ming and June Blue Moon. One of the disciples helping to manage Vast Universe Heavenly Palace's gambling house heard the monster prince call their compensation rates mentally ill and coldly said, "You need to speak in a far more polite and humble manner. The odds that our Vast Universe Heavenly Palace have arranged are not for the likes of you to question." The disciple himself was a divine transformation powerhouse. Since he was a disciple of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, he certainly wasn't an ordinary divine transformation realm powerhouse, but an outstanding young elite. But facing this person, the monster prince didn't fear him at all. He laughed and said, "What a crowd of inexperienced nobodies that have never seen the great world. To think that you all would actually put me on par with a low and debased human. I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you humans. I will bet 39 sun jades on myself to win." As the monster prince spoke, he tossed out 30 fist-sized 9 sun jades. He was an extremely arrogant individual. If others were going to put him at such low odds, then he would simply bet on himself to win. 9 sun jades were objects that were refined by a half-step Empyrean or above. They took the essence of a violet sun crystal and then fused together 9 different kinds of yang energy, finally refining this specialized energy stone. A 9 sun jade was equal to 100 million violet sun crystals, or 1 trillion violet sunstones. When Lin Ming had won a boundless world pill at an auction, he spent a total of 7 trillion violet sunstones to do so, the same as 7 9 sun jades. But this monster prince had easily tossed out 39 sun jades in a single go to bet on himself. It could only be said that the disparity in influences was too great. Lin Ming had originally participated in the auction with ordinary world king Holy Lands. To put it in other words, he had competed for the boundless world pill against disciples of ordinary world king Holy Lands. The geniuses disciples of ordinary world king Holy Lands, such as Zhong Wenshu, the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion, and others, fell far short of being comparable to Wu Final Cloud. To them, transferring 7 trillion violet sunstones was past their limit. How could those types of characters possibly compare with the monster prince, someone who came from an Empyrean level influence? If this monster prince randomly took out a hair, it would be thicker than Zhong Wenshu's thigh. It could be imagined that something like a boundless world pill was far too luxurious to the likes of Zhong Wenshu, but also unworthy of being mentioned for someone like the Monster Prince. It was likely he had even better resources. Do as you will, we do not forbid participants from joining in on the gambling house bets, but that is provided you have the ability to follow up with what you believe in. If you want to deliver us your 9 sun jades, then we can't be happy enough. The vast universe heavenly palace disciple sneered. Hee, are you humans always so confident? You seem to have forgotten that the disciple of your vast universe heavenly palace was miserably beaten up by me. If you want to lose out so badly, then I'll put 15 9 sun jades on me taking first place, and the other 15 9 sun jades on me reaching the top 3. Although the Monster Prince was arrogant, he wasn't stupid enough to kill himself with his own words. His odds were the same as Lin Ming's. His odds of being first place were 1 to 7, and his odds of being in the top 3 were 1 to 3. In other words, as long as he could rank in the top 3, then he would still bring back 69 sun jades for a net profit. The Monster Prince was confident he could reach the top 3. In this case, making this bet would earn him face, but also win him some 9 sun jades. Really, this is what they mean when they say that you can escape an untoward act of heaven, but you cannot escape the evil of your own sins. Lin Ming coldly sneered. While he didn't know what the limits of the Monster Prince's strength were, he knew that Dragon Fong and June Blue Moon were being seriously underestimated, as well as himself. While one could see another's cultivation and foundation, it was impossible to determine another person's hidden cards, as well as the limits of their true strength. Even the Empyreans couldn't do that. All of these 10 geniuses were masters, each of them crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Even if Lin Ming didn't favor Shirku, he wouldn't underestimate him either. This person dual cultivated in body and energy and had to have had some massive lucky chance. It was likely he would be some dark horse. What did you say? The Monster Prince's eyes were icy as he gave Lin Ming a deathly glare. I said, you cannot escape the evil of your own sins. Lin Ming calmly repeated himself. Before, the Monster Prince had clearly ignored polite protocol and had mocked Lin Ming, treated him with complete disdain. Lin Ming naturally wouldn't allow himself to be bullied and swallow such an insult. Just who the hell do you think you are that you can insult someone like me? The Monster Prince traced his spatial ring, as if he wanted to fight. Fighting is forbidden in the contestant area. If you do, you will lose all qualifications to continue in the tournament. If you wish to fight each other, then do so on the arena stage. The vast universe heavenly palace disciple coldly said. The Monster Prince's face darkened. Humph, with your weak human bodies. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many of you, then how would the likes of you have ever suppressed our monster race? Mice can rule the world, but only a lion can be called a king. As for you, you are nothing more than a slightly larger mouse amongst a pack of them. The Monster Prince said as he pointed at Lin Ming. As a monster that possessed the royal bloodline, the Monster Prince certainly thought highly of himself. In terms of bloodline alone, out of everyone present, only Xiao Moxian was on a higher level. However, Xiao Moxian was not considered a full human, thus the reason why the Monster Prince was so boastful with his words. Lin Ming looked at that Monster Prince like he was a clown and ignored his words. Instead, he turned towards that vast universe heavenly palace disciple and said, "This fellow senior apprentice brother, I would like to bet 20 or so 9 sun jades on myself to win." "Of course you can." Towards Lin Ming, the vast universe heavenly palace treated him with the utmost respect. It wasn't a joke at all. Lin Ming was someone that had climbed up the divine seal altar's 33 steps. Although the elders of vast universe heavenly palace had already proven that Lin Ming had climbed up the divine seal altar using some special method, that was still amazing enough to prove that Lin Ming had infinite potential. Moreover, Lin Ming wasn't rampant at all. This entire time, his behavior had been polite and orderly, and the vast universe heavenly palace disciple had a very good impression of Lin Ming. He also felt that Lin Ming's strength was far greater than what he had revealed so far. After being ignored by Lin Ming, the Monster Prince's eyes turned cold as he revealed a thick, killing intent. But even so, Lin Ming still didn't bother paying attention to him. He asked that Heavenly Palace disciple, "I would like to ask, does your gambling house accept credit?" Credit? The vast universe Heavenly Palace disciple was startled, nearly thinking he had heard wrongly. He looked at Lin Ming again with a strange expression on his face. In his opinion, Lin Ming was an unrivaled genius of his era. While he might not be as rich as an established world king, he should still have more resources available to him than an ordinary great influence. But now, he actually needed to ask for credit from the gambling house to make a bet of 20-some 9 sun jades. This seemed a bit too shabby. Of course, there was no way that he knew Lin Ming already had a loan of 7 9 sun jades. Even if Lin Ming were to clean himself of things he could pawn, he still wouldn't be able to raise enough money. Lin Ming could only place his hope on winning some money on a gambling house bet to pay back the debt he owed from buying the Boundless World pill. Ha 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 ha. The Monster Prince raucously laughed. "I think you are crazy from being so poor to borrow money to participate in the gambling house. You're no better than those pathetic and addicted loser gamblers. A beggar like you actually has the same odds as someone like me. That is simply my life's shame." Lin Ming coldly glanced at the Monster Prince and slowly said, "To be matched with a monster like you is also my life's shame. You have no need to shout. We'll fight sooner or later." "What?" the Monster Prince shouted, enraged. Monster energy erupted from his entire body. "You are courting death. Stop. If you fight here, then you will lose all qualifications." The vast universe heavenly palace disciple loudly shouted out. The Monster Prince forcefully calmed himself down as he glared daggers at Lin Ming. The vast universe heavenly palace disciple sent a sound transmitting talisman to inquire to the Office of Internal Affairs about Lin Ming's request. Finally, their reply was that Lin Ming was allowed to make bets on credit in the gambling house. This was also considered doing Lin Ming a favor. If Lin Ming could win, then that would be due to his own ability, and such an extreme genius was worth winning over. If Lin Ming couldn't win, then vast universe heavenly palace still didn't lose anything. After reaching this step, Lin Ming was worth far more than something as simple as dozens of 9 sun jades. Allowing him to make bets on credit wasn't anything at all. "All right, then I would like to bet 15 9 sun jades on me reaching the top 3. Lin Ming didn't paint himself into a corner with his words. He had simply bet on being in the first 3. He still didn't know where the limits of Hang Chi Frost Dream and Xiao Ma Xin lay. If he wanted to struggle for first place, the pressure was indeed far too great. Of course, the vast universe heavenly palace disciple wrote down Lin Ming's bet, and at this time, the final battles began. Each person would have to fight 9 matches. The one with the highest number of wins would be first place on the Heaven Proclamation. Vast Cosmos stood on the center of the arena stage as he announced the beginning of the final tournament. The first match was impressively the Monster Prince stepping on stage. His opponent was not Lin Ming but Hua Xian. This was also reasonable. Lin Ming and the Monster Prince were ranked higher in the front, thus they wouldn't meet in the first round of matches. As Hua Xian stepped on stage, the Monster Prince glared at him with disdain. "What garbage? I don't want to bother fighting the likes of you. I want to fight Lin Ming. Bring Lin Ming on stage." The Monster Prince fervently wished to fight Lin Ming. He wanted to cruelly and ruthlessly beat Lin Ming into the ground. He wanted to use the results of that battle to inform vast universe Heavenly Palace's Office of Internal Affairs that placing him on the same level was the stupidest thing they had ever done. After being held in such contempt by the monster prince, Hua Xian's face was mottled with rage. You go too far. If you have the ability, then defeat me before you continue speaking. Humph, you garbage. Even if I only use ordinary moves, I can still defeat you within 5 moves. If you don't want to bring about your own destruction, then hurry up and admit defeat. I'll allow you to keep whatever pitiful face you have left. Even a clay figure still had 3 points of earth, and Hua Xian was also an extreme genius himself. He originally wasn't too confident in this battle, but after being so humiliated, a raging fire burst out in his heart. With a clear ringing sound, he drew his weapon. Let's fight. The monster prince simply didn't care at all. He looked over at Vast Cosmos. Vast Cosmos frowned. This fellow was so rampant that it was truly annoying. But this was an inborn trait of the monster race. Their characters were always well known to all around them. They were vicious, gentle and honest, brutal and crazy, or however else they were born. Their characters were just like those of a wild beast. They didn't conceal their thoughts and emotions as humans did, hiding their true personality. The character of this monster prince was that of an extremely arrogant and wildly brash individual. If you wish to battle Lin Ming, then you can do so in your next match. But you must finish this match first. Vast Cosmos didn't mind adjusting the order of the matches, but since both opponents had stepped on stage, this match had to be finished first. Good. Hee. The monster prince licked his lips as he looked at Hua Xian. Consider this your bad luck. I'll instantly beat you down first, and then I'll finish off Lin Ming. Chapter 1291, Fighting the Monster Prince. Chapter 1291, Fighting the Monster Prince. Yeah, you sure speak a lot of crap. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? I want to take a good look today at just how you'll instantly defeat me. Hua Xian was filled with a righteous anger. After being derided and belittled again and again by someone else, anyone would have gone berserk. At the start of the battle, Hua Xian laid down a thick origin energy shield around his body. Hua Xian was also an Empyrean descendant. He cultivated the space laws and the metal laws. The attacks of the metal laws were sharp and keen, and its defensive power was considered nearly invincible, thick and powerful, not in any way weaker than the earth laws. A golden barrier completely shielded Hua Xian. He had already revealed his stance and planned on engaging in a battle of defense. Although the monster prince was arrogant, his strength was obvious. Before now, the strength he revealed had been similar to June Blue Moon and Lin Ming. Although Hua Xian was also confident in himself, he didn't believe that his chances of winning were very high. Moreover, since the monster prince was still so full of himself, there were inevitably many cards that he had yet to reveal. His opponent had already spoken far too much. Losing would not be a shame. All he needed to do was hold on for some time. Have you finished preparing your turtle shell? The monster prince crossed his arms together, a lazy smile on his face. Stop acting like you're so amazing. I don't need you to wait for me. Come at me whenever you want. Hua Xian angrily shouted. Okay, then let me test out just how hard your turtle shell is. As the monster prince laughed, he drew out his weapon. It was a 10-foot-long war halberd. The cold halberd blade exuded a thick, killing intent. The tip of the halberd was a sharp blade. It could pierce and also behead. With such a heavy weapon, one needed an immense amount of strength and energy to display its unstoppable explosive force. The mortal body of a monster martial artist was originally far superior to the body of a human. Their bloodline was strong, and there were laws engraved into their bodies. Moreover, the royal family had even stronger bloodlines and laws within them. A considerable portion of their strength would naturally emerge as they grew older. Cultivation was only able to affect a minor part of their strength. Thus, a monster martial artist talent was extremely important. Once a monster was born, Over half of their future achievements could be determined by their bloodline and talent. The Monster Prince was naturally an outstanding genius of the monster race. Then take my strike, halberd shattering the universe. The Monster Prince's body erupted with energy. The power that gushed out from him was no less than that of a human body transformation martial artist. When combined with the erupting monster energy, this strike split through space, the halberd light like a wild dragon crossing the river. Unstoppable! Bang! The halberd light smashed into Hua Xian's metallic origin energy shield. It was like a massive copper pillar striking a giant bronze bell. A massive noise filled the skies. A violent sonic boom spread out for thousands of miles. Hua Xian shook, and all the blood within his body tumbled. Although his metal attribute barrier was able to barely withstand this strike, there were already faint cracks that began appearing within it. Damn it! Hua Xian grit his teeth, pouring all of his true essence into his barrier. His metal laws had also stepped past the threshold of the 5th level concept. If he gave up on the offensive and solely defended, then his barrier was extremely difficult to break through. How interesting! The Monster Prince pounded down with his halberd once more. Rule the world. As this halberd came sweeping out, Hua Xian felt all of the power of space around him become chaotic. An invisible force controlled that power of space, squeezing Hua Xian within it. The power of space was used to crush Hua Xian's metal attribute barrier. The Monster Prince had extremely high attainments in manipulating the space laws. He had firmly stepped into the 5th level concept. This was not because he learned and comprehended it by himself, but because most of those laws were already engraved into his body. As he grew, he only needed the light guidance of a teacher to master them. Hua Xian had already reached his limit by resisting this squeezing power of space. More and more cracks appeared in his barrier. Hua Xian bit down so hard that his teeth were stained with blood. Even so, he was barely able to withstand this attack. Your little turtle shell is quite hard. Then let my 3rd move deliver you to your end. Void collapse. The Monster Prince swept out his halberd a 3rd time. Suddenly, the power of space that was squeezing around Hua Xian exploded. Ka, ka, ka. Space violently twisted, as if it would break down. At high levels, void collapse was able to destroy the stable space of the divine realm. Once this stable space exploded, the power of space that erupted could tear apart any martial artist to the tiniest of pieces. The Monster Prince was still far from reaching this boundary, but causing the power of space to tremble and leak over to strangle someone to death was already a terrifying power. It was the belief of many Supreme Elders that the sharpest thing in the world was not forged weapons, but space. In the Monster Prince's 3rd strike, his use of the laws had reached a horrifying height. Hua Xian was no longer able to persist in defending. His metal attribute barrier completely disintegrated, and he flew backwards, vomiting out a mouthful of blood. In this battle, Hua Xian had been completely defeated. The disparity was far too evident. He lost. The disparity was too great. Hua Xian tried his best, but he was still suppressed from the start. In truth, Hua Xian is very strong, but the reason he entered the top 10 has a high luck component to it. In terms of strength, he should be weaker than Ram Saber. The final 10 of the 1st tier were all decided by the last matches they fought in the 1st round, which had been arranged by Vast Cosmos. If they won, they would advance to the 1st tier, and if they lost, they would advance to the 2nd tier. Vast Cosmos wasn't an omniscient god, and it was still difficult for him to distinguish which genius was stronger and weaker. Thus, it wasn't strange for lopsided situations like this to appear. However, the top participants of the 2nd tier could challenge the lower-ranked participants of the 1st tier. At the end of the 1st martial meeting, when the final rankings were determined, the top 10 might not all be from the current 1st tier. Coup. Hua Xian half knelt on the ground, supporting himself with his sword. He was still coughing blood. It was obvious that he was heavily wounded. Humph! To be able to withstand 3 of my attacks, you're not too garbage. As far as humans are concerned, you're SOSO. The monster prince said with deep disdain. His words naturally aroused the anger of the audience. This idiot, he is too arrogant. Does he really think his monster race is so amazing? A complete retard. The monster prince's gall was greater than the heavens, and he was arrogant to the extreme. With so many people in the audience cursing him, they obviously wanted to enrage him. All of the young elites present originated from great influences. Which one of them was not arrogant themselves? However, the monster prince didn't care at all. He thought, yes, I'm arrogant, but what can you do about it? My skeletal age is 31 years old. All of you useless and pathetic barking humans in the audience, if you have a skeletal age of 50 or lower, and you also aren't convinced, then feel free to fight with me. The monster prince's words were filled with monster energy, making them loud enough that they easily spread through the entire audience. And after hearing these words, all of the martial artists who had been wildly shouting suddenly deflated. 31-year skeletal age. This freak, a 31-year skeletal age, was far too young. The martial artists that participated in the first martial meeting were 40 years old on average. Even Dragon Fong was 36 years old, and that was considered quite young. Many of the young elites present were 40 to 50 years old, but even if their strength increased 10 times over, they still wouldn't be a match for the monster prince. Thus, they could only choke on their own rage without the energy to refute him. This was because the difference was far too great. Have Xiao Moxian go on stage. She'll definitely beat him to a pulp. Many martial artists shouted, unable to swallow this anger. A monster prince had actually come to their territory and beaten up their geniuses. After that, he had even loudly mocked all of them. Even so, there wasn't a single person who was able to stand up to him. So how could their thoughts ever remain smooth after this? However, they knew that they were not a match for the monster prince, so they could only pin their hopes on these other extreme characters competing in the finals. They needed one of the other participants to surpass the monster prince in both strength and talent. Xiao Moxian is extremely young. I've heard that she is still in her 20s. Even so, she cannot be considered someone that is fully human. Xiao Moxian's talent far surpassed the monster prince's. However, half of her bloodline came from a dark phoenix, so she could be considered a half monster. To have Xiao Moxian defeat the monster prince didn't have any meaning at all. That was equal to a monster defeating a monster. Even though the monster prince was arrogant, he didn't deny Xiao Moxian's talent. But besides her, the monster prince despised everyone else, including even Frost Dream. He believed that Frost Dream's talent was no higher than his own. As for Heng Qi, he was even more useless. That human called Lin Ming, aren't you going to come up for a battle? The monster prince chuckled as he looked over in Lin Ming's direction, his eyes filled with a provocative light. He wanted to see Lin Ming's frightened and confused face, but he was disappointed. This brat has some guts. Humph, I'll see just how long you can maintain that calm demeanor of yours. Lin Ming looked at Vast Cosmos. Vast Cosmos said, if the both of you agree and are willing to compete ahead of time, then I will not oppose that. The order of fights in the tournament didn't matter much, and even Vast Cosmos was slowly becoming sick of hearing this monster prince shout again and again. But he had to admit that this monster prince was indeed powerful. Lin Ming's potential and the monster prince's potential were on 2 different levels. Vast Cosmos knew that the reason Lin Ming was able to climb up the 33 steps of the Divine Seal altar was because he had comprehended a very special type of laws. His future achievements would be without limit, but before Lin Ming could successfully transform these laws into true combat strength, it would be very difficult for him to defeat the monster prince. This was because the monster prince's talent perfectly manifested with his growth. With every second that passed, He fused with the laws in his body more and more, becoming increasingly strong. This was the superiority of the monster race. If Lin Ming was defeated, then not only did that mean a loss for him, but also a deep shame for the entirety of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. This was because all the disciples of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace were inferior to Lin Ming. To all of this, Vast Cosmos couldn't help but consider the situation. At his level, face was very important to him. Vast Cosmos deeply looked at Lin Ming, then said, "You must be careful. He is very strong." "I thank Senior for the reminder. I will make sure to remember that." "Am good." As the two quickly spoke with a true essence sound transmission, Lin Ming stepped forwards, grasping his long spear as he stood before the monster prince. Long spear against a wild halberd. Lin Ming didn't immediately attack. Instead, he pointed his spear at the monster prince and coldly said, "You having a 31-year skeletal age is a wonderful coincidence. I am also not yet 32 years old, and that makes us the same age. I have rarely met a match that is my age." As Lin Ming spoke these words, the audience was shocked. Lin Ming was also 31 years old. Although the audience was now noticing Lin Ming, they didn't know just how old he was. After all, this was the first time that most of them had heard of him, and yet he was actually the same age as the Monster Prince. That meant that this battle would be an absolutely fair match. Chapter 1292, Might of the Heretical God. Chapter 1292, Might of the Heretical God. Lin Ming is also 31 years old. He's the same as that stupid monster boy. Incredible. This will be interesting to watch. Before, the Monster Prince had bragged about his talent, stating he had a 31-year skeletal age, and that any heroic elite present that was 50 years or younger could challenge him. However, even saying so, it wouldn't be glorious if someone with a 50-year skeletal age truly defeated him. In order to suppress him, it needed to be a genius of the same age. The audience didn't expect that Lin Ming was also of the same age. This battle truly caused one's blood to boil over. Lin Ming is really a monstrous genius. At 31 years of age, he's able to reach such heights. I have no idea just what he will accomplish in the future. But if he were compared to that Monster Prince, the audience certainly hoped that Lin Ming could defeat the Monster Prince, but his opponent was truly strong. It was hard to say whether or not Lin Ming could triumph in the end. Lin Ming! Lin Ming! Many heroic elites shouted out loud, "Destroy him! Slaughter him! Slaughter him!" Let alone the current heroic young elites present. Even some young girl martial artists were cheering for Lin Ming. All of them hoped that Lin Ming could win. This was because this Monster Prince was far too hateful. The Monster Prince looked at Lin Ming pointing a spear at him and sneered, saying, "It's been a long time since anyone has dared to point their weapon at me. Very well then, I shall break apart every bone in your body." To point a spear at another person was in itself a sign of provocation. In the past, Lin Ming had rarely done so. He had only declared a challenge towards someone at spear point twice. Once was during his youth when he had pointed his spear at Chu Yen. That was a fight for himself. The second time was on the Divine Seal altar when he had pointed his spear at Nether Limitless. That was for the glory of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands. The Monster Prince grasped his desolate blood halberd and pointed it straight back at Lin Ming in reply. A powerful collision. This was a battle between peak geniuses of humanity and the monster race. His Highness the Prince loves to show off his talent. In the audience, two white-clothed old men used a true essence sound transmission to communicate with each other. Both of them were powerhouses of the monster race. One was a great world king, and the other was an ordinary world king. To walk in the human world, A World King powerhouse was more than enough to deal with most situations. It was impossible for an Empyrean to act out on behalf of the Monster Prince. Otherwise, that would be the same as setting off a battle between humanity and the monsters. Showing off one's abilities is also an important factor in establishing one's absolute strength. It isn't necessarily a bad thing. Another old man quietly said he was confident in the Monster Prince's strength. Monsters were different from humans. The Empyreans of humanity ruled their own domains, scattered across the various great worlds. But the monster race had a singular Empyrean ruler, the Monster Emperor, that stood above all others. The entire monster race had to submit to this person. In truth, there were very few monster Empyreans. Their numbers could not compare to the humans at all. As for this Monster Prince, he was the grandson of the current Monster Emperor, and these two world kings were the Monster Emperor's officials. In the arena, the Monster Prince laughed. In my future, I am destined to become a Monster Empyrean. The road of a Monster Empyrean has to be paved with the blood of countless geniuses. As for you, you will help form my road. The Monster Prince was arrogant to the extreme. Lin Ming finally understood that when the Monster Prince referred to himself as Lord Monster, he was saying that he would become a Monster Empyrean in the future. The Monster Prince only had a divine sea cultivation, but he dared to call himself a future Monster Empyrean. That was the same concept as the current Lin Ming calling himself Empyrean Heretical God, or Empyrean Azure Dragon. Although he was confident in himself, he definitely wasn't worthy of these titles yet. But the Monster Prince actually did this. Just how presumptuous was that? Fuck! This idiot is a madman. Some people said from within the audience. He is crazy. An Empyrean descendant, even if they were at a half-step Empyrean cultivation, wouldn't dare to call themselves a true Empyrean. A half-step Empyrean will always be a half-step Empyrean. As everyone was speaking, there was a sudden humming sound. The Monster Prince had moved. The great halberd in his hands came cutting down at Lin Ming. The Monster Prince's speed approached an unimaginable level. The limit of speed, the explosiveness of his mortal body, and in addition to the power of his halberd, the might of this attack could be imagined. A normal human martial artist wouldn't dare to frontally collide with him at all. However, Lin Ming had never feared frontal combat. Grasping the Phoenix Blood Spear, Lin Ming took a step back, solidly touching the ground. The blue lotus flame dance shot straight out at the Monster Prince, who, in the skies, endless flames filled the air as a blue lotus towered within. Kacha! As if thunder was exploding, a wild wave of energy rushed out like surging tidal waves. The top layer of the arena ground rose up before flying away in giant chunks, swept away like autumn leaves. The two people simultaneously drew back. Where they stopped, the stone ground was turned into powder for miles around. This terrifying collision was more intense than a desperate battle between normal divine transformation powerhouses. However, the audience knew that this was only an exploratory attack. Whether it was Lin Ming or the Monster Prince, this had only been a casual strike that didn't reveal their true ability. This Monster Prince is a ruthless frontal combat master, but Lin Ming is also the same. Even Ram Saber was suppressed by him. Both of them are utter freaks. It's hard to imagine how intense this battle will become. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In a blink of an eye, Lin Ming and the Monster Prince fought for several moves, each more vicious and brutal than the last. Lin Ming opened the 8 inner hidden gates. As for the Monster Prince, he had a special physique, one comparable to an ancient vicious beast. Rule the world. The Monster Prince waved his halberd, an attack that contained the 5th level space laws. In that instant, Lin Ming felt the surrounding power of space instantly become chaotic, turning into an invisible cage that squeezed him within. All of his movements and his ability to counterattack was completely locked down. Die! The monster prince gave a loud shout as he pounded his halberd down at Lin Ming. The space laws were diverse with endless changes and variations. Dragon Fong was skilled at creating spatial mirror images, and his attacks were strange and ghostly. But the monster prince was skilled in locking down his opponents with the power of space and then overcoming them with utter violence. The fierce halberd was filled with unstoppable momentum. The entire audience's eyes widened. They couldn't help but acknowledge that in terms of laws, Lin Ming was at a major disadvantage. Lin Ming had comprehended the thunder and fire laws, but when compared to time and space laws of similar boundary, they were slightly weaker. Within the prison of space, if Lin Ming's space laws were lacking, then it would be difficult to break free. As Lin Ming saw the monster prince's attack crashing down at him, his entire body erupted with strength. The heretical god force was released to the limit. Between his eyebrows, the blood of the ancient phoenix began to burn. In that instant, he stabbed out 100 spear strikes. When these 100 spear strikes fused together, they erupted with a terrifying might. Celestial Tyrant Manual, 100-layered waves. The phoenix blood spear smashed into the space cage, tearing apart that chaotic power of space. By using absolute strength, Lin Ming had broken through the space cage. Pung! After breaking through the power of space, Lin Ming had dodged the monster prince's attack in that critical moment. Otherwise, no matter how powerful Lin Ming's defensive abilities were, if he was struck by that wild halberd, his flesh and blood would still have exploded into pieces, and he would have been defeated. You can use strength alone to break through my space cage? The monster prince had a surprised look on his face. No one was more clear than he was on how powerful rule the world was, but Lin Ming had still been able to free himself. You're good, but next time you won't be so lucky. The monster prince sneered, and a series of popping sounds ran through his body as he began to change. Scales appeared on his face. On his back, a pair of fleshy wings burst out from behind him, stretching out in the air. He had transformed into a half-monster, half-human body. The monster race had many ancient bloodlines. Rather than being similar to humans, they were far more similar to ancient desolate beasts. Many members of the monster race were able to completely transform their bodies. Once they transformed, their bodies would draw closer to those of vicious beasts. They would be able to better fuse with the laws within their bodies, and their attacks would be even more formidable. At the same time, their explosive force and speed would rise by a substantial degree. That madman changed his body. This is going to be troublesome. Lin Ming should have some hidden strength, but now that the monster prince has changed his body, his laws will be even more formidable. His space laws were originally extremely strong, and they were able to suppress the thunder and fire laws. If Lin Ming decides to fight using the thunder and fire laws, then he will suffer a great loss, and using brute force to break free isn't the righteous way to win. As the audience was speaking, the monster prince attacked once more. Rule the world. With another wave of his halberd, the power of space around Lin Ming became chaotic once more, completely trapping him within it. Void collapse, be destroyed together with space. The monster prince recklessly laughed. All around Lin Ming, the power of space began to collapse. The power of space wildly flooded around, violently rolling around Lin Ming. He deliberately wanted to use the laws to suppress Lin Ming. Facing this fierce strike, Lin Ming cried out. From his inner world, the heretical god tree was summoned, forming a divine tree phantom behind him. Above the crown of that divine tree, an azure dragon and fire phoenix circled about. The phantoms of a divine tree, dragon, and phoenix rejoicing in unison. Do you really believe that your space laws can suppress me in terms of the laws? Lin Ming sneered. With a wave of his spear, a fierce and wild thunder and fire connected in the sky, bursting out with unimaginable power. In that moment, endless divine light lit up the sky, as if a sun had been born in the air. This divine light was like countless sharp swords as it tore apart the vortex created by the power of space. The thunder and fire laws were indeed inferior to the time and space laws, but Lin Ming's thunder and fire laws were beyond ordinary, with the heretical god tree leading them. They surpassed the heavenly Tao laws and also contained the tribulations of thunder and fire. They stood at a completely different height from ordinary thunder and fire laws. By summoning the heretical god tree phantom, Lin Ming was able to display the mightiest strength of his thunder and fire laws. When Lin Ming had faced the monster prince's first rule of the world, he had broken through with strength. But now, after the monster prince changed his body and used the same move, he decided to use the thunder and fire laws. As these dual laws erupted with their strength, they were more than enough to tear apart the space cage. What? The monster prince's complexion completely changed. He could clearly see that Lin Ming's fire laws were at the 5th level concept, and his thunder laws were a bit lower. When both were combined together, it was on par with his own space laws. Even so, it should have then been decided by the different ranks of the laws. His space laws should have been able to suppress the thunder and fire laws. However, an unexpected situation had occurred. Lin Ming had used the power of thunder and fire to tear apart his space cage. How could he not be shocked by this? It wasn't just the monster prince that was shocked, but the audience was too. They never imagined that Lin Ming was so cruel and vicious that he could use thunder and fire laws of the same level to break apart the space laws. Virtual disintegration. Lin Ming didn't give the monster prince any time to recover. He revolved his spear potential, fusing together the first 4 level concepts of fire, and then attaching the 5th level concept onto the Phoenix Blood Spear, thrusting it straight towards the monster prince. Chapter 1293. Enraging the Monster Race. Chapter 1293. Enraging the Monster Race. Virtual disintegration was Lin Ming's self-created skill. Using virtual fire to attack an opponent's mind, all of their anger, hatred, and jealousy would become Lin Ming's weapon. He could use it to burn down his opponents and swallow them alive. And the monster prince was someone who was incomparably arrogant and easily lost his temper. If the monster prince's flames of anger and jealousy were used to attack him, then the power of virtual disintegration would multiply. Pooh! Virtual flames burned. Lin Ming's spear was like a homing missile, unable to be dodged. The monster prince's pupils shrank. He only felt as if all the anger in his body was being ignited by this spear, attacking his mind. Virtual fire. The monster prince had an extraordinary level of experience and naturally recognized this type of fire. It was the 5th level concept of fire, virtual fire. The monster prince was also well aware of his own weaknesses and shortcomings. If he was struck by this spear, victory and defeat would be instantly settled. From the point when Lin Ming had used the heretical god fire and thunder to tear open the space cage and attack the monster prince with virtual disintegration, his series of attacks had been so fast that it was nearly impossible to react to. As the monster prince saw this spear coming at him, his eyes sharpened. His entire body erupted with energy. 10,000 monster domain. The monster prince roared. In that moment, countless horrifying sounds filled the air. These sounds were like the cry of a dragon, the roars of a tiger, a long and endless sonic wave that spread past the horizon. Aho! From within the monster prince's body, countless monster phantoms rushed out. These great monsters were as tall as 100 feet and as small as a palm. Their shapes also came in all sorts of strange and macabre styles. Some looked like lions, ghosts, and zombies. Some had vicious horns and spikes, and some were dripping with tentacles of blood. In that instant, 9,900 999 monster spirits rushed out from the Monster Prince's body, covering a scope of several miles around the Monster Prince. Lin Ming's virtual fire that he sent out was torn to pieces by those monster spirits and swallowed up. This is... Lin Ming was startled. After he joined in on the Divine Realm First Martial meeting, not only did he encounter all sorts of unimaginable geniuses, but he witnessed all kinds of mysteries techniques. This ability in front of him seemed like a type of domain. There was actually this sort of domain. Haha, how do you like my 10,000 monster domain? I want to see just how you break through it. The Monster Prince crazily laughed. 10,000 monster domain. I never imagined that this Monster Prince would be able to use the 10,000 monster domain in the honored seating section. An extraordinarily experienced person spoke out. He had a great deal of understanding into the monster race's cultivation methods. Genius martial artists of the monster race, because of the royal bloodline within their bodies, have the ability to attract the worship of monster spirits, forming a monster spirit domain. There are different levels from the 100 monster domain, 1,000 monster domain, 10,000 monster domain, and even a legendary 100,000 monster domain. The last stage is only a legend, and the 10,000 monster domain can be called the top of all monster domains. A white-clothed old man spookily said. Beside him, another thin, middle-aged man nodded his head, saying, with 9,999 monster spirits as well as the Monster Prince himself, that is a total of 10,000 monster spirits, forming a perfect 10,000 monster domain. It is known as an unbreakable domain. Not only does it have immense striking power, but at the same time, any person that steps into the 10,000 monster domain will be swallowed up within it. Once the 10,000 monster domain is used, that is the same as having to deal with 10,000 monster spirits. This sort of offensive and defensive ability is far more profound than Ram Saber's Saber King domain. But even if Lin Ming's momentum is destroyed here, it still won't extinguish the glory and fame he's gained so far. Lin Ming is amazing. He is able to use thunder and fire laws to tear apart space laws of the same level. No matter how this battle ends, there is no loser. This generation of juniors is truly far too strong. The monster race's 10,000 monster domain was the pride of the royal bloodline. In a chaotic battle of armies, if a monster of the royal family were to open their 10,000 monster domain and rush into the midst of an army, they could have their 10,000 monsters swallow up their enemy's flesh and blood, becoming unstoppable. Moreover, the more flesh and blood these monster spirits ate, the more brutal and vicious they would become. In the end, even an army of 1,000,000 could be completely killed off by a single person. The Monster Prince coldly sneered at Lin Ming. My 10,000 monster domain can annihilate all life in the world. You, human, are nothing but a fat mouse, barely enough for a bite. Now die. As the Monster Prince spoke, he grasped his halberd and rushed at Lin Ming, halberd shattering the universe. The Monster Prince's falling halberd came down like a collapsing mountain. At the same time, all of the monster spirits around the Monster Prince also hurtled towards Lin Ming. Together with the Monster Prince, that was 10,000 monster spirits. In addition to that vicious and desolate halberd, this terrifying attack even caused the audience that was dozens of miles away to shake with fear and awe. If they were placed within that 10,000 monster domain, they might be instantly eaten up until nothing was left remaining. A single person to fight 10,000 monsters. How could one possibly continue fighting? In that instant, facing the aggressive threat of the Monster Prince, Lin Ming's expression still didn't change. He held his phoenix blood spear straight, all of his true essence and world power erupting from his inner world. As 10,000 monster spirits howled, Lin Ming stood tall and proud, his body straight like a spear. Bloom in splendor, prime Emperor Lotus Flower. In that moment, a blood-red lotus flower slowly bloomed behind Lin Ming, so red and lush it seemed as if it would drip blood. This was the primordial martial intent. The thick and vast grand mist space erupted, rolling outwards like a spreading storm. The boundless aura turned into a mighty tsunami that flushed towards those 10,000 monster spirits. Grand mist space was able to annihilate everything. Flesh and blood, laws, souls, not even monster spirits were an exception. This was nearly the highest level domain in the divine realm, the domain that stood at the greatest heights. Even the 10,000 monster domain was suppressed. Pung, 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 pung. Underneath the shroud of the grand mist space, monster spirits began to emit pitiful and miserable screams before they collapsed into ash, gone forever. The massive numbers of monster spirits that were destroyed turned into elementary grand mist energy. What? The monster prince was shocked. His 10,000 monster domain had been broken. Not only was he astonished, but the entire audience was dumbstruck. Lin Ming's domain was actually so fierce. Just how many techniques did he have in the end? My monster spirits. The monster prince's eyes were bloodshot with rage. If his monster spirits died, he could still create more, but he had to use enough flesh and blood to do so. It was extremely troublesome. You are courting death. As the monster prince saw the countless monster spirits that he had raised himself being killed off by Lin Ming, he grasped his desolate halberd and smashed it down at Lin Ming's head. But after entering the grand mist space, the monster prince found his strength rapidly fading away. An incomparably thick atmosphere made him pay several times the strength in order to complete a single movement. This damned domain. The monster prince was surprised. He felt as if he had fallen into a thick swamp as his speed rapidly dropped. At the same time, Lin Ming rushed towards the monster prince. Just die. Virtual disintegration. Lin Ming thrust out his spear. Underneath the suppression of the grand mist space, the Phoenix Blood Spear's spear light shot right towards the monster prince. You small fry. The monster prince was utterly enraged. His body emitted more crackling sounds as a crimson color washed over his entire body. It seemed that he had used some sort of arcane skill. He forcefully cast off the shackles of the grand mist space and smashed his halberd out at the Phoenix Blood Spear. Pung! Spear and halberd crossed. A terrifying force swept outwards. In that instant, the monster prince felt strange flames drill into his body like a viper. These flames looked ordinary, but once they rushed into his body, they caused his mind to fall into illusion. Who? His anger exploded into an inferno, completely subsuming his rational mind. The monster prince's eyes turned blood red, and blood vessels popped out from his entire body as if he would explode at any moment. This was the might of virtual fire. Moreover, Lin Ming's virtual fire came from the heretical god tree. It was far above ordinary. You're done, Lin Ming coolly said. The spear in his hands came smashing down. Pung! The heavy shaft of the Phoenix Blood Spear struck the monster prince's body. The monster prince's protective true essence instantly collapsed like an eggshell. Stop! An old voice suddenly echoed through the arena. However, Lin Ming ignored this voice. He pulled back his spear and struck the monster prince's chest, causing his ribs to break apart and sending him soaring away. Pung! The monster prince fell onto the floor like a pile of hashed meat. His body skidded back on the ground for several tens of thousands of feet, causing countless tiles to shatter until he finally fell off the side of the arena stage. The entire audience was left silent. Lin Ming was far too fierce. He had broken through the space laws using thunder and fire laws of the same level. Moreover, he had a strange domain of his own that broke through the 10,000 monster domain. And now he had defeated the monster prince. As he stood there, his momentum was like a rainbow, unstoppable. Young master. 2 old monster race men rushed over to the monster prince's side, quickly inspecting his wounds. The truth was that with the monster race's royal bloodline, the monster prince's regenerative abilities were no weaker than Lin Ming's. Even if all of his ribs had shattered, it still wouldn't take too long to recover. If there were superb medicines used, the effects would be even better. A monster race world king suddenly stood up, eyeing Lin Ming like a poisonous snake. Human, I ordered you to stop. Are you deaf? The monster race old man was extremely overbearing, even reprimanding Lin Ming right here. As Lin Ming heard this monster race old man's words, he was startled. He had seen overbearing before, but never to this extent, although his natural character was to remain low profile, and he didn't like to needlessly quarrel with anybody. As he faced this ridiculous monster race old man, he simply angrily smiled and said, "Who the hell are you? Why should I listen to you? I think an old bag of bones like you has gone insane." Hearing Lin Ming's words, the monster race old man's eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent. "You are courting death." As he spoke, he prepared to rush up onto the arena. The people of the monster race, especially the royal family, were all incomparably arrogant and conceited. In their minds, everyone needed to respect them and everyone needed to submit to them. All that refused should be put to death. However, just as the monster race old man stepped onto the arena stage, he felt a terrifying strength crash into him. This strength was extremely formidable. There was no way for him to resist it. The monster race old man suddenly shook as he was sent soaring backwards, smashing into the arena wall and coughing up a mouthful of blood. Who? Although the monster race old man looked miserable, the truth was that he wasn't seriously injured at all. Coughing up some blood wasn't anything to the likes of him. Vast Cosmos slowly walked over, looking at the monster race old man as he would a fool. He coldly said, "Me, without permission, no one can rush onto the arena stage of the finals. Consider this a light warning." Vast Cosmos had a half-step Empyrean cultivation. Compared to an ordinary world king, the disparity was immense. Chapter 1294. Seeing Through the Laws. Chapter 1294. Seeing Through the Laws. Vast Cosmos, you actually dare to attack me. Do you really want to take on the burden of being the one to instigate a war between humans and the monster race? The two monster race old men only had world king cultivations, but they didn't fear the heavens or the earth. In fact, there were many kings of the monster race that were like this. They wouldn't endure insults, nor would they fear powerhouses. They were a crazy and wild race. In the past, there were people that abducted children with the royal bloodline in order to refine pills. Finally, the monster race completely exterminated the influence that person came from, as well as their entire planet. Many people knew that the monster race was crazy. Within their bones was buried the nature of a beast. They were like mad dogs. Once someone provoked them, they would crazily retaliate until their body perished. However, Vast Cosmos didn't fear any of this at all. He calmly said, "Both of your lives aren't as valuable as you think. Be careful with your words, or I'll break all of your bones before I kick you back to the monster race. In my territory, you best be more respectful." Many humans couldn't acclimatize to seeing the monster race, demon race, or the other different races. In history, there were also wars that exploded between humanity and other races. But in order to truly exterminate the enemy, one had to pay an enormous price. It was simply impossible to do. Thus, in the divine realm, there were several races that still coexisted side by side. In the Sky Spill continent, the giant demons, imps, and Goliaths were all offshoot branches of the demon race. As for the Fae, they were faintly related to the monster race, but the truth was that they were much closer to the human bloodline. The Sky Spill continent had simply been isolated for far too long. After their bloodlines multiplied and spread out for tens and hundreds of thousands of years, they began to slowly dilute themselves. The two monster race elders' faces were filled with a cruel light. They looked at vast cosmos and then towards Lin Ming, their eyes shining with killing intent. "We're going." The two monster race elders brought down the monster prince, but didn't leave just because of this. The monster race's arrogance also didn't allow them to do something which would weaken their own momentum like that. They would continue to participate in the matches. Fighting and killing was one of the ways in which they lived. "Lin Ming victory," vast cosmos loudly announced. He looked towards Lin Ming, his eyes filled with appreciation. When Lin Ming had mounted the summit of the divine seal altar, he had been opportunistic, using some shortcuts. Thus, vast cosmos wasn't panicked at all. But now, Lin Ming, at the middle divine sea realm and with a 31-year skeletal age, had defeated the monster prince. After reaching this step, he could be called a million-year rare genius of the divine realm, if it weren't for the fact that he was born in an era when countless unrivaled geniuses were rising up. Then Lin Ming's light might have overshadowed everyone by far. Lin Ming is too strong. Heh, what a good fight. That felt so great. I wonder just how that crazy monster kid will continue fighting. This is incredible. If this continues, then Lin Ming might have a chance of reaching the top 3. Top 3? That would be struggling for the championship against the likes of Xiao Moxian, Hang Qi, and Frost Dream. Just look at the 3 of them. Which one do you think Lin Ming could possibly replace? Xiao Moxian, Frost Dream, and Hang Qi had all pierced through the hearts and minds of those present, giving off an unsurpassable feeling. We have no idea how strong Hang Qi is, and although it is said that Xiao Moxian is extremely fierce, we have never seen her strength with our own eyes. But we can clearly see Lin Ming. That monster prince isn't weak at all, but he was still equally destroyed by Lin Ming. Lin Ming proved his strength again and again. He didn't rely on rumors and gossip, nor did he rely on some influence behind him that raised him up. Rather, he had convinced people through his sheer victories in combat, convincing them without leaving a single doubt behind. Moreover, Lin Ming came from a minor influence which earned him an extremely favorable impression from many young elites of world king influences and ordinary hold lands. Originally, the Empyrean descendants were a great mountain that pressed down on the disciples of the world king and holy land influences. Whether it was in talent, resources, or inheritances, all of them couldn't help but develop thoughts of inferiority, making them feel as if it were impossible to fight against them. But now, Lin Ming had used his strength to tell everyone in the arena that even someone from a small influence could equally become an extreme genius. This was truly inspiring. Of course, while some people worshipped Lin Ming, there were also many people that envied him. No matter what happened, Lin Ming stood on the greatest stage of the entire divine realm. Throughout every great influence of the divine realm, there was no one who didn't know of him. Lin Ming walked down from the stage and began to meditate. The monster prince wasn't weak at all. Although Lin Ming had still kept back some moves, victory hadn't come easily. "Lin Ming, take a good rest. In the first round you will take a victory, but in the next round you will be the first one on stage after 2 battles. Frost Dream, Xiao Moxian, and Heng Qi have all taken a bye for this round. After the first round finishes, there will be a 1-hour rest. Do you have any problems with that?" Vast cosmos's true essence sound transmission echoed in Lin Ming's ears. Lin Ming and the Monster Prince's match just now had been temporarily inserted into the schedule because Lin Ming hadn't yet fought in the first round. This caused there to be a change in the match order. Because the Monster Prince fought in 2 matches, this caused there to be an odd number of remaining contestants, so it was not possible to finish the games. Thus, Vast Universe Heavenly Palace had simply allowed Frost Dream, Xiao Moxian, and Heng Qi to all draw buys. Of course, this method was to ensure fairness. 3 of them had undeniable strength, and whoever bumped into them would likely suffer a loss. Even though vast Cosmos believed that Lin Ming had the capabilities of fighting against them, he would still have to use every card in his hands, which would cause him to suffer a disadvantage in the later fights. In this situation, allowing the three of them a bye was the best method. I have no problems. May I ask who my next match is? Lin Ming asked vast Cosmos. Lin Ming's restorative ability far surpassed what vast Cosmos imagined. He simply hadn't used a significant amount of energy in fighting against the Monster Prince. Your opponent is Dragon Fong. Vat Cosmos said, stretching out his words. As Lin Ming heard the name of his next opponent, he felt his heart quicken. Dragon Fong. He would finally battle Dragon Fong. He and Dragon Fong could be considered fated to meet. Both of them had grown together in the preliminaries, and because Dragon Fong had opened the 3 lives pupils there, the range of his growth had been even greater than Lin Ming's. Whether it was in the preliminaries or the semifinals, the two of them hadn't fought for a variety of reasons. But now, the time for their battle had finally approached. This would likely be an extremely tough battle. It was also because of this reason that vast Cosmos had advised Lin Ming to rest well. I understand. Lin Ming cupped his fists together, feeling a bit impatient. The third battle of the first round was between Dragon Fong and Shirku. There was an extremely small number of people that believed in Shirku, even though Shirku was also an impressive person. Shirku, a dual body and energy cultivator, to fight against Dragon Fong's 3 lives pupils. This is going to be interesting. This brat Shirku has come across some fortuitous encounters. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to cultivate dual body and energy to this level. Vast Cosmos thought with a smile. Lin Ming was also paying attention to Shirku as Dragon Fong, and Shirku stepped on stage. A wave of cheers washed over the entire arena. Most of them were shouting Dragon Fong's name, and only a small number of people were cheering for Shirku. Dragon Fong was handsome and delicate, with extremely pale skin. As for Shirku, he was tall and burly, looking like a roughly hewn stone. Because of this, Dragon Fong won the hearts of most young female disciples, not to mention that the strength he had revealed so far had surpassed Shirku. These fellows really think I'm worthless or something. I don't believe I can't defeat this pale little dandy boy. Shirku thought to himself. He wouldn't underestimate Dragon Fong. Dragon Fong's strength was truly amazing, but he was also confident in himself. Ha! Shirku shouted out loud, and his aura erupted to endless levels. In that instant, he was like a mountain that stood atop the arena stage. He cultivated the Earth Laws, and his Earth Laws had reached large success of the 5th level concept. Sky, Mountain, Seal. Shirku grasped a staff and took the initiative to attack. This strike utilized the Earth Laws he comprehended to the max. As this attack came out, it was like a falling mountain, able to sunder the world. Dragon Fong held the Dragon Fong blade in his hands, an indifferent expression across his face. His pupils had already turned into the shape of needle tips. This was the 3 lives pupils. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Endless Earth origin energy gathered together, forming a mass of brown light in the sky that became a 100,000-foot mountain that began to fall down at Dragon Fong. As the audience saw this, they cried out in alarm. The weight of a 100,000-foot tall mountain was nearly inestimable. With the infusion of endless amounts of Earth energy crashing down together, the Earth would collapse. How could a martial artist possibly defend against this? This attack was unmatched. Everyone looked towards Dragon Fong. Dragon Fong still looked as calm as before. Within his eyes, he could clearly make out the circulation of Shirku's Earth Laws. In that instant, Dragon Fong attacked without using any laws at all. He simply poured true essence into his blade, and then lightly thrust towards that 100,000-foot tall mountain. What? He wants to use that 4-foot-long sword to resist Shirku's 100,000-foot-tall mountain. He's too crazy. Shirku's earth laws have long reached the boundary of substantializing his origin energy. This mountain is not a phantom, but a true mountain of origin energy. If this attack connects, then Dragon Fong's arms will be torn off. As everyone was speaking, Dragon Fong thrust his sword into an exact point of that mountain. In that moment, everything seemed to fall silent, as if time itself had stopped. Dragon Fong's energy completely poured into that giant mountain. It was much weaker and smaller than the energy Shirku had erupted with, but at this time an incredible scene occurred. From the point where Dragon Fong had stabbed his sword, a crack appeared in the giant mountain. Then, countless cracks began to climb all around the massive mountain like a never-ending spider web. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With the sound of collapsing mountains and rivers, the entire origin energy mountain turned into endless crushed stone as it completely disintegrated. What? How did he do that? A single sword strike to crush a 100,000-foot mountain. The entire audience was shocked, and even Lin Ming's pupils shrank. If Dragon Fong had suppressed Shirku using absolute strength, then he would have thought that was reasonable. But a single casual sword strike had completely shattered Shirku's attack. Those eyes. Lin Ming noticed Dragon Fong's pupils. Those eyes can see through the laws. In front of Dragon Fong's eyes, there is no place for Shirku's laws to hide. Lin Ming didn't know where Dragon Fong's eyes originated from, but he could guess some of their abilities. Many of the powerhouses in the audience were also able to do the same. This Dragon Fong is able to see through the laws. Thus he instantly found a weakness in Shirku's attack and was able to crush that origin energy mountain that he had formed. If all laws are seen through by Dragon Fong, how could you still fight? That is a nearly invincible position. I also heard that this Dragon Fong has practiced the laws of space and time to an extremely high level. He can see through the laws of his opponents and then attack with his own space and time laws. What a terrifying young man. I thought that Lin Ming could reach the top 3 or even the top 4, but now I've changed my mind. These dark horses are each darker than the last. I have no idea just who is stronger and weaker between Lin Ming and Dragon Fong. Chapter 1295. Impossible to Unravel. Chapter 1295. Impossible to Unravel. Dragon Fong's 2 pupils were chilling to the bone. All moves and all laws were seen through by him, making one unable to summon any courage to face him. As Shirku saw his finishing blow, the Sky Mountain Seal, be defeated like that, his complexion turned extremely ugly. You are fierce, but my strength is more than just the earth laws. By depending on those eyes alone, you cannot defeat me. Shirku shouted out loud, and popping sounds emitted from his entire body. He directly opened the 8 inner hidden gates, and a giant turtle phantom appeared behind him. This turtle had a massive snaking dragon head, and its shell was round like a dome. Its 4 legs were like those of an elephant, and its body was larger than a mountain. That's a dragon turtle phantom. Of the 9 sons of the heavenly dragon, the dragon turtle was one. Shirku has opened 7 of the 8 inner hidden gates, the same as me. Moreover, he can summon the phantom of a dragon turtle. I fear he obtained a lucky chance related to the dragon turtle. Lin Ming thought. Shirku suddenly laughed. 10 years ago, I explored a divergent mystic realm. Deep within that mystic realm, I found a deeply slumbering dragon turtle egg. Using a special technique, I slowly ate up that dragon turtle egg. Ignoring the laws I've comprehended, just my bodily strength has reached the highest pinnacle. As Shirku spoke, the entire audience was shocked. Shirku's luck was too good. A dragon turtle egg was more valuable and precious than the supreme dragon bone that Lin Ming had obtained. Although the bloodline of the dragon turtle was inferior to the azure dragon, Shirku had still obtained a dragon turtle egg that was filled with the life vitality of a dragon, compared to the bone of an azure dragon that had been dead for countless years. It was far more precious. If a dragon turtle egg were to appear, even great world king powerhouses would crazily fight for it. So that's how it is. No wonder Shirku was able to open the first 7 of the 8 inner hidden gates. Lin Ming silently thought. Underneath the current rules of the heavenly Tao, it was impossible to open up the 8 inner hidden gates to such a degree without a lucky chance. In truth, the advantages the dragon turtle egg gave to Shirku were far more than helping him open the 8 inner hidden gates. The dragon turtle was originally an earth attribute god beast, and thus it complemented Shirku's laws, allowing him to instantly leap into the ranks of the top masters. Shirku originally thought that he could rank in the top 3 of the first martial meeting, but now he realized that experts here were like clouds in the sky. Any one of these people he had to face would force him to use his complete strength. As Shirku spoke, he glanced over at Lin Ming, a faintly superior feeling in his eyes. Lin Ming was startled, but immediately understood his meaning. When Lin Ming fought, he had summoned the phantom of an azure dragon, and that scene had naturally fallen into Shirku's eyes. Shirku had swallowed the dragon turtle egg, and this allowed him to faintly feel the intensity of the azure dragon bloodline within Lin Ming. He guessed that Lin Ming had obtained something like a dragon bone or dragon blood, and in terms of lucky chances, the dragon turtle egg he found naturally surpassed Lin Ming. All body transformation martial artists needed lucky chances to open the 8 inner hidden gates. Thus, Shirku naturally compared himself with Lin Ming's lucky chances. Since Lin Ming was inferior in this regard, Shirku naturally felt superior by having a greater destiny on him. Even though his strength couldn't be compared to Lin Ming's, his lucky chance was still better than his, thus the reason he glanced at Lin Ming with that expression just now. So it's like that. But so what? Dragon Fong calmly asked Shirku. Shirku frowned as he saw Dragon Fong's response. Humph, stop posturing. Dragon Fong quietly wiped the edge of the Dragon Fong blade, coolly saying, lucky chances and destiny are indeed a component of one's talent, but they do not account for everything. If you believe that just because you stumbled across a great lucky chance that will allow you to become an extreme master of the divine realm, then you are sorely mistaken. In Dragon Fong's opinion, those like Lin Ming and June Blue Moon that had come from common mortal backgrounds must have come across heaven-shaking lucky chances to stand where they were now. But they did not reach this boundary through just the quality and quantity of lucky chances they found. With so many lives in the divine realm, there were countless individuals that found lucky chances, but out of all those people, only a few geniuses were able to stand here. At present, Shirku was one such person who had come across a great lucky chance. But when compared to Lin Ming and June Blue Moon, he lacked many things. You sure speak a lot of crap. Make your move. With my body transformation technique, I simply have no need to rely on my laws. I want to know just how you'll see through my weaknesses. Shirku's body suddenly bulged out, making him look like an ancient beast as he hurtled towards Dragon Fong. At that instant, Dragon Fong's mind was like a lake without ripples. He gently traced the hilt of the Dragon Fong blade and quietly said, if you won't use the laws, then I will. Just as Shirku's staff was about to strike Dragon Fong's body, time suddenly slowed down. The power of time around Shirku was twisted by Dragon Fong. Shirku rapidly responded. Popping sounds burst out from his body as tens of millions of genes of strength erupted. He wanted to use brute force to break free from the shackles of the time laws. Ka. Shirku's muscles rose, and his blood vessels stuck out as he broke through the power of time. However, at that moment, he felt himself plunging into a vortex of time. There was no past, no future, and even the present had come to a near halt. Dragon Fong's attainments in the time laws had far surpassed Shirku's imagination. If it were a normal martial artist with weaker time laws, then Shirku would have easily broken through it with his strength. However, Dragon Fong was far too strong. Whether it was the intensity of true essence or laws, he was on a higher level than Shirku. It was impossible for Shirku to contend with him. Whoosh! Dragon Fong's figure flashed as he struck at Shirku. The Dragon Fong blade ripped apart Shirku's protective true essence, leaving behind a thin line of blood on his neck. Shirku stiffened, his entire body going ice cold. In that instant, he felt as if he had died. When Dragon Fong's sword cut towards him, it was like the coming of the death god. And what scared Shirku the most was that even if his speed was inferior to Dragon Fong's, he still had his protective true essence and his body transformation technique to protect his body. But in front of Dragon Fong, all of that had been as fragile as paper. Dragon Fong's sword silently tore through Shirku's protective true essence along with the surface defense of his body. If that sword had cut forwards 3 more inches, then Shirku's head would have been cut off. How is this possible? Shirku's eyes widened, his entire body dripping with a cold sweat. How can my defense not resist you at all? Silence fell over the entire audience. Dragon Fong's attack was far too sharp. Even though they were so far away, they still felt a cold chill crawl up their backs. This was Dragon Fong's true strength. What a dangerous attack. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. Dragon Fong's attack was far too sharp. Even with Lin Ming's defensive capabilities, he didn't believe he had the confidence to withstand such an attack. In other words, if he were to fight Dragon Fong, he couldn't allow himself to be cut, or he would receive a severe wound. Dragon Fong put away his sword. He lightly glanced at Shirku and coldly said, "What cut apart your defense was not my blade, but space." From the start, Dragon Fong's sword had never touched Shirku's skin. Rather, he used the power of space to cut apart Shirku's defense. After reaching Dragon Fong's boundary, by utilizing the space laws, he didn't need to use his sword to kill others. With the power of space, he could kill people from 100 steps away. Space was invisible and formless. Wanting to dodge, it was extremely difficult. A martial artist skilled in the space laws was terrifying, but a swordsman skilled in the space laws was even more terrifying. This was because space was sharper than a sword edge. Is this Dragon Fong human? Shirku is absolutely not weak, but compared to Dragon Fong, the disparity is too great. Nobody believed that Shirku was weak. He himself was an Empyrean descendant, and although he came from one of the weaker Empyrean palaces, he had a heaven-defying talent and even swallowed a dragon turtle egg. Just how many people in the universe would ever have such a lucky chance? And this Shirku was actually defeated in such a miserable manner by Dragon Fong. He's too much of a freak. With that strength, he might even be stronger than Lin Ming. When Lin Ming fought the monster prince, they had fought for some time. Although Shirku was likely weaker than the monster prince, he had been thoroughly defeated without the tiniest ability to resist. Dragon Fong might have the strength to compete for the top 3 rankings. I have nothing to say. Even I can't say who will be in the top 3 now. At the beginning, everyone thought that Xiao Moxian, Hang Qi, and Frost Dream were guaranteed to be in the top 3 rankings. But now, Lin Ming and Dragon Fong each gave more and more formidable performances, as if they were invincible. Like this, with so many variables, it was impossible to unravel what the final rankings of the tournament would be. Don't forget that there is also June Blue Moon. Just look at him. From the start until now, he's simply been holding that bunny. Even though there were so many intense fights, and those freaks Lin Ming and Dragon Fong both stepped on stage, his expression didn't change at all. Do you suppose he is weak? June Blue Moon had defeated an Empyrean descendant within 3 moves, and that Empyrean descendant hadn't been a nobody either. After being defeated by June Blue Moon, that Empyrean descendant had emerged victorious in his next 17 matches, and his results in the second tier were also at the top. There was even a chance that he and Ram Saber would fight to determine who had the qualifications to challenge the first tier. With that, it was unlikely that Hua Xian would be able to maintain his position. Such a ruthless person had been pitifully defeated by June Blue Moon. From the beginning until now, June Blue Moon had maintained a faint and uncaring expression, as if nothing mattered to him at all. Even the provocations of the Monster Prince and his opponents hadn't affected him in the least, and what was most strange was that he had always held onto a little bunny, slowly stroking that little bunny's fur. This was something that normally only little girls would do. Wasn't this June Blue Moon a bit too much like a young girl? Or was there something special about this bunny? This first martial meeting has already reached unprecedented levels of intensity. I can't wait. I really want to see them fight. As everyone spoke, Vast Cosmos stepped onto the arena stage once more. He loudly announced, "Fourth match, June Blue Moon against White King." These words caused the entire audience to bubble over with excitement. This was another battle of heavyweights. There was no need to mention the accomplishments of White King. He was the most outstanding disciples to appear in Vast Universe Heavenly Palace for the last several hundred thousands of years. One of the great reasons that Empyrean Vast Universe stepped forward to help manage the first martial meeting was because of White King. As the one representing the glory of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, White King's strength was naturally amazing. Moreover, the gambling house hadn't listed the odds for White King. This caused many others to look forwards to seeing just how strong White King was. "White King, will you be okay?" Before White King stepped on stage, several of his senior apprentice brothers spoke to him. Although they were confident in White King, this June Blue Moon was far too abnormal. Wanting to defeat him wouldn't be easy. "I'm fine." White King took a deep breath. It's fine as long as you try your best. This June Blue Moon is not easy to deal with. Just the strength he's exposed so far is no trifling matter." "I understand." White King slowly picked up his hand strap and shouldered his sword as he stepped onto the arena stage. In this battle, the pressure on him was not small at all. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.